said I was gonna check my category, but I forgot to do that. I'm gonna do that still right now. That's okay, because no one usually shows up anyway in the first, 10 minutes. Stream information. Oh, I have the title as Monster Hunter. Okay, it's actually Dutch.
Let's find the name Dutch. Interesting.
I'm titling it Dutch Stroopwafel Hagelslag because all those things are great.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I went to this bookstore. It's like a bookstore, but they have other stuff, and they had some Stroopwafels there.
Oh yeah, because
I bought one. Yeah, because I never.
He sent me a picture, and it was cool.
It was good.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they were selling that in Japan. Isn't that cool?
It sounds like something they would sell in Japan.
Really?
Yeah.
Did it surprise you, Wind, or does it also sound like something they would sell to you, too?
They have a lot of imported European stuff.
Oh, okay.
In
so cool.
Slightly fancy kind of stores. So, but yeah,
Wow.
the texture was a bit different from what I expected it to be, though.
There's one Dutch thing that's even better than Stroopwafels.
Oh.
And that's Lay's patatje joppie chips.
And what is that?
Yeah, I was thinking what? What?
Patatje joppie is a specific flavor of sauce. And specifically in the Netherlands, Lay's makes potato chips that have the flavor of this sauce.
Lay's? Lay's the brand for chips?
Yeah.
Oh. That surprised me.
Wow, I want to try that, but
the spelling
I don't think I can.
Chat.
So, if you were to describe the characteristics of this sauce, what?
Well, the funny thing is, I never had the sauce. I just had the chips.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay.
But so the chips are just normal chips?
Well, with patatje joppie flavor.
Oh, okay. I thought this. Okay, I see. So the sauce is in addition to the chips with the seasoning or flavor.
Yeah. Okay, but you might want to start on the book now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we've.
Oh yeah, because Win needs to sleep. Good enough sleep tonight.
The first exercise is a listening exercise. So what we can do is that I just read the text.
You can. Yes.
Okay. Let me put it up here. Okay.
Wait, I'm just reminded. Remember about when we tried reading it, but with the most American and also a Japanese accent. Funny. We're Go Murdig. Dirk Fransen is the name. Sorry, I won't do that anymore.
So I will be reading this text. Welkom bij Telefoondating Nederland. And your task is for each of the candidates to try and write down their name, where they live, and what they do for a living.
Yeah.
Is that clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, then I will start the text. Man 1. Goedemiddag, ik ben Dirk Fransen. Oh, Dirk Fransen is de naam. Ik ben een directeur bij een marketingbedrijf. Ik ben 51 jaar. Ik woon in Den Haag en ik zoek een intelligente vrouw tussen de 35 en 45 jaar. Ik hou van lezen en reizen. Goedendag. Vrouw 1. Hoi, ik ben Angela. Ik woon in Delft. Ik ben 34 jaar en ik werk voor een modebedrijf. Ik zoek intimiteit, spontaniteit en een beetje magie. Ik praat graag, ik lach veel en ik geniet van het leven. Jij ook? Doei. Hallo, ik heet Rutger. Ik werk in de informatica. Ik zoek een spontane meid en wat romantiek. Ik heb een goed gevoel voor humor en een hond. Ik woon in Haarlem. Oh ja, ik ben 29. Hoi. Dag, mijn naam is Harriette. Ik ben 42 jaar oud. Ik woon in Brabant. Ik ben secretaresse bij een exportbedrijf. Ik hou van koken en muziek. Ik wil een serieuze relatie met een charmante man. Ik vind spiritualiteit en respect belangrijk. Dag. That was it.
Wow.
It was actually quite challenging to read up because the phrasing is a bit weird because they made it easier to understand.
Oh, interesting. But I guess I can
Yeah, did
imagine
you-
that, because I've seen that in...
Did you manage to catch anything?
Well, Dirk... Well, the...
Now, honestly, I was listening while reading this, so if I didn't have the transcript, I probably wouldn't.
Oh, I was also looking at the transcript while you were reading it. I don't know if we weren't supposed to, but I was. But if it wasn't... I would have caught nothing without the transcript, that's for sure.
I mean, that's okay. That's okay. It's also the first exercise. So for man 1 or man 1,
So,
what would their
Dirk
name?
France.
Duku France.
Okay, sorry. Or...
Wait, what?
Dirk Frans, inderdaad. Of course. Yeah.
Yes.
Where does Dirk Frans live?
Dirk France.
In
Den-
Den Haag.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then what do they do for a living?
He's a director of a
yeah, I can see that.
marketing
Director.
bedrijf.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a marketing company.
Ah,
Bedrijf is a company.
drive. That's cool.
Okay. Now, we'll put J on the spot. Vrouw 1.
Okay. It's Angelina, but how do you say it?
Angelina.
Oh,
Angelina.
okay.
Angelina. Both is fine.
Okay.
So that's their name, indeed.
She lives in Delft,
Delft, exactly. Wonderful city.
and she's a modebedrijf. Or, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
so a
where she
fashion
works.
company.
Ah.
Oh, that probably
That's cool.
wasn't as trivial as I made it sound. But a modebedrijf is a fashion company.
Cool. Aha.
Okay.
So I guess you're doing the man's wind.
Yeah,
I'm
Wim.
taking the brows.
Very gender appropriate.
Okay.
It was not intended, but
It just so happens they alternate.
so the name of man 2.
Oh, it's Rutger. How do you pronounce it?
Inderdaad.
Rutger.
Ooh.
And he works in the IT, I guess.
Yeah, IT, exactly.
Hmm.
And wait, where does he live? Oh, Harlem.
Yeah. So a
cool.
funny fact about Haarlem.
Tells.
The capital of the Netherlands is Amsterdam, but the capital of North Holland is Haarlem. So the province in which we have Amsterdam doesn't have Amsterdam as a capital.
Hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Finally, vrouw 2.
Oh yeah. Wait, are the G's pronounced with like a? It's like a h sound or something. Like yeah. Okay. I'm trying to remember.
Geweldig. Okay.
Okay. I'm not sure how would you pronounce the name, but it looks like Harriet, but the E's, has the
Harriette.
Harriet.
Harriet is.
Harriet. And they live in Brabant,
Yes.
and they work in an export company, exportbedrijf.
Yes.
Okay.
More specifically, she is a secretary.
Oh, she does say that. You're right.
Secretaresse.
Secretaresse.
Yeah, that was the first exercise.
Cool. This is interesting. It's interesting the first word they show in the key vocabularies, or phrase, I guess, a little magic. That's so,
Yeah, it's
like, unexpected.
not particularly important, but I think
Interesting.
the idea here is that you kind of pick up on what certain words mean. Like you've
Hmm.
already sort of learned what bedrijf is.
Yeah.
Hmm.
You said a
So by
company.
doing this, you pick up on
Bedrijf.
words.
That's so cool.
Do we want to go through all the key vocabulary?
I kind of want to look at it. Otherwise, I'll just not learn anything. I'll just forget
Yeah,
everything.
that's probably a good idea. Like,
And
I think most of the things I've at least the things that were relevant for us answering the questions I've already sort of told you. Like in modebedrijf, they give it to you that is a fashion company.
oh yeah, here they have it down here. Right. But it ends up being more meaningful coming from you, for sure, than just a
does.
list. I kind of would like to hear how you pronounce these different things in the key vocabulary, because I'm still, when I look at, well, I haven't, unlike wind, I didn't study any of the pronunciation at all,
I see.
so I have no idea when I look at the words
So,
how the sounds would
so
sound.
which one do you want to know?
All of them.
Okay. Well, if you look at a little magic, you have een. It's like
Ah,
een
okay.
beetje sound. Een
Een
beetje. And
Beetje
then you get the E beetje. Magie.
magie. That's cool.
Ja, een beetje magie.
Een beetje
And
magie.
yeah, that's pretty good.
You try,
And
Win.
you-
You try. Show them. Show
No,
how good you how well you, because you practice a lot. Like
I did
you
not.
should. You should show up. I
And
think.
and beetje magie.
Good, that's good. Yeah.
Beetje
So
magie.
I was not sure how to pronounce this TJ part.
ch.
Beetje.
Yeah.
Is the T like silent or something?
No, it's
Or-
not really
okay.
silent. It's like ch.
Sure.
So yeah.
If the T wasn't there, what would this sound like? Would it change?
Een beetje.
Oh, so that it matters a lot. Beetje
Yeah, it
and
does matter quite a bit.
Cha.
So
Cool,
the next word,
beetje.
like important. Important is belangrijk. And this has the G, but it doesn't have the ch sound. And that has to do
Oh.
with the fact if the G is preceded by an N, you get a belangrijk.
With the N in after the A in belong.
Yeah,
Oh wow, change it to a what sound? Belangrijk.
belangrijk.
Oh, then it just becomes silent. You said.
Well, yeah, sort of. But it also alters the sound of the N a bit, like belang. Yeah, it's hard to describe. It gets a sort of. Yeah.
It's so interesting. Did you even notice that by yourself, Win, without him pointing it out, or would you have noticed that pattern? Yeah, the
I
N.
did read that the NG sound is pronounced like I guess it's similar to the English NG. I'm not sure if it's exactly the same, but
Oh wait, I'm stupid. I thought we were talking about the J.
Oh,
Oh, we're
No,
talking
the-
about the G after the N. Is that what we're talking
we are
about?
talking about the G, yeah.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, the NG here is actually precisely like English, like pinging. It's I don't know if pinging is the right word to describe it with, but that's basically that sound. And
Yeah.
IJ is also specific because it's one of the few so-called combined vowels in Dutch. You have the oo, the ow, the I, which are the three sort of weird vowels that aren't one letter but are still a vowel.
Interesting.
So this one is the I.
Was that related, Win, to the video you showed me? Remember with the teacher teaching that little girl the vowels? Was that what she was doing in the video? Or was they different vowels? So she remember? She was like teaching that little
no,
girl.
that
Oh.
was English. It wasn't Dutch, but
What? Are you serious? Oh wait,
Yeah.
I thought it was supposed to be Dutch the whole time. I can't.
Oh no, it
Oh.
was it's like she
Oh.
was demonstrating the Kiwi English vowels, and
Oh.
basically the vowel that sounds like the vowel sound eh,
Uh-huh.
like in most varieties of English, it would be like the letter E. But in New Zealand English, the S sound is like what the letter A makes.
Oh, okay.
And yeah,
So instead of like
like
mm,
instead of apple, it would be like apple or something.
okay. That's
But
Yeah,
cool.
yeah,
so that is a fun thing. Also, when you're
What?
talking about Dutch, there's different varieties. Like in the
Oh.
south of the Netherlands, Brabant, as we talked about
Hmm.
earlier, the G is not, but it's more soft.
Ooh.
So I can't do it very well because I'm not from the south of the Netherlands. But
Mm.
there they don't have the hard sound.
Cool. Is there a certain
Also,
impression that gives, like, the speakers from the South, or no? Like, do people think of them in a
uh,
certain way? Like,
they do. I'm
mhm.
not sure. I could try to imitate it, but given the fact that you already don't understand normal Dutch, I don't think
Wait,
it
that's
sounds much
fair.
different to you anyways.
I mean, I kind of
But
mean
then,
like for example, in like America, when people speak with a Southern accent, it's a lot of times it's perceived as more less classy. I guess people see it as like a less classy
yeah,
variety. I was wondering if there's something
I,
like that with Dutch.
I
People are
think
seeing.
Brabant is perceived as more gezellig.
Does that mean like standard or something?
Less elitarian, more rural. Exactly.
Oh,
That's
okay.
probably the description.
mm,
Rural is probably one of the most gruesome words you have in the English language because it's so horrible to pronounce.
What is it really interesting? Rural.
Rural, yeah, I hate it.
Oh no. I know. I think Japanese people don't like words like that either. Like,
yeah.
that's not a fun one for them to pronounce.
It's like the combination of consonants is just weird.
Like it's not as bad
Rural.
as like the English, like the Worcestershire kind of.
Emma
That
Watson
is
You
says
don't
there's
like that one
also the
either.
contracting of words that happens
Mm,
a lot in the north and east,
No, yeah, British
mostly seen as
English place
sluggish by
names
some
are a
in the west.
mistake.
Ooh.
a lot of
Wait, let me open. I forgot. I accidentally closed my chat on the side.
we have Emma talking about how
Emma!
contracting of
Hi!
words happens in the north and the east.
Oh, cool. Are you Dutch? Or do you learn Dutch? That's interesting. Some in the West.
Can I see the
Emma
chat?
Watson says Jaziger, de
Yeah,
hypotheker.
Emma is definitely Dutch.
Whoa! See, look what I said. See, I was like, oh, there maybe a Dutch person could join. Just happened to come in, and they did. It's because of all the good luck you two are bringing. I think that's so cool. Nice to
So
meet you, Emma. Well, maybe I've
so
seen you before, but sorry, memory's bad.
At, at the
the
risk of
Jazeker,
sounding,
the hypotheker is a reference to an insurance company in the Netherlands.
sorry, at the risk of
Or not
sounding
insurance. What do you call it? They give out loans for houses.
How do I view the chat?
Oh wait, what's up? What do you need to know, Win?
iBrave says cheap viewers on cut.ly/2
That's a bot.
AGULC2H.
It's getting banned.
I was wondering how can I view the chat?
Oh yes, so it's on this chat's on Twitch, so you can all. Oh wait, so to basically to leave a comment, like they don't let unregistered users leave a comment, so you would have to have a Twitch account to reply to them. But Emma could also, if they wanted to, could join the Discord server too, and then you could chat that way. If
Oh no! Oh, I think I got it. I think I got it. Maybe I'm not sure. Yeah.
Emma Watson
Oh, it
says
says
F.
yeah, sure.
Sure, I could.
Yeah, it says on the website here.
Emma Watson
Yeah,
says
sure.
give me
okay.
2 minutes.
cool.
Do we
Yeah.
want to continue the list of Dutch words?
I'm having fun. Oh, I'm learning a lot
Sure.
about how the sounds work, because otherwise I'm just gonna keep saying them wrong. What?
Oh, there we have Emma.
You said that word important was. Oh my god. Wait, was it like belong? Belangrijk.
Belangrijk. Yeah, that was pretty good.
Okay. And then what's this next one? Like B?
Bij.
By.
It's the same like in the Rijk. Belangrijk. It's the same I sound.
I. Right.
The IJ always sounds the same.
Emma Watson
Always
says
sounds as an
just
I.
be prepared for the name to not match the voice LUL.
No, don't worry. Yeah, you can. You're welcome to join us in VC if you want to, or you can just use the text chat. It's up to you. It's just my friend doesn't have a Twitch account yet, right now.
Okay.
Um.
And I think that the words after bij are like exemplary of why it's quite easy to learn Dutch from English, relatively, because there's so many words that sort of line up.
Yeah.
Like a charming man.
Is this E at the end of the T? Is this pronounced? Or is it silent E?
Yeah.
Oh.
But it's the same. The
Emma
same.
Watson says,
stomme
okay.
E.
Give
So
me 10 minutes apparently.
it's
No
a
worries.
sound. Charmante.
Charmant.
Emma Watson says can't join VCS until after 10 minutes of having joined.
Oh, let me disable that. That's just a default setting on Discord. I can take it off. Where is that?
Oh, and the EU was one of the combined vowels. I forgot. That's the O sound.
Oh.
O.
I like that one's fun.
Pretty good.
Oh.
O.
Oh. Sounds like a.
There's this kind of similar sound in Cantonese, I think.
Really?
Cantonese.
Yeah.
What's the sound?
I think.
It's just
Where's
like.
Cantonese from again? Is that
It's like southern China and Hong Kong.
Oh.
But,
Yeah,
I think the word for water is like soy or something, but I don't know if it's the same sound, but it reminded me of that.
Yeah, there's this big theory of how vowels come to be in different places in the mouth where the sound comes from. So
What's the theory?
it may not be exactly the same, but probably has proximity.
You mean like location of where people live?
No,
Oh.
I can try to find the diagram. I mean,
Yeah, I'm trying to turn off the setting and I'm just struggling and figuring out where things are on Discord. Because I remember seeing it, but where is it? To get rid of the 10-minute limit things. Like, looking for it.
I need to figure out where I found this again. I looked at this ages ago.
Okay, I'm literally just probably gonna Google. Oh, wait, this actually should be. Let me drag this. I can't. Okay, I'll Google it. How to Discord. Not that having to check the not a robot box.
Are you?
Oh, there's
not a
no.
robot?
What'd you say?
I said, are you not a robot?
No, I don't think so. Unfortunately. Okay. I don't think I can maybe I can't. Oh, wait. Maybe I can. Where's this? I don't know why I can't find the setting. I mean, by the time I find this, maybe 10 minutes will have passed, but I'm trying to find it. Are you good at these things when settings?
I don't know, but I just found that I have access to the server settings. Oh, wait, no, I can't actually change anything.
Here, you can be a mod.
Oh, no, I can upload emojis, apparently. I don't know why I
Really?
have that.
I guess.
I don't know why
Wait,
I'm
you should upload the Stroopwafel and the Hagelslag thing. That'd be cool. If you want to, it's your choice.
Yeah.
A bunch of things change
Here,
when it comes to the moderation.
Oh, I never made a moderator role for this server. I'll have to make one.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Oh wait, I think I found
haven't-
it. Maybe it's under privacy settings. Oh wait, never mind. This isn't. It's
Can
not here.
everyone who joins.
Thank you, whoever
Can
followed.
everyone.
I think it might have been you, Emma, but thank you. Yay, you did it!
Jamie_TGJ
Check this
says,
out.
how's the Dutch going?
Look how cool this is. Oh, it is going. Briefly distracted. Sorry, I'm messing with Discord settings because I want Emma to be able to join us, but I'm dumb and I can't figure out what I'm doing, so I do apologize for the delay. But look.
I had some time to find my big diagram of vowel sounds.
Dumb Cresco Sparrow says Dutch.
Oh, it's you, Cresco. But look at these, Casper, in the Discord server. Look at our new emojis.
You added a Hagelslag and Stroopwafel emoji. That's
Wind actually made them.
Wait, I need to find a picture of that potato chips.
Jamie_TGJ
Yes.
says, are you the one who used to stream visual novels in Japanese?
Yes, that's me. Today I'm just hanging out with some friends and we're doing Dutch.
Emma Watson says it's only 3 minutes left anyways.
Yeah.
Might as well wait.
I'm sorry.
Tongue sticking out.
I'm sorry, Emma.
Jamie_TGJ says
Hi,
LOL.
Cresco. Cat boys. What? Yes.
Emma Watson says no worries. No worries.
Yeah. But I don't know. I swear I saw something like that, but maybe it was like on my phone. But I don't know. I don't understand why the settings would be different on computer.
Jamie_TGJ says, why are you learning Dutch if you D0ONT, mind my asking?
If I, oh, that was the name of the emote. Because yeah, why not? Because Dutch is awesome. I wanted to.
Jamie_TGJ says don't asterisk.
I wanted to learn like a language from. So my friend like knows a lot of languages, and I thought it would be fun to. Well, a lot of things just kind of happened all at once, so it ended up being great. Like I happened to just randomly meet Casper, and then I happened to just talk to my friend who happened to want to learn a new language, and I wanted to learn a new language, and I was like, oh, we should pick a language that we don't know anything about, and like try learning it from scratch together. Because usually we just talk about Japanese, and we,
Dumb Cresco Sparrow
happens
says
to be
hee.
happens to be they already were interested in
Emma
Dutch.
Watson says, I love how every time someone learns Dutch, any Dutchman will literally torment you with how dare you learn my language.
What?
No one learns my language.
I've never met a Dutch person who wasn't super nice. It makes me even more interested in Dutch.
I think learning Dutch is about as practical as learning Swahili, because every Dutchman knows English. So even if you go to the Netherlands, you don't get much use out of knowing Dutch.
But you get the internal joy of learning something
that's true. That's true.
That no one would ever really want to learn because there's no practical reason, as they say. And that's the beauty, the joy you feel on the inside, isn't it, Wind? That's what we're after. We're chasing that.
Jamie_TGJ says Swahili is actually pretty useful in East African in general. It's spoken by over 200 people.
That's actually so much more than I anticipated.
Jamie_TGJ says LMAO.
So anyway, we were on the...
Jamie_TGJ says yeah, it's the lingua franca of the region.
Ooh. We're on the uncharmante
Dumb Fresco
man.
Sparrow says
Oh,
only
wait.
30 people speak Dutch.
Is this CH? Is it pronounced with a CH sound, like in
Dumb
English?
Fresco Sparrow says so may as well switch
can't-
to
word?
Swahili.
Depends.
It's the one that was in the
Oh, yeah.
Charmante? Or did you say...
Charmant.
Charmant.
Jamie
Charmant.
underscore
Like
BGJ
SH?
says LUL.
But CH is not always pronounced as SH. It depends a bit on the situation.
Okay. Uncharmante man.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Okay. And I think you
Hello,
said...
Emma, by the way.
Hi, Emma. Wait, is Emma in the Vicino?
Hello. I told you the voice didn't.
Oh, hi, Emma! No, it's fine! Don't worry. And sorry for making you wait 10 minutes. My bad.
No worries, no worries.
I wasn't well prepared, I guess. I'll have to fix that. I'll have to play with the Discord settings later and figure all this stuff out.
The thing you said about CH, by the way, it's only sh if it's a French loan word.
Oh, this is... Oh my god, this is a French loan word! I
At
didn't
least
even
I'm
know
pretty sure that
that.
that's the rule there.
I
Oh,
would
this-
believe you. I'm not a linguist.
This is so cool.
Neither am I, but
Dumb
For my
Fresco
work,
Sparrow
I think
says the
also, like,
10 minutes
18th
thing is
century
to stop
Dutch,
spam bots.
so-
It's better to keep
which is
it.
a lot denser
Okay.
with French import.
I see.
I see.
Interesting. You said the director was like director?
Yeah, directeur.
Two. Then on drive on what is this? Go Ed Gavo? No.
Oh, yeah, this is the oe. I was
Ooh.
talking about the weird vowels, like the oe, the ow, the
Ooh.
o, the
Good.
I.
Diphthongs
Gevoel.
is the term.
Maybe.
Goed gevoel.
Good. Gevoel.
I don't know if Emma is of the hard G or the soft G club, but
I live exactly on the border between the two regions.
Ooh, it's so interesting.
I mean, admittedly, so do I, but I grew up north, so I'm firmly standing at the...
Yeah, I grew up with a hard G as well, but I mean, as time
Oh.
passes, I'm more. I find myself using a soft G more often.
Ooh, could you give a
default
demonstration of the soft G? Because Casper said that he wasn't very good at it. What does that sound like?
Let's see.
The difference.
Goed. So it's I find this kind of between like a hard G and a J.
G? J. I
So
don't think
so a hard G is a h,
Huh.
but a softer G is a h.
Who? Oh! I like it's cute.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Jamie underscore TGJ says Flemish speakers do the soft G no. I don't have much experience with Dutch.
Yeah,
It's
exactly, Jamie.
Flanders and the south of the
Ooh.
Netherlands, so the provinces of Limburg and North Brabant.
Yeah.
Or I should say Limburg. But yeah.
That's cool. Are those related languages? Flemish and Dutch?
They're regional accents.
Oh!
Flemish is a dialect, but yeah.
Oh, wow. That's awesome. Did you know that already,
So, or like
Wayne?
Neder-Saxisch, which is what I grew up with.
I'm curious how common knowledge this is.
So, someone from Limburg got very mad at me for calling their fly untaart.
Wait, what did they get mad
So-
at you for?
So fly is a regional product. It's basically a cake, so I called it a cake, but they
It
did
is a
not
kind of
like
cake,
that.
yes. But what you have a lot with like regional things in general is that it creates a kind of exceptionalism, and that's they think it's special in some way, which prevents it from being grouped in with other things somehow.
I just realized you sent the IPA voucher.
Yeah, I found out. This is what I meant when I was talking about that the vowel from Cantonese might be close to the O in Dutch. You can figure it out
Ah.
with this diagram.
Yeah, where it is in IPA. See. Do you read IPA?
I do not. I just like cool diagrams.
I like cool diagrams too. I only learned the ones relevant to English for the vowels, and I forgot most of them. All I can...
I only know the IPA symbols for the languages I've studied. And I remember watching a video from a British guy who was explaining why the the IPA symbols for British English actually reflect a very archaic way of speaking in the UK that no one actually talks like anymore. But
what does it sound like?
That sounds like a whole rabbit hole I could dive into, but should probably refrain from. You added the Tahiopi too.
What is the next one after the a good sense of? What is the humor? Like, how is the R pronounced? Like vor? No, probably not.
For humor.
Oh.
I have a very rolling R, which is not necessarily the way to go, but for humor.
Wind? Vor? Humor. How's the H sound?
Humor. It's almost silent.
Umar.
Depending on locality, you can actually make it silent, but generally in Dutch it is pronounced.
Umar.
It's pretty much the same as the H in English. So have, for example, it's still a H that you pronounce.
It's cool. Okay, I don't know why, but I'm really surprised the R sounded surprising. I thought it was going to sound completely different from an English R, but it sounded really similar to me. That just surprised me. Because didn't you say rural is kind of hard to say? In English?
Yeah, rural. But it has to do with the combination of sounds. I don't know, Emma, how do you feel about the word?
How do you feel about that word? Rural.
The English word?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm mostly struggle over S's. But rural.
Yeah, you have an easier time with it. I've also
been speaking English since I was 5. So,
what kinds of S's? Incessive sensitivity? If you were going to say that? I just made it random. Put two random words.
Incessive sensibility.
Not bad.
It is. So the difference is when I switch between Dutch and English quite quickly, then my English accent tends to become more Dutch.
Oh, that makes sense.
If you want to, I can also speak in a very Dutch way.
Ooh.
But it just sounds like ass.
I don't think so.
The Ronald Koeman English accent.
Yes, that is another biscuit.
Jamie_TGJ says I say rural kinda like rule, but I drag the U a bit.
Maybe a rural?
Rural. Yeah, rural. Yeah.
Rural.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
This has just devolved into us talking about English instead.
In
but
several minutes it's just gonna be.
I can barely make that sound at all. Sadly. But you don't actually roll your R's in Dutch, right? For any of the words. Please no.
I think it's customary to roll the R's.
Really? For
but I think it's only a small majority, so you can also just not roll the R and probably get away with it.
Oh, okay. As in, everyone will still understand you.
In general isn't your biggest thing to worry about. It's just...
Yeah. If you get the vowels right, that's already very good.
Yeah, if you don't struggle over the diphthongs, then that already is an achievement in and of itself.
Gotcha. Oh, by the way, anyone feel free. Always
the contracted vowels. So U, I, whatever. Yeah.
The word I couldn't remember.
Diphthongs. I can't spell it for the life of me, but it's called.
Oh yeah, diphthongs.
Oh, I wanted to ask. Is there a difference between the sound of V and F? Sometimes I couldn't hear the difference between.
I think there is a slight difference, like the the F is more harsh, fiets, and the V is slightly softer, vis. But the difference is very, very minuscule.
The way you're pronouncing it, especially, I barely hear a difference there.
Oh, interesting.
Well, so
Now I'm guessing
Interesting.
whether I actually vocalize a difference there or not. Vis, or wait, those are the same fucking letter.
Those are the same one.
so they're slightly different, I guess.
No,
Yeah,
it's
but you
the
can
same
just
letter.
treat them as the same.
Okay.
And also just the V and the F, like in English, basically the same.
Hmm.
The difference
just-
there is that with F you push out more air, more concentrated, whereas
Yeah.
with a V you have a bit less pressure in your mouth that you're
I
forcing
see.
out. If that makes sense.
Yeah. So it's interesting. So the V is like softer.
Yeah.
Where in English it's like harder because it's voiced, I think. Well, F is unvoiced.
I think F in general is just not a very common letter in English, at least not at the start
Really?
of a word.
Wait, there's so many words that start with F. Fish, favorite, fan,
Okay,
fanatic,
maybe I'm
flip, farce, fart, crank.
Yeah, no,
underscore
there's a
Fence.
big assortment of
Father,
F words coming at me
family.
now.
And then the big F word that everyone likes to say, but I can't say because, yeah, I want to be family friendly. Even family friendly starts with two F's in both words.
Oh, by the way, is that a rule? Can I not swear?
Oh,
Because I have several times already, I think.
I don't remember that, but it doesn't really bother me. I just personally don't want to swear myself.
I'll
But-
try and keep
I
it
think
simple.
you've
it's
been
okay.
rather civil thus far, so
I do my best,
need
but
to apologize.
I mean, the truth is, I have sworn a few times on stream because it just happens. You know, it's part of my vocab, and it comes out, and then I'm usually like, "Oh, wait, what? I didn't hear anything. What happened? That wasn't me." So it's
I
happened.
mean, any Dutchman will tell you this, but swearing is a large part of our vocabulary.
Ooh,
You
that's
take any disease and any like noun, and you've got a swear word.
then I will enjoy that very much because those are like
Yes.
my favorite words in English almost. Too. They're just so cathartic to use them. It makes me feel better somehow. Yeah. Did you curse in Dutch when you burned your fingers, Casper? I'm just curious.
I did not. I did
Oh,
not.
you're so nice. Because if it was me, I would have cursed up a storm. As long as no one's around, I'm gonna do it. It's like, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, I do
I
curse,
always
but
do.
usually not in that context, and it's just accepting my fate. I did something stupid.
Accepting your fate. Cursing is how I accept my fate. It's my way. Is this next word grach? Or something? It's the one that says I
grach.
liked it. Grach. Oh, I keep forgetting the
Grach.
grach.
Ah,
Yeah, Win does it pretty well.
I told you Win studied it. Win's good. But grach.
kind of sounds like the sound of the crickets at night.
I would never have thought that.
You have weird crickets, honestly.
What cricket makes a sound like that? Unhoned? Honed? Honed?
Een hond.
Honed. Ew.
And home.
Oh, the funny
There's
thing
a,
is...
there's
Oh,
a difference here as well in how you vocalize aim.
Aim.
oh, it's aim?
Because in this context, it's not stressed. So the diphthong of A sounds more like a U. So an But
Oh.
that's a whole different rabbit hole to fall into.
Oh, it's supposed to un?
Yeah.
Un?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if it's
Okay.
often when it's just a translation of A, so a dog in this context,
Oh, yeah, like, something.
then it's unstressed.
I see.
When the amount actually matters, because aim is also the word for one. When the amount
Oh.
matters is when you stress it, and then it actually sounds like aim. That is roughly how that works.
So the meaning kind of changes to one dog if it's stressed, and then it's like a dog if it's not stressed.
Well, the meaning is the same
something.
either way. It's
Oh.
just if the so a is usually what you use when you describe a concept.
Yeah.
But it also the word also means just a singular one.
Yeah.
When it's that singularity, that one that matters, that is when you stress it. When it doesn't matter at all, whether it's just one or whether it's the concept at general, that's when you don't stress it.
Eventually,
Nice.
this book will come to
That's cool.
counting, and then you'll see the difference.
Oh, that'll be
Usually
cool.
Yeah.
Je put accent gauche als accent droit, een van de twee. You put on the E.
That
think
should
it's-
right on top of it. That's the easy way to describe it.
Wait, what did you say? Sorry.
You put an accent, and they don't put the accent on it in the numbers 1 to 100. That's a shame.
Wait,
Well,
an accent,
also
like an
because
accent mark?
You only use the accents when it's, again, the amount that matters. And it usually doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Got you. Yeah, feel free to correct me if for anything that you want to. Or if I make like way too many mistakes and it's like a pain to correct all of them, you can just pick the worst ones. Whatever you want. It doesn't. It's helpful.
Do you have like an overview of the diphthongs as well?
I don't actually think
Because
it
could be
really
beneficial to you to have like a little list
goes.
of.
I don't even think this book talks about pronunciation because there's audio that accompanies it, and they just kind of assume. I think it's like listen to it, repeat, and that's it. That's all you get.
Yeah. Okay.
There's no like study of pronunciation in it. Is there, Win?
I think I know one. Just give me like 2 minutes.
I spent a little bit of time. There's a page, I think it's on Wikipedia, just called Dutch IPA, Dutch/IPA or something like that. But IPA/Dutch, I guess.
I mean, Dutch. Am I wrong here? Dutch doesn't really have as much of an issue. Like, you know how English words often are not pronounced the way they're spelled. There's not as much of a problem with that with Dutch, right? It's pretty phonetic? Question mark.
There you go.
There's pretty
Or is there a lot of
quite a
irregularity?
few words that aren't phonetic.
Okay. Sadly. Okay. Sniff. Diphthongs.
But honestly, I think it's just valuable to go to the next exercise now. Like there's a bunch of things in here like the serieuze relatie, which aren't like key vocabulary to learn the language at this point. I think.
All right, if
It's
you
also
think
about
so.
a marketingbedrijf.
Wait, what's wrong? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with marketing with that? It's a vocab word.
You just need to happen to come across someone who works in marketing.
Okay.
Which is
They'll tell you.
Is that an uncommon position to work?
depends on what your bubble is, I suppose.
I guess.
I personally don't know anyone who works in marketing.
But one thing I noticed is
I don't believe that marketing is true anyways.
in this vocab list, so little, the word little got translated as two different words in two different words. Like for the little magic, it was like the bijou. Yeah, I forgot how to say it.
Yeah, beetje.
And then this one was for little romance at the end. It says Watts or something. Romantic.
Yeah, both are actually pretty poor. Yeah.
Ooh.
They're rough translations.
Uh-huh.
The concept of a little is very broad in the way it's used in English. In
That's
Dutch,
true.
it's all very like een beetje talks about a quantity in a sense. And yeah,
Well,
I mean,
it's also
yeah.
in English where you have multiple words to have roughly the same meaning. So you have a little, a bit. A
You're
snake.
right. You're right, and they could all be translated technically as a little in another
I would
language.
say that een
Small.
beetje magie would be much better translated as a bit of magic.
Okay,
would
and
be
it even
more
sounds
literal
more
It's
like
more
it too.
literal, yeah.
I see. Okay.
And wat romantiek would be better translated as some romance.
Ah. I'm gonna take a note on that. Just because interesting. As the wait, what is it called? The corrections. Errata. I'm making my own errata for this book. Some romance, a bit of magic. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Also, I know that you said you needed to go to bed at some time, so you can just whenever you need to. You don't have to excuse yourself. You can leave if you get tired or you need to go to bed. I don't want to keep you. I feel bad.
No problem. Yeah.
Okay,
thanks.
yeah. Just know that.
I mean, I think
not
we're
being-
going through three different sides of the world here with America.
I
the
know!
Netherlands, and somewhere in Asia. I'm not sure where exactly, but
Crazy.
Japan.
that Japan.
Yeah.
Look, we're so international. And we're studying Dutch. We're looking at Dutch, which is not like super common.
There were like a
It's very
surprising amount
common
of.
where I live.
Yeah, I hear Dutch all the time. Like, come on now.
Oh, what kind of country is that?
They speak it in Denmark, you know.
Dutch?
No,
Oh.
it's
If we are adamant enough about it, maybe we can convince them. They're American after all. So.
I mean, I don't.
Yeah, like
You
I
can
was
convince
about to
me
say,
of
like,
anything,
I've
but
been-
Win might be harder to convince because they're pretty well studied about lots, like literally everything.
I've met people abroad who have tried to gaslight me into thinking that I am Danish.
Wait, what?
After
What?
telling them that I'm Dutch. So
Trying to gaslight you.
A bit.
yeah, like
Like
very
that?
adamantly just push home the fact that I'm Danish or introducing me to their friends as being Danish.
And it's just,
I-
but it's
I
like
don't
an
know
accident,
where
right?
People that
It's just
speak
they for-
Dutch come from.
Are you from the famous Dutch city of Copenhagen?
Oh yeah, definitely.
I see.
I've been to
live right next to
Copenhagen. It's
the-
fun.
I live right next to the Belgian city of Malmö.
I can't tell if we're being serious or if this is like sarcasm or not, or I can't tell what's
It's very
happening.
much
City in Sweden.
Oh, okay, because I'm about to like memorize this. You realize like I'm gonna think you guys are saying the truth, and then I'm gonna internalize that knowledge. You see what you're doing to me? Like that's not gonna be good in the future. Because I'm gonna be asking someone in the future without thinking, like, are you from the Dutch city of Copenhagen? It's your fault because you confused me. It's not.
To be fair, there's probably like a small hamlet somewhere in the Netherlands that's called Copenhagen.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
I wouldn't be surprised. There's a township near me that's called Friesland, and I'm nowhere near Friesland.
Oh.
I can't find it. But that's one Google search.
Okay.
Like there is the classic Dutch town of Hongerige Wolf, Hungry Wolf.
America.
Oh, that's
is also a
cool.
town.
America as well, yeah.
Best. It's the best city.
Okay, but exercise 2.
Yep,
where
ready.
Oh, wait, it's first a bit of explanation about the different tenses in Dutch.
Wait, where
Yeah,
are we?
it does do a small amount. That's good. That's cool. We're on part 2. I think the verbs where it says present tense.
Oh, okay.
Is this a common name? Rutger?
Rutger. Relatively, mostly like 30 to 40-year-olds.
That's cool. Because there's a video game where there was a character named this. It's the only time I've ever seen his name. That's it. And he was like an old man who was the mayor of the town.
Is there like a university?
How old are we talking? Because I don't think I know anyone that's like 60 or over that's called Rutger.
No, it's a pretty millennial name, sort of. Maybe
Ooh.
a bit before that. But...
That's cool. It was a
It's funny.
Japanese game
Wait,
too.
actually, we can check this.
Yeah, there's data on this. But usually you can have a pretty good intuition about what age matches a certain name.
There are just shy of 7,000 people in the Netherlands called Rutger,
Ooh.
which is about 0.1%
Oh.
of the general population.
Okay. I see.
But 0.1%
Most of them were
is...
born after 1970.
Oh, okay. That kind of surprised me because usually in textbooks at the beginning they try to introduce people to like the most common names, like names that are super common. Like in English textbooks it'll be like Tom and Mary, and those aren't even that common anymore. But
I mean,
like Brian.
in Dutch,
I don't know.
it's probably Emma, I'd guess.
Well, that's
Emma,
another
that's
name.
you. Sorry.
I'm not sure what the most common male name would be.
Jan. It's probably Jan. It's always Jan.
Jan
Yum.
is a pretty good guess.
That's cool.
Let's Google it. Most common names of let's Google in Dutch. That's probably
Rutger, by the way, is the Dutch version of Roger.
Oh, I did not know that.
So there
Roger.
you go.
I feel like that's good to know.
Yeah, I think so. I don't even
Okay,
know where the name Roger comes from. Like what?
This is
etymologies.
common baby names, but in
Uh-huh.
2022 it was Noah, Liam, Luca, Lucas, Mace, Finn, James, Milan, Levi, Sam, 4 boys.
How do you know all of the kids in my street?
Oh, James. That's cool.
Yeah. I mean, you can hear the American influence into
Yeah.
Dutch culture. And
Is that do you think is that a bad thing overall, or?
I wouldn't say
Yeah.
so.
I see.
Well, it depends
For-
on the amount, right? Like everything comes with, like, if it's overly fixating on anything, for that matter, isn't great.
Yeah.
I mean, but I do think one of the powers of the Netherlands is how multicultural it is, which probably says a bit about me. I'm not sure if I just made enemies with Emma here, but
No.
okay, that's good. That's good. I think the success of multiculturalism is a bit of a hot topic at the moment in the Netherlands.
Yeah,
I
I
see.
wouldn't want to talk about Dutch politics at all at this point.
No.
Wow. That just sounds like politics everywhere right now. I don't know. Things are just kind of seem kind of crazy everywhere. Well, they're crazy in America, but I haven't really found anything that's like completely like peaceful and nice. It just seems like there's just lots of stuff going on all over the world politically.
I mean, there's one thing
Lots of unrest.
most people agree upon, and that's just that it's a shit show at the moment.
Yeah.
I love how there's always that's the common ground everyone shares. It's just like a complete, yeah.
To be fair, it was already a shit show before this government, but again, that's also relative.
I just figured out the zogenaamde naamkundige, so the expert on names, is called Gerrit Bloothoofd, which means Gerrit Naked Head.
Wait, what? Wait, what is this for?
I was looking at like the Noah, Liam, Luca, the most common baby names, and the expert on names has the surname Bloothoofd, Naked Head.
Why is that a surname?
I think that the history behind most ridiculous surnames in the Netherlands is surnames were made obligatory in the Napoleonic age, so some people just didn't agree and
1913, yeah.
chose a ridiculous name.
That's amazing.
But then you keep the surname throughout generations,
Yeah.
so eventually you
And then you
could
end
just
up-
state their name.
Yeah, because when the surname was introduced in 1811, then made mandatory by 1813.
Oh my god.
Yeah, sorry,
You guys
I
know
work in
your
science,
history.
so I know this. I work in this. Okay, this is my field.
Your field's like history?
I'm an archaeologist, but I work mostly in archives. Yeah.
No way.
Wow.
What?
Um,
Just met an archaeologist. Sorry. Whoa. Okay.
the
go ahead.
history there in general is 1811. So from up until 1814, 1815, we were under French government or French ruling. They introduced to us the concept of a surname. Before that, we had like patronymics, the way that Iceland does. So you're named after your parents, or you're named after some kind of trait. So you live by a lake or something, then Van der Meer would
Well,
be
I like that
the name that
system
you're
because then it feels
known
more
by.
special, and then you're not named Nakedhead or whatever.
No, that's generally more like that has less variety because
Oh, because then everyone's
if you're
called
named
Lake.
after your father, there are only about 50 names that rotate across generations. So a lot of people will be called Jansen, for example, so son of Jan, which is also why that is, I think, one of the most popular surnames in the Netherlands.
Yeah.
Anyways,
But
1813.
you could corroborate my statement and not call me out on some weird bullshit historic fact.
I won't. I'm just giving a bit more context here. Because 1813, the surname becomes like mandatory by law, and a lot of people think that the French ruling in general in the Netherlands isn't going to last for a long time, and it's already on its way out at this point, to be fair.
Oh.
But they don't think that the law in general will last. So they just pick the most ridiculous names like Nachtgeboren, Bloothoofd,
That
Piepjes,
is
whatever.
so awesome though.
And they think it will be repealed and turned back to what it used to be, so patronymics and traits.
So they
and
only
whatever.
did it because they have a sense of humor, and they're like, it'd be funny. There's not like.
Not necessarily humor, but
Oh.
just because they want to defy the law by some
Mm.
means, because they simply don't agree with it. But when then we become autonomous again, that law stays, as well as a lot of other improvements that the French have made. Yeah.
But didn't that not, when it solidified, didn't people not freak out and want to change their names? They're like, oh wait, now that we're actually stuck with it, this isn't what
That
we.
has always been an option. It's just been a
Okay.
paper trail to. Like, Dutch bureaucracy is a thing that isn't new by any means.
I see.
And there's also a fee attached to it for most of history.
Oh, wow.
And a lot of the poorer people can often not pay things like that. So they're more occupied with paying for things like food, to where a name change is just a luxury. And to their friends, they're still just known by their first name anyways. No one cares that your last name is born naked.
Even though, like, that's a normal thing, and I guess people are used to it, does it ever give a reason for, like, bullying when kids are young and, like, in school? Do people get bullied over their last names? If they're, like, so,
Oh,
okay.
definitely. But
Yeah.
kids are just rude in general.
Yeah, that's true. I was gonna say that. It's like, you can be, like, the
There
coolest
was a
person
guy
ever and still get
in my
bullied.
primary school. He came from someplace in Africa, and his first name was Zeku, which translates to sea cow. So he did not have a very fortunate upbringing.
Aw. But it's just coincidence, right? It was like an African name, but
Yeah.
I see.
it's
And in
coincidence,
Dutch, it
but
sounds like
yeah.
that.
Okay, the present tense.
Yes.
It's basically just all the verbs without en after it. Or no, that's not the right way to say it. That's when you use ik.
Yeah, that's only an I.
I don't know. It's just the present tense. I don't know what more to say about it.
Do you want to give an audio demonstration of these, just like you read the dialogue?
Okay, I'll
Or
do the
anyone.
first row.
Okay.
So
Do you want to do
starting
the
from
next
ik
one,
and-
Emma?
Sure.
I hope it doesn't bother you that I'm calling you by your user.
No, my actual first name is... So, very special that I just don't use it online. I can tell you the amount because there's 23 people in the entirety of the Netherlands that have my first name.
What? Whoa. So you're really
So
you're
you can
special.
probably understand why I'm not going by that name.
Yeah. How did your
Okay.
parents pick that name? Oh, sorry. It just made me think that. It's so cool, though. I wish I had a special
I don't-
name.
I don't mind telling you that history, but I don't know if you want to focus on that, on learning things in general.
You can always tell me another time if you want to,
Yeah.
though. But yeah, that's interesting. Sorry, go ahead,
Okay.
Casper.
Nou, ik ben Rutger. Ik heet Rutger. Ik werk voor een bank. Ik werk in Amsterdam. Ik werk in Haarlem. Ik heb een hond. Ik zoek een vrouw.
Ooh.
Funny way to pronounce bone, but okay.
What pronunciation did you not agree with?
Ik woon in Haarlem, as ik werk in Haarlem.
Oh, that's definitely not right. I probably got confused by the
Just being
first.
a little twat.
Oh, because it was all these other works. It would have happened to me if I was reading. Do you want to do the
Is this
deck
my
still,
cue to do the
Emma?
next one?
Yes, we get to hear yours. Yes, more
I'm
examples.
just waiting whether you're still talking about something or not. But yeah. Straight face.
Okay.
Ik wil een man. Ik vind respect belangrijk. Ik praat veel. Ik lach veel. Ik geniet van vakanties. Ik hou van dansen.
That's cool.
I feel like I should just go to the Netherlands and walk up to random people and say ik wil een man.
No. The standard pick-up phrase is mooie schoenen. Neuken.
Oeh.
I don't know what people you go around. I've never heard that.
What does it mean?
That's another meme from like 10 years ago or something. Sorry.
Oh,
What does
I'm
it mean?
probably too young for that then. He said,
Mm-hmm.
"Oh, you have nice shoes. Wanna have sex?"
It's also generally the first sentence that foreigners learn in the Netherlands is neuken in de keuken, just because it sounds funny.
No way.
You have different ideas about what to teach people when they come into the country.
Yeah, it may also just be a sign of the kind of people I go around with.
It's also very much a sign of the type of people I go around with.
Fair enough.
They would be what you describe in Dutch as preuts. I don't quite know if there's an English word with similar.
Prudish.
Sorry?
Prudish.
Oh yeah, prudish.
Oh.
That's
Wait, which word is that? What's the Dutch word? Was it in this?
preuts. It's not in here.
Oh, okay.
It's also quite a niche word, I'd say. It's not used very often.
Yeah. Well, prudish is like that in English. It's hardly used.
Yeah.
Yep. That's cool.
I mean, just leave it for me to use archaic terms in general. But yeah.
But it's almost your job, right? If you can't use archaic things, then you're
So
not reading it
Just-
out.
I think since 2017, I've been reading these kinds of documents, like in some capacity for work or study related things.
That's awesome.
It's really just affected my vocabulary in general.
Doesn't it
I
make you
don't
feel
think I
smart?
could go like 5 sentences without writing a word like desondanks, desalniettemin, whatever.
Wow.
I mean,
You don't.
mathematicians are also pretty archaic on that front.
Still using the same bloody 10 numbers.
Oh, not
Creative.
not numbers, but terms like dan en slechts dan als. It's only used in mathematics, and it sounds not very modern.
What does it mean?
If and only if.
If and only if. Ooh.
I'm thinking if there's a better example. There's also just moments where they just start using Latin, like you're reading a proof and you're saying, "A
Oh.
fortiori, we can conclude that."
Oh wait,
Like
this
that
happens.
one.
This happens in English too, all the time in academic texts. Like they'll be like, what you said, like a priori, and I obviously I don't pronounce the Latin right, but it just like they just drop that stuff, and
Have you
sometimes I have
ever
to look it up.
talked to like a garden designer or something?
A garden designer?
Yeah. They only use Latin names for plants.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Oh, yeah.
To be fair, we
I mean,
already use a lot of Latin names in Dutch for plants. But yeah, no. It's
I've
just-
worked with a gardener, but that was more.
I've studied spatial design for a year, so I know
Yeah.
I know some of them, but yeah. I
Wait,
prefer
Wayne, did you
some
hear
of
that?
them.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Or what?
Emma says he studies spatial design too.
I studied for a year, and then I dropped
wow.
out of the study in general. But yeah,
That just surprised me. 'Cause I remember I was talking to Wind in the past about like architecture in the Netherlands and how interesting, like how efficient the cities are designed and stuff.
yeah. So the kind of design that I studied was more was garden landscapes.
Oh, okay.
So it's more like plazas. Like that's the most public space kind of thing that you'll get, like plazas, parks, that kind of stuff.
Wow,
But in general, it's more gardens. Yeah.
that's cool. Do you like gardening, or are you interested in plants? Is
I mean,
Just in-
the only part
other than
about
the
it that I
design.
don't like is pollen, but yeah.
okay.
Actually, I was getting a plant before this. You were not here, Emma.
He
so I had
was
to buy
getting a plant. He's like, I need to go and get a plant, and then because I said I was gonna stream, he had to rush to get the plant. So I'm sorry about that.
So I completely rushed 30 kilometers per hour on my bike going to the gardening center. Turns out gardening center is huge. I don't know if you've ever been to an intratuin, but
Yep. A few weeks ago.
it's gigantic. And I'd
Yeah.
never been there, so I was just struggling to find. I specifically needed a cactus. I was struggling to find it. And
Intratuin works a bit like an IKEA in that you have all sorts of shortcuts, but you need to visit like 7 times before you know where the shortcuts are.
Yeah, I had no clue. I walked
Yeah.
through every part of the shop, but I should go back there sometime to just take a proper look at it because it was a really fun shop to walk around in and see all the cool plants.
Oh, that's awesome.
Also,
I've
there's
actually been
a
looking for like garden ornaments myself, and like the garden ornaments that they have is like the most. I would almost describe them as talky, but talky is more like a personality trait than anything else.
I think for Toki, I should just look up a picture to describe what it means.
Yes, I want to see. Is it a type of
it's
plant?
antisocial in a way.
Oh, wait, it
People that
sounds
are
like the
most
exact
into-
opposite. It sounds like
Well,
talk.
There are people that are mostly like into their own circles, and they don't really converse with people outside of that.
Ah,
They're very much in their own bubble and believe everything that's said within that bubble.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a good description. I've supplied a picture in the Discord.
Oh, cool. Oh, okay. This is like what people imagine when you say it. I see. Aha.
They're
Well,
also
thank
the
you,
kind of
whoever
people
followed.
that will vote more reactionary and be more reactionary in general.
Uh-huh.
And I mean, what's the decent way of saying this? They're not from academic levels. Let's put it that way.
Okay. I see.
I'm not saying they're dumb by any means because they're
They-
not. They just have a different skill set.
Yeah. I know what you mean. I'm trying to... I mean,
I don't think that's rude in any way.
the
That's
old...
just-
I think the old word for this, and this is an archaic usage of the word, because nowadays when we use the word, we don't use it like this anymore, but vulgar used to mean, like, of the common people, kind of, like, not academic, just, like, people talking, like, normal stuff. I think it's not used like that anymore. But there has to be, like, another word in English for that, but my English is not working right now, so...
I mean, there's plebish, but that's very much out of like a superior point of view.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's also archaic. Not as not terribly archaic, but especially in Dutch, I don't think the
Its meaning
majority of
hasn't
the
altered
population.
that much, but yeah.
Oh,
I don't think the
your word
majority
is
of the
archaic,
population
kind of?
knows what it means.
I see.
No.
Oh.
That's fair.
That's cool. You said it was like talky?
Talkie.
Talkie, yeah. It's after a TV. Well, it's a TV series, I think, that followed like this specific family called the Talkies.
Oh, that's why.
So
Okay.
their surname was Talkie, and it's since become like the go-to phrase to call
For
people
that.
that fits into that bracket.
That's cool.
I know Flanders has a different term for it, but they have different terms for a lot of things. I just forget what the term is.
I honestly don't know it so well. I don't really go around people who use the word talkie.
Fair enough.
At some point, someone introduced me to the word burgerrups. I don't know if you're familiar with the term.
Trein?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So,
A citizen caterpillar.
Citizen caterpillar. What could that
That's
be?
a train.
A train?
incredibly
Yeah.
elitarian.
Yeah.
That's
It's very
awesome.
much for people that just drive their massive SUVs across town and hit like 7 grannies on the way home.
Hit 7 what?
Grannies.
Oh!
That's me projecting a kind of view, but yeah.
That's violence?
I mean, a bonus point is a bonus point, right?
Okay.
If they put a point on your driving license for hitting a person or a pedestrian, a bicyclist or whatever, then surely it's a good thing, because it's a score.
Oh my god.
Disclaimer, I have never been in a collision, but okay.
That's good. Yay.
I've
And I
never
don't
driven
swerve
a
out of
car.
my way just to hit bicyclists.
I'm actually jealous that you can live there, I think, in a lot of places, right? And you don't actually have to have a car. That's unfair. I want-
Depends very much on where you live. Where I live, I don't need it, but maybe Emma needs it more.
No, I still live in like a middle-sized city, so
Oh, that's good.
I don't necessarily need it. My neighborhood in general is also from after like 80s regulations, so it has amenities for cyclists as well, pedestrians in general.
That's good.
So
I probably live in one of the best parts of town to cycle because you have completely separated bike paths from the.
Phoenix!
Oh.
No?
It reminds me, last time I went driving, there were like 4 cars cruising in the bike lane. That's just what it's like where I live. It's horrible.
I mean, that's
And
just
sad.
a general description of Amsterdam in general.
Oh.
I mean, to be fair, cars are allowed on the separated bike lanes here, but it is sort of a boulevard system where there's one big road for higher speeds in the center, and then you go onto the bike paths to park your car.
Grensweg?
I don't know what Grensweg specifically would be, but
No, Ventweg. Oh, Grensweg.
Vent-
Depends.
yeah, exactly. I did not know the term for it, but that's the idea.
Yeah. It's like a parallel running slower speed lane, essentially. Or street.
Oh, interesting.
Because it's bi-directional most times.
Over
Yeah,
here.
well, it's not precisely like the Ventweg you see on the Wikipedia, but it's the idea.
Well, the Ventweg is a thing outside of like the urban fabric. It's more so in the countryside that you see it.
Oh no, this is like city center basically.
Oh, okay. Parallelbaan.
Yeah.
We're just Dutching over here, don't mind us.
No, it's interesting. You're on topic. Isn't that what the stream is? It's Dutch. And you are Dutching. Yeah. It's not legal to drive in the bike lanes here, but people do it anyway. Which is just sad. And people who drive motorcycles are constantly, like, doing wheelies and stuff. Like, actually.
I mean, it's not like our division of roads is perfect either.
No, we have 13-year-olds on fat bikes who are coming to get you.
I speak about hitting elderly persons.
Oh,
but
you
they
did.
make it into a sport, essentially.
Yeah. Also, there's this sort of harmful culture here that no one wants to wear a helmet, which
Oh.
maybe is excusable for normal bicycles, but when you're elderly and riding an e-bike going 25 kilometers per hour and you
that's-
can't control yourself, it's probably wise to wear a helmet.
That kind of surprises
Yeah.
me. I don't know. I thought people would be like extra safe or something.
No,
Oh, no.
it
Sure.
stems from like most people just cycling from an early age on throughout all of their life, and they get like a sense of superiority in some way.
Oh, wow.
I think that's the best way to describe it. Not
Yeah,
necessarily because they think they're better than anyone else. It's because they overestimate their own capabilities.
Mhm.
Anecdotal evidence, for example,
Yeah.
my grandmother has no sense of balance, but she doesn't want to ride like a tricycle, like an adult tricycle,
Yeah.
which would prevent her from tipping over or whatever, because she thinks she doesn't need it.
Yeah.
yeah.
And she thinks that she very much can keep a bike straight, but she can't.
So like
She really can't.
people are kind of like fiercely independent, so much so that they're like they're stubborn. I guess.
They know of the alternatives that would make their life better, but they don't think necessarily that. How do I put this? They see the alternatives as being limiting in their freedom to move
Yeah.
or to do what they want.
Also, one of the facts I learned about the Netherlands. Apparently, we have the 4th highest rate in skin cancer worldwide
What?
because we have
Yes.
this.
Do you have
We
like
have a very unhealthy tanning culture.
oh? Do you get a lot of sun too?
Well, not
It's
We're just
necessarily.
in
down
normal
today, so no.
Oh.
People just go to Spain and sit there all summer and then come back and oh no, we're all tan now.
And you
Or
don't
actually-
use like sunscreen, I guess, just so you don't wear helmets, maybe.
Depends a bit on
Okay.
who you ask, but I think most people do not active. Yeah, it's about 50-50, I think, between active sunscreen users and no sunscreen at all.
Oh.
It's also kind of that within the Netherlands, the sun is a bit betraying because many times it's just overcast and you don't necessarily see the sun.
Yeah.
But it being overcast doesn't mean that there isn't a high UV emission.
It's true. I remember learning that when I was young. Like, just because it's overcast doesn't mean you're getting the
Yeah. And
yeah a
people
lot
very
of
much
UV
think that only if they
exposure.
can see the sun can they get burned.
Honestly, the only times I ever got sunburned, it was overcast. It was days that were overcast. There was more sun on those days.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy.
I mean, I got sunburned recently, but I had diligently put on sunscreen.
You did
I
your
just
part.
forgot one thing: my head. The sun burned my head. I have lots of hair. I never burned my head, but I just was out the
Aw.
entire day, and it was very, very warm and lots of sun, and it just completely, like it was very bad.
Ow.
So from that, I learned to wear a hat, and it's very, very, very sunny. I still need to go out to find a nice hat which doesn't look stupid when I wear it.
So. Are we going hat shopping sometime?
Oh.
Actually, my local Intertown does have hats. I know that much.
I'm not sure if the Intratown is the high hat vibe I'm looking
No,
for.
no, it isn't. It isn't.
I wouldn't even know where to shop for hats.
Jamie_TGJ says, does sun burn her bad? I've never got it, so I'm curious.
It can. Sometimes it doesn't hurt that much, but it depends on how severely, like, you get sunburned.
It
can
itched
really
a lot
hurt,
for
though.
me. At least my head was just itchy the entire time. It was horrible.
It depends on how badly you get sunburned. Like
That's
if it's just
because
the top
chips.
skin that gets affected, it's just mildly annoying because it's kind of like a mild rash. That didn't sound very British of me at all. Yeah.
Did you just say that didn't sound very British of me?
Yeah.
British.
Because my accent is mostly British.
Oh, Oh, that's cool. Wait, do
I mean,
people generally speak more British in the Netherlands when they speak English, or prefer more American style?
So the kind of English that you're taught
Mm-hmm.
depends on the kind of high school that you go to, not
Oh.
necessarily by level or like what kind of religion it's tied to or whatever. It's mostly just that it's by high school it's different.
I think
My-
most high
what-
schools go British English, but
What my high school used to do, and what I think most high schools do, is they let the student decide on their own whether they want to use
That's cool.
British English or
yeah,
American English. But also in many cases you have teachers like mine who just know American English, and anything that they don't recognize as being American English they automatically think is wrong.
Wow.
Yeah.
I had to do a CAE exam, which is the Cambridge English exam. So I have been taught English
Blowy
in the
Chip
British
says
way,
Jay.
but also someone is calling you out, Jay.
Well, oh, I
Yeah.
said to them, I said to them just because,
Oh,
but maybe they didn't hear me.
I see.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I don't think I speak British very convincingly. My accent is some weird hybrid of different things.
Most people's is.
Hmm.
Like I've been speaking English since before I ever had it in like elementary or secondary. So my accent has evolved like separately from others.
Blowy Chip
and I've
says I
always
like
been
saying the
short,
name
so-
Jay.
Ow.
Glitch Cat.
That's funny, Jamie.
Stuck in
Yeah,
this.
I mean, Casper, I think we're mostly the same age, or roughly the same age. But most people that I know that I've grown up with speak American English, just because that culture is more prominent.
Hmm.
From what I've gathered, I'm probably a few years younger. I'm 19, so I just started university.
You're 6 years younger, yeah,
Yeah.
Hmm.
which isn't a lot of difference, but it's some difference.
It's significant enough that yeah, it's a significant enough difference that we would probably not be friends in an ordinary situation.
Or I was thinking significant enough difference that you didn't recognize his pickup line. Maybe.
Yeah.
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 That's awesome.
Yeah, because that was like
Yes.
a meme when I was at the end of my high school time, so that would have been 2016, 17.
Yeah, so I would have been just out of elementary school at that point.
Aww.
Yeah, fair enough.
That was like the pineapple pen time.
Yeah.
The pineapple pen time? No, you bring me back. Oh god.
Jij komt hier en jij praat dan zo tegen mij. You at least know that one?
Yeah, I've heard that.
Okay. Okay, cool.
Like this summer, I met just the nicest guy from Suriname, for work. He was he guided me, taught me all the things. He was so nice. But they have
Pretty
the
laid back
funny
people in
accent.
general, so.
Jamie_TGJ says how similar are Dutch Caribbean accents to Dutch from the Netherlands?
I didn't know Dutch was spoken in the Caribbean.
Yeah, we have a few islands left in
Oh.
yeah, the Caribbean, and they have I think you have Papiamento, which is one language there, and then there's Dutch, which we brought over and imposed on them basically.
Oh.
How similar they are, pretty similar. Like I think it's more interesting to think about Afrikaans, which is basically just a language which was derived from Dutch.
Jamie_TGJ
And
says yeah they speak that in Bonaire, Aruba and Curacao, Papiamento and Dutch.
Yeah, exactly. But like the Dutch you have in South Africa, it's not Dutch in South Africa, but the Afrikaans from South Africa is sort of mutually intelligible, but not quite. It's very interesting.
Yeah, but Afrikaans in general has been derived from pre-Napoleon Dutch, after which they more or less cut off ties. Well, there's a whole history in and of itself.
Jamie underscore TGJ says, I've heard someone call Afrikaans baby Dutch LOL.
I'm not sure if baby Dutch is the right way to
I
say
know
it.
South Africans that would pick a fight with you over that, but sure.
Yeah. This was I was in Trieste in Italy in some hostel, and just this guy from South Africa comes up to me and was like, yeah, I think I can recognize the way you're speaking. And he started rambling on in Afrikaans, which I half understood, half didn't understand. And he was also very drunk, so you're just kind of sitting there and listening to this guy ramble on.
That's not gonna help, no.
Jamie underscore TGJ says, yeah, it's crazy to say, but I saw an interview and a guy was talking shit about South Africa and I never forgot it.
Do we want to continue the intensive Dutch course?
Oh, I'm down.
I think it's progressively becoming less intensive.
Yeah, I think. I mean, in general, it's just how intense you make it yourself.
Wait, how so? How so? When?
I think the point was that we're not working through it very quickly.
Oh, okay, that was it. I see.
It doesn't help that there's two Dutch people here now.
Yeah.
We
No,
just go off on tangents.
We've been rambling a lot just amongst ourselves.
It's alright.
I think you guys are the only ones who actually understand what's going on.
That's actually a fair assessment. They want insider information.
You can try coming up with some weird lore from your US states and then talk to Wind about it, who doesn't understand the lore from the US state but can nod along.
I don't know, I've never been to Arizona before, but my image of it is like a place where humans should not have built a city.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like,
Yeah,
that
that's
sounds
how I think.
about right.
I just think the name is very applicable. It's an arid zone, yeah?
What?
I'll show myself out.
I mean, it's an arid zone, you know, so I don't actually know where the name Arizona comes from. But
Thank you for repeating the joke, yeah.
oh, wait, that's what you meant? Oh, I didn't. Sorry.
Yeah, that's what he meant.
Oh, well, so that just means we're on the same page because we, you know, it makes sense. But
Let's look up the etymology of Arizona.
I mean, it wouldn't be surprising to me if it's based off of like some like native tribes. Because there's a lot of Native Americans who were here first, and there were a lot of like a lot of things are named
Jamie
after.
underscore TGJ says it's a Native
tribes.
American language
Yeah,
word,
the
I
state's
think.
name
See,
appears
it
to
wouldn't
originate
surprise
from
me.
an earlier Spanish name, which was derived from the O-Otham name Ali Sonak, meaning small spring.
Bless you.
So I think O-Otham was a tribe.
Ah, see, doesn't surprise me. See, I just made a guess. Made a good guess.
But then it would be named after the spring. I think at some point I saw a video of a guy who visited every Margaritaville in the country, and I believe there was one in Arizona. I'm not entirely sure.
I don't think there are anymore. My parents used to like to go to that spot. I mean, not that location, but just whenever there were Margaritavilles, like in tourist locations in other states and stuff where they were traveling, they would always go. I hated it because it's too tacky, but whatever.
Yeah, there is one in Arizona. I remembered that correctly. It always
Yeah.
surprises me a bit how large the United States actually is. Like, I think the Netherlands is way smaller than even Arizona.
It's a good thing. I prefer to be in a smaller country. You guys are all lucky you get to live in smaller countries.
To be fair, I've been told the polar opposite of that sentiment like a week ago. by
Jamie
another
underscore
person.
TGJ says USA eagle eagle eagle.
Ugh.
Eagle.
Yeah, why measure things in meters when you can just use the most useless unit you have ever come up with?
It reminds me when you're talking about Celsius, about burning your hands in Celsius. I'm like, Celsius.
To be fair, we've had worse. Again, this is Dutch history.
Oh,
But like,
But
Jamie underscore TGJ says who is Celsius?
exactly. Who
like,
is Celsius?
okay, think about it. If you were to make a unit of temperature, isn't it logical to say, okay, we just start 0 at the point where water freezes, and we put 100 where water boils?
That's exactly what Win told me when we talked about Celsius a long time ago. It's like, it's just logical to use water. I mean, it is logical, but it's just like
You know,
it's
what
just
grown
it's,
up using is what is most logical to you. So
you know,
Yeah.
Celsius himself had
It-
the scale backwards. So he actually set 0 as the boiling point of water and 100 as the freezing.
Oh,
point. And
I didn't even realize he said that. But see, it's all the same to
Oh,
me.
yeah, wait, that actually makes
Yeah.
sense. LMAO.
Oh wait, oh wait, so 0 would be wait. What's happening? What? I'm like,
But like, come on, Fahrenheit. 33 degrees Celsius is where water freezes? What? I don't even know where
Yes.
it boils. Probably around 200 or something.
the only thing I know is 70 is like feels okay. 100 is hot. 60 is kind of cold. I mean, it's cold. 50 is like very cold.
I mean, my Fahrenheit is on point. The boiling point of water is 212 Fahrenheit.
Jamie underscore TGJ says water boils 212.
I mean, I sort of got a bit more familiar with Fahrenheit as you just occasionally see it in like the temperature outside is 30 Celsius and that is this in Fahrenheit, and then you kind of get a mental image of how the scale goes.
yeah, very roughly, like 100, I think, is like a day.
Wait, is the degree between each of the units like 1 degree in Fahrenheit? Is it equivalent to? I mean, like the space in between each unit, is it equivalent to Celsius? So like go up a degree in
No.
Celsius is the same as going up 1 in Fahrenheit. Okay.
no.
This
It's
big thing
some
is,
weird-
it's 1.8, degrees Fahrenheit change is 1 degree Celsius.
Oh. Oh, so
But
Celsius
it's-
gives you more freedom too to like have more, express more without going into like decimals than Fahrenheit, I guess.
No, it's the opposite actually.
Oh.
Because
All the way around.
the gradations of Fahrenheit.
Or more?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So Fahrenheit's better then, because you just get more options without going into decimals.
Is
What
it
kind of
like
noise
0
is-
and 100 in Fahrenheit also just based on entirely random shit? I mean, that's
Yeah.
probably not
Jamie
really-
What?
underscore
What?
TGJ
it's
says
not
yes,
something
sir.
very useful in everyday life.
I think when I was reading about the history of like the development of thermometers or something, I don't know if I'm getting it right, but I think like a 1 degree change in Fahrenheit was corresponding to like was it maybe 1 in 10,000 like expansion or something of the mercury.
That's probably how it's scientifically noted, but yeah.
So
Oh,
I think like Fahrenheit himself was actually like a really he was well known as a very good
Mr. Fahrenheit was a guy?
yeah.
He
no,
named
no
it
one
after
named after
himself?
They're all named after people. Kelvin as well.
Celsius was a dude
Yeah.
too. Well, you know what? I think to determine what's the better unit, we just need to revive Mr. Fahrenheit and revive Mr. Celsius. Have them fight to the death. You know, no weapons, just like a fist fight to the death, and then that's the better.
They can fight. They can have like a sword fight.
They
from
literally go to
You know what? Yeah. And then fair and square will decide what's the superior unit. That's what you get if you name a scale after yourself. You have to defend its honor.
What kind of annoys me though is that sometimes I occasionally hear people say things like, "Oh, it's 20 degrees Celsius, therefore it's twice as hot as 10 degrees Celsius." But I'm like, that's not how it works.
See, it's too confusing. That's what I mean. That's not intuitive. And also,
Jamie_TGJ says, wait, I just thought about it. Why doesn't Germany use Fahrenheit when it was made by a German guy?
Because
was Fahrenheit the
ironically,
German
because
version?
I think so, or at least in a then German-speaking region. I don't know if it's actually like current-day Germany.
Because I vaguely remember, this may be total bullshit, but I vaguely remember that France used it, and then due to the revolution in America, America also started using it. But then at some point France admitted, oh no, this is shit, we'll move to whatever the other guy invented, and America was stubborn. That's my vague mental image of how it went.
It's also
not
just
sure
distant. It's also a story of like distance and colonialism. It's because
Yeah.
the US was independent and pretty much just did its own thing in general, either to be stubborn or because it was rightfully like believing that its own system was better. But yeah,
the one system that really, really makes sense as a good system is the metric system. What I don't think Celsius isn't part of that though, is it?
it is.
Crap. Well, not that part. Scratch Celsius, but keep the like meters and stuff. Those are good. Those are very logical. Because I'm always having to look up the imperial units, like, oh, how many blah 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 are in a blah blah blah, because they're just not easy to remember. How many quarts are in blah blah blah? And,
I mean,
the beautiful thing about mathematics is you don't use units at all anymore. You just disregard numbers. You just talk about letters.
I can make you feel like slightly better about miles and yards and whatever. Because Casper, I don't know if you know like the system we had before the French came along.
No.
I have a vague idea, but probably not nearly as good as you do.
Okay, so our concept of distances was either based on the amount of time it took you to walk that distance, or it was based on like a set distance that I don't know even what it was based on, but per region it was different, whereas it all had the same name. So unit conversion between regions was already difficult. And on top of that, after the metric system came in, we adapted those terms to fit like the nearest description within the metric system, and then used that for another 50 years. Which is also why we still use things like old terms like that for describing how much cheese you're buying.
Oh.
It's just it's stupid.
So I have the issue. I have no clue what a pond is.
I believe it's half a kilo.
Yeah.
Wait,
but
you mean like pound? That?
Yeah, pound.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's
That's
just
what
the Dutch
it's
version
the
of
same
pound, but it's
Oh, I see. But it's the same amount, right?
no.
Oh.
No.
Okay.
No. Because again, we had about 8 or 9 different
Oh.
pounds across all of the Netherlands.
Oh noes. Okay.
And then some of the smaller regions also used foreign measures, so that's regions of Germany, like their system, and within a certain region, you could have like your weights were German inspired, your distances were based on what Amsterdam uses, all sorts of weird combinations of shit.
Wow.
It's lovely.
This reminds me how in Japan they have all kinds of. They have their own so many weird units. Like
Oh yes.
measuring things in tatami mats. Like how many tatami mats area is this room, and it gets crazy. How many like weird rice scoops and stuff, and I don't even know. It just gets weird.
So like the way that people measure area in rooms in Japan is like 1 jo, and one jo is about I think 1.6 square meters or something. And like the definition of the jo actually like comes from the size of the tatami mat. But the thing is, like, depending on where you are, like in Japan, the actual dimensions of the tatami mat is different. So like the jo doesn't actually line up with the real size of the tatami mats people use.
Yeah.
Very confusing.
So it's a very different, or very much the same kind of origin as we have
Yes.
with our
Insanity. Aren't you excited to learn all this too in Dutch, Win? Because you already learned it in Japanese. Now you get to learn all the weird Dutch units. Yay!
There aren't
We don't
actually
use them.
many.
You don't need to remember them.
Oh,
Fair.
okay.
I mean,
I'm just here to
maybe
give context.
maybe you need like the hectare and the are and the like 1,000 kilograms. I don't remember.
Wait, that sounds cool. That sounds like it'd be a cool name.
I think they use hectare and air in Japan too, but
Yeah, they're a metric system. Yeah.
But I think 1,000 kilograms just called it ton in Japanese. But yeah, is it the same in Dutch or?
It's a ton, yes.
A ton. Ah, yes. I couldn't come
Oh.
up with the word.
That's what you
Ironically,
said.
a ton is also 100,000 euros.
Oh really?
Don't ask me
Yeah.
why, I don't know.
That's interesting.
But the American ton is actually different. The American ton is like 2,000 pounds, I think, which is only about like 900 kilograms.
Based on
Jamie
American-
_TGJ
Yeah.
says yeah it is.
No, I don't think I'll like the closest I'm coming to a ton right now is in studieschuld, but
You
that's
and
an
me both.
exaggeration.
You and me both.
Studieschuld is student debt.
Oh.
But once I get a chance to study and review all the things we looked at, then the next time, if you guys are around, the next time we end up talking, I challenge you, Win, to a contest of rereading the paragraph with the man, woman, and see who can do it better. Without having Casper model for us. So just by ourselves, and then he can be the judge, and Emma if Emma's around.
I was also wondering if you'd be interested. I can go to the library and check out some of the like Japanese Dutch books.
Yes,
And
I
We
would.
can try reading them.
Yes, and we can
Yeah,
do
I'm wondering about that. Like,
dual
do you
study.
still have
we can learn.
a lot of that in Japan?
There are like a surprising amount of books on Dutch in the library. So, like, I
Wow.
was kind of surprised. But yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah, like, correct me if I'm wrong, because like Japan used to be in like international isolation for like 250 odd years or something. And during that time, the Dutch Republic was the only country in the entire world that was allowed to trade with Japan. We had like one trading post on
Aw.
like near Nagasaki, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
So
There
a
are
lot
a-
of the things that Japanese people at the time knew about the world outside of them came from us, and very much also with the political bearing that we gave them.
Wait,
there are
do you-
a lot of like Japanese words that come from
That's what I was just gonna
Dutch.
ask you. Win. What?
Yeah.
Can you think of any loanwords that? Because I remember there were a few, but I forgot them.
There's a big video
That were
page
marked.
about
They
them, I
were
know
marked
that
as
much.
loanwords from Dutch and Japanese. It was really cool.
I think one word that I know is like orugoru, which is like a musical box or something. I don't know what
Ooh.
a Dutch word.
Wait, I have an
No.
idea too. It made me think of something. Wait, how about this one? Say the word that you showed Casper earlier. But don't tell Emma what it is, and just read the katakana and have Emma guess what word. Yeah, read the katakana pronunciation, and then Emma has to guess the Dutch word. That could be fun.
Yakamot03 says.
Oh, but wait, let me find it.
Rando saru kasutera. What is happening, Jakob? What are you saying?
I'll read it. It says, hey, 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 Phil.
Can you guess what Dutch word that is, Emma? That's
I haven't a bloody clue.
No, I can't decipher it either.
I guess you got home the answer for that one.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correctly, but it says hex. Yeah, and that's how they transcribed it. But, GEHECHT, they transcribed it as Phil.
Awesome.
Yakamot03 says we have lots of Dutch loan words
Give
in
us some.
Japanese.
You gave us some. Like you said,
I just linked it
Rando
also with
saru
Japanese words of Dutch origin.
kasutera.
I think a lot of them
Those
have been replaced as well.
I think Yakumo sent a few of the Dutch loan words that are in Japanese right now. I'm guessing. Let me look those up.
So I need someone to read it out.
Yes.
Oh, we got you covered. Wait, no, don't.
I feel like Garasu is used quite often.
Yeah, he did. So here's what he has for the Dutch loan words. Rando seru, which is supposed to be like, I don't know what the Dutch is. Ransel in Dutch. But in Japanese, rando seru for like a backpack. Kasutera.
Okay, that's an archaic term in Dutch then.
Oh. Castera for like a sponge cake. And Yuku. Isn't that supposed to be
But also,
rucksack?
yeah, okay, that comes from Low German.
Oh.
So
The
yeah.
archaeologist here is.
No,
Oh,
you're right.
Yuku should also be
I'll
German.
be entirely honest in this.
Oh,
It's a
okay.
PFA job. I just looked for backpacks. With Ansel, yeah.
But okay.
But this is also why a lot of different languages in general refer to the Netherlands as Holland. It's because
Yeah, why do they do that?
until the French came along, we didn't have like a national unity of sorts. We were just an allocated bunch of nations, roughly,
Really?
that decided together that they didn't want to be under the Spanish king anymore. So they just said like, okay, we'll just be a nation ourselves.
Yakamot03 says mixed with Portuguese.
But they still retained a lot of like the local traditions and rules as well. And it's not until the Kingdom of Holland gets established, which is in 1806.
And when you say
I believe.
kingdom, do you mean like a place ruled by a king? Like you were doing like royalty and oh wow.
Yeah,
We still have a king.
You have a king?
yeah, we were a republic for most of our existence, and we didn't really have a king of any kind of capacity. The closest we had was the stadtholder, who was just our military leader. It's kind of, yeah. That over
The
time
way you
became
describe it makes the Netherlands sound like a sort of military junta.
Well, yes and no. It's more or less like a the way it worked was you had this post in Dutch politics, which was just an overseer of the army, in the same way that you may have like a minister of defense, for example, nowadays. But they were in charge of running the army. But that post over time became hereditary because it just became affiliated with William the Silent originally, and then his offspring. But after the French left, we were created as a new nation once again, with Belgium and Luxembourg in it as well. And they wanted a head of state because what the leaders at the Congress of Vienna decided was that monarchy is the ultimate form of state. So we needed a king, and the closest they had was the former stadtholder, so they invited him back to become king of the Kingdom of the Netherlands.
Wow. So
And
you
it's-
made your own you made
It
a
was created
title.
for us.
Yeah. That's so interesting. How long ago was
And it
that when that happened?
1815 is when that was established.
That's not that long ago.
It's
I've
210
posted 2
years
pictures of
ago.
our
The
king
US is
in the
older than it.
Discord.
But our first king was 1806.
See.
But again, it was a Corsican. So not anywhere near from near us, essentially.
I mean, is the king like highly respected in the same way, and like things and stuff show up about them, like in the newspaper, and like in Britain how there's all the royal drama and it's covered a lot by tabloids and stuff. Does that
We
thing?
we
something
don't
on?
obsess over them in the way
Okay.
that the British do.
Okay.
No. I think
I mean,
he's
It also depends on who you ask, to be fair.
Yeah, I think he's not in the most stable spot. Like, the entire monarchy is a bit in a precarious position. Like,
Oh.
there aren't plans to get it away, but it's also not very popular.
Yeah, and with people the age of me and Casper, in
Oh, cool! I
general,
just saw the pictures you sent.
Republicanism is on the rise. So
Yeah,
that's
he
not
did tell
like
me that.
US republicanism. That's just the concept of not having a monarchical head of state.
Oh,
US
okay,
version.
I see.
The US
That
version
one.
of republicanism is also sort of coming up. Less so, but also.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah.
This cape is pretty awesome that he's
Let's
wearing.
not dwell on that too much.
If I wore that, I'd feel very royal.
I mean, do you have any clue about Dutch politics? Because it's
No.
so different from American.
Oh,
We-
not
we-
at all.
I won't go into too much detail, but just one picture from our Senate is quite telling.
Okay, is it gonna be people like in a fist fight? We'll see.
No,
Okay.
just like the distribution of seats.
Oh my god, there's some.
It's
They-
a rainbow.
Yeah,
More or less, it's a rainbow.
Okay. Let's
like
see.
I've got it in the Discord now.
Yeah.
Oh wow, it is very It's rainbow.
So we now have 4 different parties working together to attempt to govern the country. Is probably the right way to put it.
Yeah.
Okay,
I mean,
they're.
I'm
It's-
honestly not even sure that they are attempting.
Oh,
to do
this,
anything.
oh, but I was about to say, you took away the joy of because I was about to say, like, at least they're attempting, but then now you're saying, like, sad.
Yeah. The-
They have been working for 1 week, so let's maybe give them a bit of a break.
not even a week. They've been in power for essentially 2 days, and then they went on vacation.
Yeah.
So
How do I sign up for that career? Can foreigners
just
join?
start getting funded by the state of Russia.
Oh, okay. Hey, this is like the part that comes after what we just looked at. They finally talk about the N things with the verb.
Oh,
That's what you were mentioning. Like, that does show up next.
yes.
How do you say the word?
I love how you pinned the message, by the way, and now your on screen chat is just completely useless because it's only a pinned message.
Wait, what did I do? What happened?
Like
Oops.
the my chat thing at the bottom of your stream.
I didn't mean to pin that. Oh, okay. Now you're right. Everything's. It just. Thanks for pointing that out. I wouldn't. Sometimes I just end up. I accidentally pinned in the stream Twitch chat. Oh crap! I accidentally deleted it. I was trying to unpin it. I didn't mean to
Oh.
delete that. Sorry.
Oh, I saw it.
Yeah, it just said Yuko, like rucksack. I feel so bad now, but I know it's not a big deal.
I didn't know Yuku came from Dutch. I thought it was English, actually. But
I didn't know. Well, I knew it came from. It was rucksack, but I didn't know. Apparently, it's German. Rucksack is a German word or something, and it's a loan word in English too. I didn't know that either. Well, I didn't know that it was German.
I don't think that's used very commonly in English.
It's kind of outdated, but you can say it like, "Oh, yeah, I like your new rucksack," but then it sounds like you're 60 years old. That would be really weird. Yeah, you would sound
That
really
sounds
like an
that
old
anyway,
man.
so.
But it's used. It's used. Just if you're old.
I think like the German words that get used in English are like zeitgeist and
What is a
Jamie
zeitgeist?
underscore
Something
TGJ
with
says I only
Smurfs.
ever hear it in hiking contexts.
I see. Oh, I see. And in video games too. Like they usually use rucksack for the bag because it's fancier. Like if you're going on a grand quest, you know.
My rucksack full of Schadenfreude.
Aye.
What is that?
Schadenfreude is what we in Dutch call leedvermaak. The Germans will very much be happy to tell you that it's a German concept and only exists in the language of German. It doesn't. It also exists in Dutch.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, it is having joy in the misfortune of others.
Oh my god. That's actually so useful. I mean, a useful word. Why don't we have that word? Because it would just be so
use the
appropriate.
German word.
Oh.
It's I think Schadenfreude is used in English.
Yeah.
I've
Wow.
seen it before.
So fancy.
Another German word I see sometimes, not very often, is Ersatz.
Ersatz?
Yeah, like fake or something.
I haven't even seen that one in English either. That's so cool.
I don't think that we're talking about the same word there.
But how do you see this word that means it's translated as spirituality in the section? It's like
no, we are
slightly
talking about
below
something
all
else.
those
Oh,
sentences.
spiritualiteit.
Spirituality. Okay. Height.
It's a very interesting structure how they made this book.
Think so? Yeah. What are your
Like
thoughts so far on the structure?
They really go in deep very fast.
They just throw you in the water. They're like, time to learn Dutch. Just go in. It's just,
Why doesn't they use the image of someone swimming on page
Jamie
21?
underscore TGJ says because
They
it's
just throw you in the
intensive.
deep end.
yes, intensive. They said it's intensive, and they're like, we mean it.
Yeah.
A verb tells you what's happening in a sentence. The changes.
It's also telling that this book uses the word internet cafe, which is
Where did
Yeah,
they use that? Oh, did you
That
see it
has
later
late
on?
90s vibes.
page 7.
Okay, you went a little. Wait, let's see. What year was this published? Let's see. 2006.
2000.
Yeah, makes sense.
Okay.
It's about the timeline.
And no updated editions like this. They just published just one book, and then maybe it didn't make enough money. I don't know. I hope it did well. Only one of the verbs in a sentence changes to indicate person? Interesting. Wait, I'm trying to remember if it's only one verb in English that changes for person.
Yeah, I think it's also
One? Oh, I didn't even realize.
Yeah,
No, it's
I.
Isn't it?
I am going, you are going.
But the conjugated bit is just the.
Jamie underscore TGJ says do some Dutch verbs go at the end of
Oh, wait,
sentences
yeah,
like
fuck.
German?
yeah, I think it's the same as in German, Jamie.
Yeah.
Verbs at the end
Maybe
of
Swedish also.
sentences. Interesting. Oh, I also found it interesting when we were looking through the sentences how this is like when we would say is in English, it's dropped here in the Dutch version. They just have respect and they have important, but not is important, but just respect important. I think respect important.
I think respect is important. I find respect important.
Oh,
between
oh wow, you're right.
brackets.
We could do that in English. I find respect important. Or I find respect is important.
Well,
Wait, that's weird.
They give both the literal translation and
Mhm.
a more loose translation, and that's why is in brackets in the English one, because it's used in one form but not the other.
Yeah.
The construction with I find blah 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 to be is not very. It's used in English, but it's less common than.
I see. But that's a good point that you brought up, because I wouldn't have thought of that. Like, I just realized, like, we could say in English, well, you said, I find respect important, but you can't say, I think respect important. Like, you have to say is important when you have the verb think, but when you have the verb find, you can say is or not is, it doesn't matter.
Yep.
Wow. Irregularity.
I think what you'll find as well is that you can translate a lot of the Dutch sentences quite literally, and that they still make
Sense?
some sense.
Wow.
Not exact sounds, because the sentence structure is just different.
Yeah.
I mean, you could literally translate I think respect is important as ik denk dat respect belangrijk is. It's just that the word order changes, because you have I think respect is important. If you say ik denk dat respect is belangrijk, that's not correct, because the is and belangrijk need to be switched around.
Oh, okay. Because did you just say, like, verb at the end of the sentence?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
I see.
Is this like the V2 or something? I read about some Germanic languages do that. Oh. Like if there are multiple verbs, something, the first verb goes in the second position, like the second word of the sentence, and the other verb goes at the end.
Yeah, that's exactly how we do it.
I find it interesting they're referring to this paragraph, like, is the finite verb. So is there a non-finite verb? And what would that look like?
I don't know. Is there an countably infinite and an uncountably infinite verb?
Don't get me started on the different types of infinity.
Oh, what? Oh, look what you did! Look what you did! This is your fault, Lynn. Always comes at the second place in a sentence. Okay.
Don't look at me for the actual grammar, because...
What is this? I wonder what this means. Zook?
Zook. Another tip thing.
Zook on B.
My general approach with learning, honestly, any grammar is just I look at the language enough and eventually I do it right. I've never bothered to learn any rules.
Induction.
Zook on. And then how did you do this? What is it with the double E? Bouge? Beige?
It's AY is roughly what it is.
Anyway,
the equivalent.
It's hard. Beige. Beige.
So, if you go to the beach, it may be in a bay.
Mm-hmm.
That's your first part. Bay.
Bay. But it's throwing me off as you have that, like, but that's not read as A, even though it's double E, so that threw me off.
Yeah, the first one, again, is A, but it's not stressed.
Oh, that's why it does that, because it's not stressed.
What you'll see a lot as well, especially in my side of the country, is that people will write that instead as een beetje magie.
This was supposed to be a little magic?
They will just omit the entire double E in there, because they only pronounce the N anyways.
Oh, wow. They'll omit the double E, and then, but they still pronounce it? They just, when they're writing it, omit it? Or?
Well, again, it's not stressed, so you don't vocalize the double E anyways.
Oh! You mean that part, the part?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I see.
The only thing that you vocalize is the N, so they only write the N. But they put an apostrophe in front of it just to indicate that it's cut off.
Okay. That's cool. How common is that?
You also see a very similar thing in, like, proper Dutch speak, because this is very much informal writing. But
really?
Informal writing, you have it, for example, in 's morgens, which is the shorter form of des morgens, which means in the morning.
Oh, okay. That's
I'm
cool.
very
Over
glad
time-
that we got rid of that. The Germans still use
Yeah.
their weird system with naamvallen. I have no clue what it is in English.
I used to know, I don't remember the word either.
I wonder.
Infinitive, dative, whatever, that kind of stuff.
Oh, you mean the type that... Are you saying infinitive? Or-
No, they have
oh.
like die, das, der, and
Grammatical
den.
cases.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, no, we dropped that a long time ago, thankfully.
It's why I hated German in high school, because I didn't want to learn this. Oh, I copied the link and not the image. No, I
Rachel,
need
it's
this.
bad of you.
There. You needed to learn this table, and I just hated it.
Yeah.
30. Nice.
So,
This
based
is-
on the grammatical case that the sentence is in, you change the word that you use for the. Essentially, is what that is.
And
Yay.
you need to understand grammar to apply these rules. I did not understand the grammar. I had avoided understanding the grammar all my life, so this was
Let's
help.
see.
Well,
This looks
at least you were
painful.
taught it. I was never taught it.
Oh,
My
no.
German teacher also taught Latin, and during the hours that he taught Latin, which I didn't take in high school, he only talked about his German classes, and during the German classes he only talked about the Latin classes that he gave.
What
So,
the heck?
yeah.
He's seeing himself. That must have been infuriating.
He was a lovely guy, but
Oh.
he was not very effective as a teacher.
Yeah. Right. Was it an easy class at least? Like, did he make things
I
easy?
scored straight
teach
3s out of 10s, so yeah, no.
So
That's roughly a D.
I
think,
probably
in
would have
the
not
American
liked
system.
him because it's like if you're not going to teach your class effectively, you might as well make it easy to pass it, is to make up for
Yeah,
for it. You know, that's the least you can
teachers
do.
don't decide our curriculum. Our curriculum is decided by, well, a organization that the state has set up, so indirectly by
yeah.
the state.
Let me see.
But I also had the misfortune of having a lot of
Yeesh.
teachers that were just close to pensionable age, and so a lot of them just simply didn't care anymore.
That's sad, but that happens a lot. I feel like in education,
Yeah.
especially.
I failed a year of high school because of one of them, so that was lovely.
Aww. And now look at you. You're an archaeologist, and you're like, "Hey, I'm an archaeologist." What? You failed me, but it's just because you sucked. You're just you're a high school teacher. And I'm just
To be
saying,
fair, I
you could be like, look at me now.
I mean,
Mhm.
I could let you guess on what subjects I failed to fail the entire year, because out of the subjects that you can have up to 3 of them as an insufficient grade. But one of them for me was English.
Really?
Yeah.
Whoa.
But that was mostly down to me having learned English separate of like the schooling system, and so having a lot of pre-existing knowledge of English in general that didn't necessarily correspond to the phrases that our book or our teacher.
That
wants us
actually
to
makes
learn.
sense. It's like just because, for example, you can be completely fluent in English and still get a lot of questions wrong on a formal grammar test because you didn't
Yeah.
study the exact grammar and what this exactly is. Yeah, I can see it.
I just never learned for English tests in general. Just. But the most painful thing about that is that my goal was to just pass with like a barely sufficient mark, which is, I mean, kind of the culture for Dutch high schools in general. You don't excel, you just have a passing grade. So that was the goal, but then like a very simple, very low scoring test, which was like it only counted once, whereas like a proper test would count like either 3 or 5 times. Actually no, that's the weighting of the number, but whatever. The grade, but whatever. Yeah, no, it had a very low weight, but because I just got a 1 because the teacher was convinced that I didn't take the test at all, they just noted down a 1, and that's essentially just ruined my entire grade somehow.
That must have been infuriating.
Yeah, it would have been fine if that was just it, but like 2 weeks into the next year, so after I had already failed the year, the teacher came up to me in like the hallways very excitedly and just waving a piece of paper in the air and just coming over to me and telling me, "Look, I found your test again."
What?
The grade was a 10 out of 10. I would have passed if she had found it like before.
So after she found it, did she make a whole bunch of corrections and apologize and get on her knees and beg for your forgiveness?
She genuinely had just lost the paper and was convinced that I just didn't take it because, I don't know, she must have gaslit herself into thinking so.
That's horrible.
Yeah.
Like,
she was just looking at me with like this very high amount of like happiness and whatever, like, aren't you so happy that I found this thing again and now you can go on living your life in entire justice and whatever. I just looked her dead in the eyes, took the paper off of her.
Yeah, okay, as you should.
I was genuinely pissed.
You should be.
I was zoned out for a moment, so I missed the entire backstory there.
He had a teacher. I think the TLDR version is like he had a teacher that lost him one of his important tests, so she just assumed.
It wasn't important. It wasn't SO, which probably means something to Casper, but not to the rest of
yes,
you. It was a very low weight test.
Oh.
Written rehearsal.
Ooh.
Yeah. But it was. It had like a low weight in of itself, but my grade was just barely passing. Again, because I just didn't learn the grammar as it was in the book. I just went into tests quite blank. But yeah, I took that test. No, the original taking of the test, so with the entire class, I was sick that day, so I had to retake it, which I did with my mentor, which is a different teacher in and of itself. He then dropped off my test in her letterbox. She claimed she never got it, so she gave me the advantage of doubt and let me retake it again in front of her. And then she lost that test. And after that, she just started claiming that I had never taken a test, so she gave me the lowest mark that she could have gotten.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas the actual grade that I had was the highest grade that I could have gotten.
Yeah. At some point, I had a small feud with my CKV, which is cultural education teacher.
Yeah, cultural arts. Yeah.
Yeah. I did not like the subject very much. I thought it was not very useful. And I made that very clear to the teacher. Mm-hmm. So at some point she was kind of done with me. So it was like, after the lesson, we'll talk. I was like, okay, sure. And in that conversation, she called me elitist, arrogant, and just all-round despicable.
To your face? She actually said those things?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I was just
Wait, did she say this in English, or were you speaking? Did she say that in
that was a sort of a rough translation into English.
I see.
It was like egoistisch, arrogant, and elitair. Selfish is the word I was looking.
Self-centered, selfish.
Yeah. It was a combination of having to remember the actual words she told me and then also translating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I had to do a bunch of things I forgot I had to do, and now I did them while you were on this teacher tangent.
Fair enough.
No, we are going. I have an appointment with friends in 50 minutes ish.
Okay,
so then
got
you just kind of have a timeline.
Yeah, no problem.
You
You can
friends.
get off whenever. What? Dang it!
Yeah.
But yeah,
I do have a real life beyond this. which is not just sitting in a Discord voice call.
Really?
Surprisingly.
Really? And you're trying to flex with this? How is that even a flex?
It shouldn't be a flex.
Not a good flex.
Yeah, I think there's also, I don't know I think it was 12% of Americans do not have a friend.
This is really sad statistic. But I'm just surprised it's not higher, honestly, but yeah. It's just sad, especially sad when you say don't have a friend, like not even don't have a lot of friends, but you're like, don't have a friend. Like, no.
Yeah.
Like, literally no friends at all. That's why they I guess they should stream, I guess.
Yeah, it's I can't figure it out precisely, but loneliness is rampant, and it's honestly mostly due to the development with social media.
That's true. I had to do a whole report on that. I remember in the classes I took, and had to read a bunch of like articles and research papers and stuff. But yeah, technology is linked to that.
I mean,
and social media
you
to
could
rising
do a lot of
loneliness.
fancy research on it, but you can also use what the Dutch like to call boerenverstand.
Is this like common sense?
A term which has been slightly slandered by politics, but
Only slightly.
It's your farmer's mind.
Okay.
But it means common sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, common sense.
Farmer's intuition, I think, is the better.
Yeah, that's a nicer translation. I think just verstand in itself means common sense.
Yeah, I think the whole thing, even though I did have to like do papers, I mean, it did kind of feel like a waste because all of it in general was pretty, like, nothing was extraordinarily surprising. It was all very common sense. It's just that the more connected we become online, in a way, the more distance we become from people, because instead of developing like strong relationships, it's very surface level and based off of appearances and wanting to look good in front of others rather than like actually supporting each other.
Supply and demand. If it's very easy to make friends in general, or well, surface level friends with a lot of people, then you don't tend to focus on anyone in particular.
I would describe it as just a Tinder society.
Yeah.
Een vleeskeuringsmaatschappij.
That's a fun way to put it. That I'm not sure how well that translates into English.
How would you do it?
Yeah, fair. No, because there's a context here.
I'll leave the floor to you. You can explain it.
Yeah. So I was in high school when Tinder started being a thing, right? And a lot of people in my class, me as well, just jumped on it. But very quickly we all learned that Tinder in its early stages was, and I think it still is, I don't fucking use it anymore, but sorry for the F-bomb. No, it's very much you're just rating people essentially based on their appearances. You don't really read into their profile, and at that time no one really paid attention to populating their own profile anyways. You just rated pictures and you swiped the things that looked good, essentially. So we very quickly started referring to Tinder as a meat rating, I think is a decent translation there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is, in particular, it's the same word that they use in like farmers markets, where you would pick out like the cattle for the meat that you would produce as a butcher. So you were just looking.
Oh, that's what you mean by meat, like that meat, not like the meat up meat, but like meat.
In the historical context, so that farmers market context, it's just literally looking at how fat is the animal.
Yeah.
But in the context of Tinder, it's just looking at how is that fats like spread across the body, and how appealing does it look, right?
Yeah. Oh, just when you first said it, I thought you meant like meat, as in like let's meet up
No,
at
no.
noon. But you meant like the meat, like food
M-E-A-T.
meats. Yeah. Now it makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh wow. That's a good translation then.
I just love how this is not actually learning anything about Dutch. It's just tangent for tangent.
What culture's part of language though, right? You can do that.
Yeah, but this is our interpretation of our own culture.
Yes, but it's
not the
more
culture
valid
itself.
than like I don't know an American's interpretation of what they read about Dutch culture, isn't it? At least it's like what someone who actually lives there.
Okay, that's
You're
that's
right,
fair
and
enough.
experienced it.
I'm
It's-
leaving it quite impartial on this, but
It might be informal, but
There's-
it's authentic.
yeah, but there's traditions that we have here, like Zwarte Piet, for example, which have been taken by people who don't necessarily know about the history of the Netherlands or the tradition that led to that, or like the lead up to that tradition, the thing that made that thing a tradition in the first place.
Yeah.
Who just rate it at face value and either write it off based on their own interpretation of, which is based on just how they feel about it on a very subliminal level, rather than what it actually represents. And for clarity, no, I don't support the concept of Zwarte Piet either, but yeah.
Wait, and that concept is just saying what you feel about something?
So, why do I give examples or just anecdotes of things that I then have to explain like 3 parts out of? No, we have a tradition which is called Sinterklaas. It's a national holiday. Well, it's not a national holiday because you don't get a day off for it, but it's our version of Christmas essentially. It happens at the start of December, and it's our gift-giving tradition in December. Part of it was the basis for like Santa Claus.
Oh, okay.
So we also don't have gifts during Christmas. We do the gifts during Sinterklaas.
Well, it kind of depends on the age bracket you're in. A lot of people my age now celebrate Christmas with gifts. But again, that's
not something I knew.
No, it's like when I was growing up, that wasn't a thing either. But I think it's just based on age.
Wow.
Like my family doesn't have any young kids in it anymore, so people tend to
Yeah.
gravitate away from Sinterklaas. I think as my generation within my family gets children, that they gravitate back towards Sinterklaas. But I can't predict the future. But yeah, no, we have that tradition. Sinterklaas is like this. It's based on like a holy figure out of like the Roman Church.
Yeah.
Who was like a do-gooder. He gave like gifts or whatever to the poor. That's the tradition that is based on. Over time, he got like this helper who was stereotyped as an okay. So he got stereotyped as a very native African personality, right? So very black in the face. The theory behind it is that it was like that because he came down chimneys and he took down all of the
I think
food
I
from
heard
the
about this
chimneys.
controversy.
Yeah.
Like, because people had made it about, like, what it's not, basically.
Yeah, there was an
because
entire layer of
they got offended.
slavery which was pushed onto that.
Yeah.
Whereas if you actually read the tradition in and of itself, or like what it represents, it's a bit more nuanced.
Than
Like,
just that, yeah.
Zwarte Piet in himself isn't like very subservient. He's very much the person that brings happiness, whereas it was very much interpreted as this character teaches young Dutch children to have a superior view over black people. But I don't think that any child in the Netherlands looks at black people as what is it, like insignificant or less than themselves because of that character.
Yeah.
Because if I look at how I, as a kid, experienced that entire thing, then I very much thought positive about the character because he is the one that actually gives you your
I was gonna
gifts.
say too,
And
like
you associate him more with
exactly.
the gifts than him just working for a white man.
Yeah, I think it has more to do with the way black people in the Netherlands feel about Zwarte Piet than the way we
Yeah.
feel about Zwarte Piet.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Oh, so there are
I'm
black
just saying,
people in
like,
the
the-
Netherlands that find it offensive or sensitive to it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is essentially what applies to it by a lot of people, especially these people who came from wherever in the world that would have experienced slavery or whatever. They applied very much a logic of this is a kind of slavery, therefore it teaches Dutch children to think that slavery is a good thing. Which is very much a hyperbole of what actually is at the core of the entire thing.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm making sense of this.
No, it makes sense. Like they're reading their own interpretation into it rather than what the real reason for it was when it was made. But they interpret it differently.
Yeah, they're giving it more weight than it actually has.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because that type of thing happens all the time. Like, you might have, like, statues, for example, that are classical works of art. This happens a lot in, like, American cities. And then later on, like, in the modern day, because those statues, maybe they're nude, and people think, well, that's so inappropriate for a kid to see those things.
That's
you know,
a
and
very
they
American thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they get removed because even though they were works of art, that people's sensibility towards art has changed and they interpret it differently. It's that's
We
going to
have
make
controversies over statues because they slaughtered the entire population of an island in Indonesia or something. But yeah,
Yeah.
Oh.
there's two kinds of levels here.
Super funny.
I mean,
No.
it's always the weirdest thing to me about Americans contemplating whether or not you should ban a certain book, and I'm like, why would you be banning books?
Yeah.
Like, to give a very extreme example, I could go to the library now and ask them to give me Mein Kampf, and they would give it to me.
Mein Kampf is actually one of the few books that we do have banned.
There are some restrictions on it, I think, but I can still get it.
I'm just imagining you walking into a library and just walking straight up to the desk and be like, I was wanting to read a copy of Mein Kampf, and that's it. You know, straight face. You're not there for any other reason.
Thank you.
Oh, my WhatsApp is completely exploding. I was just
talking about Mein Kampf.
There's like 3 different things going on at once, which is annoying, but I'll have to deal with it.
That's also a cultural thing. We use WhatsApp.
Oh yeah, WhatsApp is not as big of a thing in the United States.
No.
Nor is it. Maybe Japan uses it. I'm not sure. There's all. Okay, I have to ask you this, Emma. Is there like this one person you know who uses Signal?
I am that person.
Oh, you are the person. Oh no.
Well, I don't think I have it installed anymore, but I used to use it for a while because friends of mine used it.
Oh yeah.
And would
okay.
use nothing else. So. But this mostly happened around the time that WhatsApp was bought out by Facebook. So. Because that at the time sparked an entire controversy of do we want like Facebook to be able to read our personal messages? Whereas the standard in the US, for example, I think is Facebook Messenger.
I see.
Oh my god,
no,
they actually have practice that comes up next where they're specifically saying just use a dictionary. They're not going to give you anything. They're just like use a dictionary for the exercise.
Yeah.
Like that's evil. They want us to do work.
We can just go through them
That's
together
true.
if that works better.
Just,
Like that
I'm
way
just
we're actually
looking
learning
text it.
something.
No. I am learning things, I swear. Yeah.
I'm going to send that back.
How many of these irregular verbs do you have? Just a few?
Most of them.
Ah, crap.
Well, no, not
Sad.
most of them, but
A
decent
lot.
amount of them.
Yeah. Because, like, in Japanese, there's very few. Like, I mean, so few. Like, you can count them on your fingers how many verbs tend to end up being irregular. That part's really convenient. It's sad. Since Dutch is so similar to English, you probably have plenty of our bad aspects of the language. Like, irregularity. It's okay.
They have a whole website dedicated to irregular verbs. Okay, cool.
They do? You mean for
Yep.
in Dutch? Like,
Yep.
it's just one website just for that topic?
Yep.
Oh, Lord. Okay, let's look.
It does have an English translation as well. So.
Okay.
It is
Wow. Second, you need a whole website. It's good to know. Okay.
Honestly,
I'm gonna open another
I
tab.
know plenty of people who still do this wrong.
Oh yeah.
Not like consequently, but like certain examples that just-
This is a huge list.
Yep.
This is so big. Oh my
Yep.
god. Okay.
This is why I don't really know Dutch grammar, because a lot of it you're not really taught. Like, you're not really being taught the rules as a little kid. You're just being taught, like,
Yeah.
okay, this is how it works.
You hear it and then
Good
you
luck.
say it.
Good
Yeah.
luck, and you just learn it from exposure, mostly.
It's true.
And the theory you mostly just
But-
learn later on, and even then the theory that you learn is mostly exceptions to the rule that you've already picked up.
Yeah. I noticed, I think, in the textbook and in this site, oh yeah, you have the thing that, remember when asked about earlier, the opening in the textbook, but in the on the site it says opening or something instead of opening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
So is it different by having the ending different?
I mean, I thought the exercise was just asking you for the stem of the word, right?
Oh yeah, I'm asking an entirely different question.
Yeah. I didn't catch the question.
Oh, sorry. I guess it was like practice 1, practice 2, practice 3. This is opening, but then on the website that was linked, they have a practice, but they don't write that. They wrote opening or something.
Yeah, to practice.
2, oh, okay.
Whereas the word that you're looking at in the textbook, that is exercise
Okay.
or practice, just the concept of a practice.
That's interesting. Because, like, in English, we wouldn't do this. We wouldn't put, like, practice and then we wouldn't, on, like, a website button, you wouldn't write to practice. You wouldn't use the, what's it called? I can't remember. Infinitive. You wouldn't use the infinitive in this way. So that's what I thought was interesting.
Well, the infinitive is just the verb in and of itself. But yeah.
And, like, the 2, yeah.
And that reminds me of the very lovely trait that we have in the proper Dutch, but not in any of the dialects,
Oh.
which is a double plurality,
Double
where you have two, like, you get a suffix to a word when it's a plural, when there's multiple of them.
Mhm.
So you have one egg, but you have two eggs.
Yeah.
In Dutch we have één ei, so one egg.
Mhm.
Twee eieren. That is just the singular with an extension for a multiple and another suffix for a multiple.
Oh. Why do you need 2 suffixes for multiples?
You don't.
Oh!
That's the lovely thing, because
Ooh,
none
lovely.
of the dialects have it.
Oh, okay, it's this dialect that they just want more
That's very much a
more
case where-
suffixes.
well, the thing is, Dutch as it's spoken like today is very much made by a committee. That committee existed in the 19th century, or it bases its work off of what that committee did in the 19th century.
Mm-hmm.
And even then, they are then based on committees that came before them. But they sometimes take very archaic concepts such as this double plurality,
Yeah.
and they just think, okay, sure, let's keep it for a few words because why not?
Okay.
Yeah. It makes very little sense to have it nowadays, but we don't know any other than to use it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fair, I guess.
You get this with old languages in general. Especially ones that weren't like codified properly for the longest time.
I see. But a lot of languages aren't codified and they end up... Well, there's no languages that end up not having irregularities that are not conlangs. Like, everything ends up being, to a certain degree, a mess, just in different ways. So...
Yeah.
It's okay.
It's just
it gives
that
it
over
character.
time a lot of those things are just ironed out a lot more than they are in Dutch. We just kept a lot of things around and just kept it as, it's a quirk, right? We just kept it around as yeah, sure, that exists. That's an exception to the rule now.
Yeah.
But thankfully for you, that's the thing that you don't really encounter a lot early on.
Well, that's good at least.
And if you do, then you just pick it up as just the exception.
Case
to
by
the rule,
case
and you just
basis.
don't think much more about it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, maybe I'll look at these verbs then, and before I do any looking up, maybe I'll just guess what I think they mean.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Well, I mean, the second one's probably just help.
Yep.
Yay.
Do we need to pronounce them? Does that help?
Oh, yeah, if you want to, very helpful.
Just from the first one? And then,
Sure.
I say one, you try and guess what it is?
Sure.
Vergaderen. This is, I don't know what this word is in here, because it's not...
I'm just gonna guess from random, because I have no idea. Argue.
I mean, that's
close.
No
close.
way! No.
It's
No, it
to go
sounds-
into a meeting.
Oh, okay. Go into a meeting.
To discuss,
Oh, okay.
not necessarily discuss, because there's a difference of opinion there, but it's just to go into a meeting, to have a meeting.
Have a meeting with someone.
For context, the Netherlands really
Discuss.
has a vergadercultuur, so we do a lot of meetings.
Oh, really?
A lot
Like
of how
in
we
business
make
only?
decisions
Is
in this
this-
country is just based on agreeing to disagree.
That seems respectful.
And if you can't go about having two or multiple ways of doing things, then you find a middle way that inconveniences as little people as possible.
I think
That's
it's-
really
it's
respectful.
called het poldermodel.
Polderen.
I mean, in America, I feel like instead of, working on a solution that best pleases everyone and finding middle ground, you gotta assert your dominance, and whoever ends up being the most dominant wins, or something.
But that's
And
why you have a 2-party system and we have a 15-party
okay,
system.
I see.
Not even 15, because for elections there's generally like 50 or so. That's
Very good.
50? So many?
I think. Like,
I mean, in
last
local
elections, but elections before
definitely.
that, there were like 56, I think, that signed up
Oh,
to be
that's a lot.
electable. Then 3 or so dropped out because they couldn't get the signatures for it. Because you need I think it's 2,500 or so signatures to be able to be electable. But even then, a lot of them were just local, and a lot of them just didn't meet certain other requirements. I think the most I've ever seen on a voting ballot has been 21, 22, something like that. Anyway. You already had the second one, so I'll just skip to the third one.
Sure.
But in case you want to pronounce it, it's helpen.
Elpin.
Helpen. Yes, it's like a pen from hell.
Oh, yeah, this is beautiful. A pen from hell.
Denken.
Is this thank?
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Wait, what's up?
What?
What? Hey?
What? Wait. Was it
Did
thank?
you just repeat the verb after me, or did you...
Oh, okay, I can do it
guess
too.
that?
Sure, thankin.
No, but
wait.
did you guess
What's
what
the meaning?
Oh, I
meaning
said
of it
thank.
was?
It's a thank. Maybe it's my guess.
to think.
Thank. No, thank. Like thank you very much. Someone thanks
No,
someone.
no, it's...
Oh, it's to think. You're saying.
To thank someone is danken.
What? That sounds the same. What?
It's the same, but with an A instead of an E.
Oh
The
no.
first E is replaced with an A.
More strictly, it's bedanken, but
Yeah.
Wait, can you say them both together so I can see if I can hear the difference in the vowel?
denken, danken.
Oh, okay, I see.
Dankeschön. But that's German.
I see. So to
Taken.
think.
To think, yes.
Okay.
The fourth one then is rekenen.
Ooh. That one sounds really cool.
I think
But
most
it sounds
people
a bit
don't think
Casper
it's
will
cool.
think that's cool, so...
It sounds what?
Sounds like
But
I
it's-
would think it's cool.
Yeah.
Wow.
You would be surprised. I don't reken as much as you would think.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
I mean, I don't know what you do anyway, so...
That's
Yakamat03
Clean?
says thank you WEL.
Clean?
it's not cleaning. It's
Okay.
to calculate.
Calculate. Oh my gosh. Okay, when just looking at the way the spelling was, as I was thinking of reckon, like, I reckon we could go somewhere nice tonight.
Mhm.
It just looks kind of like that word, but yeah.
I mean, I
Calculate.
wouldn't be surprised if there's a correlation there. Like, they may originate from the same word. in
Proto
German
word or
language.
something. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. To
Kijken.
Kagan?
Kijken.
Cake. That sounds so. Cake. Wait, how did you say that vowel? Kaiken?
Kij. Ei.
Kaiken.
Kijken.
I think the
Kijken.
closest you have in English is like
I.
kiting, like the I in kiting, but it's not
Kite.
quite the I you want.
Not
E-
exactly, but yeah, it's
Ei.
close enough.
Kaiken.
Ai.
Yeah. That's so interesting. That's a cool vowel. Kaiken.
Have a guess.
Kick? Is my guess. To kick?
No.
Or.
No.
Is this one
To
clean?
look.
Oh,
I mean,
okay,
if,
look.
if you kijk at it enough, then you may see it.
I've already spoiled it.
He did. He
Oh,
said
okay.
it before,
Okay.
for your hint. I'm sorry. But he said, yeah, look. Which actually makes.
The next one I don't even have to pronounce. I've just noticed.
Is this to eat lunch?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's amazing. For purpose.
Luncheon.
That's so cute.
It's 10 also I don't have to pronounce, you can just tell. But 7 first. 7 is tekenen.
To play the game Tekken. Take?
No.
No.
Okay.
It doesn't have like anything close to it in English.
Oh,
so you're not gonna
okay.
guess it, I don't think. It's to draw.
To draw. Wow. Take.
Luisteren.
Luisteren.
Oh, that one
maybe
sounds cool,
you
too.
can get. Maybe.
Yeah, that's possibly.
I know
Brighten?
there's like. Sorry?
To brighten? I don't know. It just reminds me of the word luster. Like, which means like a shine. But it's probably gonna be
You're
different.
focusing on the first, or on,
I
on
am.
the wrong vowel as the first one.
Laugh?
No.
It's to listen.
Listen. Oh, that's why. Okay. I see what you mean.
You can
now.
see it in
It's-
there, right?
Yeah, I can now.
Yeah.
Now I can. Because hindsight, it's definitely 2020.
Yeah.
Live stream. Yeah.
Fietsen I've already said quite a lot, I think.
Oh, wow.
So maybe you know it.
Is this one fight?
I can give a hint. The hint is tring tring.
I know. I'm not sure.
That's not helping.
What's that? Wait,
That's
what?
not a huge one, I think.
No.
What's my hint again?
Tring tring.
Wait, what kind of is this? Oh, it's like check the notifications on your phone. No, I'm just kidding. Answer.
I mean, it's kind of a notification thing. But
Answer
yeah.
a call.
No.
No, that's
Make
the
a call?
wrong kind of thing. It's to bike,
Oh,
to ride a
I'm
bike.
sorry.
I
I was just thinking of your WhatsApp notifications. Just
Yeah, which is close
Sorry.
enough, but I made
Bike.
the hints and then I realized, well, no, wait, you probably don't have like bicycle bells or whatever.
Oh, last time I haven't seen a bicycle bell in like forever.
Yeah.
Since I was like a child, I haven't seen a bell because no one puts those on.
Yeah.
Oh my.
And the final one you can get yourself.
Type.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
keep them.
nice. What was I even supposed to? Oh, I was supposed to give the stem. I see.
Now, the big question, of course, repetition is key. Do you still remember what all these mean?
Well, let me try. Well, I'll try to remember how to pronounce them. Correct me if I'm wrong, because you did pronounce them all for me. I'm gonna do it wrong. But the good news is, I think Wind is sleeping, so I hope he stays asleep because I can catch up on him while he's sleeping, and then make my pronunciation better than him, so I can beat him later. Whenever.
That's your brain move.
That's my plan. So hopefully he stays asleep. Okay. I think the first one was a Oh god. Vergathering? Or
Almost. The A needs to be more pronounced.
Verga- Vergathering.
Yeah,
Good enough. Good enough.
Okay.
Run.
Wait, say that
Do you
again?
know what it means? What did it mean again?
It means to discuss, like, having a meeting with someone.
Yeah, having a meeting, exactly.
I think the more proper verb in English is to deliberate.
Okay. Deliberate.
Yeah, in some sense.
Helping is help.
Yeah.
Denken is to think.
Yeah,
Correct.
exactly.
Reckenen was I remember. Calculate.
Yes, exactly.
And the first part of the word is, so it has three parts.
Uh-huh.
Rekenen.
Re
First part is stressed, so it's re, not re.
re
Yeah.
Kunnen.
Rekenen. Yes,
Rekenen. Thank you.
exactly.
Next one I think he says like Kaiken.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay.
And what was kijken?
I'm trying to remember. Super sound. Wait. Let me think.
Look at it very closely, maybe you can see.
Oh, it was to see, wasn't it?
Sorry,
It's
it's
to look to see.
To see. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
You wanna know how I recalled it? It has nothing. It's kind of more of a mnemonic because it's not related etymologically.
Yeah.
But so in Japanese, the kanji they use for seeing, looking, that kanji's Chinese reading is ken. So
Yeah.
like miru, miru means to see, like something omimasu, I see something. When you read the Chinese reading of it, it becomes ken.
I think
So-
more strictly, kijken is not to see, but to look.
Oh.
That's,
look.
I mean, I'm saying to see, to look.
But-
So I'm
Yeah.
saying both of them, but
I see what
think
you mean, like
seeing
it's closer
Seeing is distinct
English.
from kijken.
the seeing itself is zien. So
Yeah.
there's a difference there for sure.
Oh, you mean like you have like a different word for the other type of thing?
Yeah, in the same way that
That English does it.
seeing and looking is not quite the same in English.
Yeah. Interesting enough, in Japanese, they're combined. Seeing and looking are not really distinguished
Well,
from
the
each
thing
other.
with Germanic languages between each other is that a translation isn't always 100% the same concept.
Dubbies.
Um,
Yeah.
so 80% of the time, like a majority of the time, it's just a straight translation, but in some cases it may have a slightly different meaning based on context or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the entire concept that we describe in Dutch may not entirely correlate with the concept that's described with the same term in English.
I see. Yeah. And the way you phrase things might not be the same thing, even if, like, to and stuff.
Yeah.
So luncheon was to have lunch.
Yes.
For number 7, all I can remember is my wrong answer, so I don't know if I can remember. Because I confused myself. Anyway, Tekkanen was, I have to really think about it. It was one that you said, it was like, oh, you're not gonna guess it. So it was a hard one, because it doesn't sound anything like the English. I remember that. That's the part I do remember.
I can give you a part of the translation because there is a different word within this that has a meaning that doesn't entirely give away what this is.
Okay. Yes.
A
Nice.
teken is a sign.
Oh, wow. Okay. A
As
sign.
in, like
a sign on the
either
street.
something that is apparent or is a sign of something.
Oh, that kind
Not
of,
like
okay.
a traffic sign.
Got you.
This hint actually made me think of maybe look at the word differently.
Ooh,
I was thinking
you're
about it
so
in like
good.
the primary school sense of the word, but
Yeah,
you
yeah,
can
yeah.
also think of it as the
There's a primary school sense, too.
I mean, taken is a subject that I had in elementary school, so yeah.
Oh. That's so interesting.
It's okay if you don't know it.
I don't know why this one did not stick at all. Alright, you can give it to me if you want to.
To draw.
What was it?
To draw.
To draw. Wow. Oh, yeah, that was just a good hint, too. And you're right, it was a good hint, but didn't give it away either. It was a very
it
fair
also
hint.
simultaneously means signing a document, which is a much more literal use of the sign.
It can also mean to characterize.
Ooh.
So to be a sign of someone.
Oh yeah.
That one's really fancy.
So again,
That
it's
makes sense.
one
That
word
makes
for
more sense.
multiple concepts of things.
But they're all kind of related semantically. Like you're drawing a picture of someone in
Yeah.
your head, what you imagine their characteristics are like.
Yeah, it's just
or
a
signing
a verb version
Taken
of
in.
a sign, essentially.
Okay, got you. At least number 8 I remember, but I'm not sure if I remember how to pronounce it. Did
But
you
can
say
you ace
bliss?
the diphthong? That's the question.
What? I know this one means listen. Is it Listerin?
The
We
UI is a diphthong, which is ow.
Ow. Ow. Oh, wait. Oh. Maybe that?
So give it another shot with that knowledge.
Now. Lausterin? Lausterin.
That's-
It's more of
pretty
an
close.
ow, which you're making now.
Wait, what'd you say?
Yeah.
You're making more of an ow sound.
What were you
which
doing?
is a different diphthong in and of itself.
What's
What-
your
what
diphthong?
What you're roughly saying is this.
Okay.
It's two versions that have the same translation, or the same pronunciation.
Oh.
That's ow.
Ow.
What we're looking at is ow.
Oh. Oh. Wait. Oh, it's so weird. Oh. Oh.
Ui.
Oh. Wait. I think I'm doing it wrong again. Sorry.
I'm afraid that I don't know any word in
Oh.
English that comes close,
Oh.
or any
No.
pronunciation in English that comes close.
Oh, it's so interesting. Maybe just keep saying it like a million times and it'll just make us. Oh. Oh. Just right. Oh. Oh. Louterin. Or it's still. It's probably still off.
It's kind of close to the UY in guy.
Guy. Oh. Those.
But instead of like the J-ish sound at the end.
Mhm.
So guy.
Guy.
Is more it goes
guy.
up more in tone. Ow. Ow.
Oh. Oh.
Ja, dat...
You're pretty much there.
Oh my gosh, that was really helpful. I was doing the thing where you said you say guy, but don't do that E and like go up with it or something.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah,
That's a
that's
good
something
way.
I learned just as I've learned languages
right.
myself, is that
Right.
you just need something
Right.
that you know that sounds similar.
Oh
And
my
from there
gosh.
it's a lot
You're
easier
good.
to transition into something new.
Right. Oh my gosh, next time Wind ends up being awake, I want to see if he can do this vowel. Because it's a really cool. I'm going to remember this word and then make him say it. But say this vowel. Because I had to practice it a lot.
I've got a lovely diphthong for you as well. That
Oh! I want to see. What's your other lovely diphthong?
have a shot at that.
Yes. Wait, let's see.
You just mean eeuw, right? Or eeuw.
No, that's exactly how I mean it. You.
Ew.
Eeuw.
Ew.
You.
Ew.
That's going pretty alright, right?
Yeah, because it's pretty much just ew. It's gross.
It just looks. It looks horrible. Why does it look
Yeah.
like that?
Wait, the long Y, the IJ
Ew.
that you had earlier. There's an archaic form of that with another letter that just means the same. It's that, which nowadays is.
Oh, you mean the
of those
the
two.
IJ and like the kite kind of thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The only
There was
reason people know the other form today is because of the Albertine.
Yeah.
What's the upper time? Or...
It's a
Albertine is
supermarket
basically
chain.
the Tesco of the Netherlands.
And that's not entirely doing it justice, is it?
What's
I mean, the Tesco is British, but maybe the British one is more familiar. I don't think there's an American supermarket which...
Oh, it's a supermarket. Okay.
It's
Yeah.
a supermarket chain. Yeah, it's one of
Gotcha.
the most common ones.
But, like, it's nothing like Walmart.
No.
Is this a good thing? Because it could be a good
Yes.
thing. Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
I don't think we really have anything that's close to Walmart in general. I've never been to a Walmart, to be fair, so.
I mean, maybe the Hanos.
And speaking
I've never been
of
to a Hanos. But that's like just an oldie for businesses, right?
Yeah, but that's what Walmart is. It's basically just one very big store that's...
It's just bulk packaging thrown in, and you just
Yeah.
go in and look at it. Okay, fair enough. It's an IKEA of goods.
IKEA.
I mean, I kind of like the way we're talking about it now. I kind of associate it with like the warehouse section of IKEA, where you just have the very high.
I mean, I don't know if you've ever been...
Just stuff
Have you ever been to Belgium? Because
Yeah.
Carrefour is exactly... That's more like it.
Food is French, but yeah.
Yeah, but it's in Belgium as well.
Sorry.
Have never
Yeah.
been to there.
Okay, so it's just like a hypermarché, essentially, is
Yeah.
that concept. Right. This is just me learning at this point.
But no, this is like a fancy store.
I'm learning about Walmart, yeah.
Are you?
Apparently, yeah.
Oh.
It's just the way American infrastructure is set up. You don't have like small local supermarket chains. Like
Yeah.
currently,
That's right.
from where I am now, I can get to a supermarket in 3 minutes.
Yeah.
And that's okay. Maybe 3 minutes is extreme, but basically anywhere in the Netherlands, you're just 10 minutes from a supermarket, unless you're very rural.
Yeah, I was about to
See,
say,
now
like,
you're like perfect with
if you live
rural,
a few
right?
provinces away from where I live, then it's probably more difficult. Yeah.
Yeah,
See,
but in America, it's just you have a car and you drive 20 minutes to get to
yes,
the big supermarkets.
yes,
And going to the supermarket in itself is just a trip in of itself.
Yeah.
yeah.
Like that's an activity that you do in the day. It's not like
Oh yeah, it's
off
not
of
something you
work,
do
I'll
on the
just drop by
side.
the
It's
store.
you have to literally, you're right, make time for
I
it as an
sometimes
activity.
go to the supermarket like 7 times a week.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Same.
Or just sometimes I plan poorly and then I go in 3 times in a day because I need to get breakfast and then it's, oh wait, I don't have lunch, and then it's, oh wait, I don't have dinner either.
Yeah, and you can just make like a small deviation to like your daily commute or something, and
That's
just go by the
amazing.
store or something. Very quickly.
Yeah, exactly.
And all of that on the bike.
Wow. Who wants to adopt me? That sounds like amazing.
There's no houses for you. So if you're okay living under the bridge, maybe there's room.
Wow. Well, I guess it's okay to live under a bridge as long as you have good public support systems.
Like probably the housing crisis is
Oh, you guys are going through a housing crisis?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, it's sad.
There is a very much a lack of like beginner houses. So for people just entering the housing market, and
They're
is
not
just
affordable.
too like a lot of it is also being bought out by like investors and such.
Okay.
Honestly, the biggest thing is average household household size now is 1.6. When you go
Yeah.
back to the 1960s, the average household size is like 4.
Part of that is also that people just have less children in of itself, so
Yeah, that's
also
true.
a factor that weighs into that number. But
It's also just your grandparents don't live with you; they live on themselves in a big
Yeah.
countryside house or something.
also, I think about half of all marriages end in divorce. So a lot of people are just living alone, either alone or with like a small family.
No,
But,
there
yeah.
are a lot of similarities to the U.S. I think it was here. It was like 3/4 of marriages end up in divorces at some point.
Yeah.
Sad, but also like 1/3 of Americans over the age of 30 or something still have to live with their parents. And what was it? Oh yeah. So in like the 1920s or 50s or something, if you made minimum wage and you bought an apartment, and this is not a house, it's just an apartment, it would have taken, I think it was 45% of your income to pay off the rent of your apartment in like the 1950s. But now, if you make the minimum wage, you can't afford an apartment at all. If we're generous and you make double the minimum wage, and the rent itself for the apartment would be 75% of your income.
So
Young
what we do in the Netherlands is the government sets what we call the social minimum, and that is the minimum amount of money anyone in the country needs to get in a month to be able to live. And if you don't make that amount of money, you get it either through Iceland or other means.
Then, so you just get the money free from the government who takes care of people?
I mean, there's bureaucracy involved. You just don't
Yeah, and
come
Well,
knocking
yeah.
and saying like, "Hey, I don't make enough. Give me money."
Oh, wait.
Well, you
And
can, but they'll still ask you for like proofs of whatever.
yeah, and one of the things is once you get free money, you also need to deliver evidence that you're looking for a job.
Okay.
You
So
need
they
to be
make
able
you
to
jump
prove
through
that you're
hoops,
actively seeking
but they'll-
out a better situation for yourself, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if they found a reason to, they thought you weren't doing that or they just didn't want to pay you, then if they could use that as a reason to not give you the money. Like, oh, you're not trying hard enough to
Lowy
look
Chip
for a
says
job.
it's the same in most countries.
Right?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
okay, there was
think
one big
Chips is
scandal
right.
where they just called everyone a fraud who was getting
What?
child subsidies. That was kind of
Yeah.
big whoopsie doopsie from the government, but apart from that, it's a pretty
Blowy
decent
Chip
system.
says, of course, I'm right.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that in this climate you want to be right, especially not politically right. But that's a different story.
Ah.
I'll just go be silent in the corner now.
Go. It's okay.
The big system of always finding a compromise and work. A compromise has a negative connotation in English. It doesn't really have one in Dutch. So, finding a compromise which works for everyone.
I don't know. I mean, it might be true, but you actually might be right there. Because Americans are very much like, I want my way. It's my way or the highway. But at least for me personally, I don't know. Compromise doesn't really have a negative connotation. It's pretty positive.
I would argue that in Dutch it still has a negative connotation. It's just that it's more socially acceptable to go for a compromise.
Yeah, okay.
Just because it's the norm. But I don't think that anyone here is excited over having to compromise over something.
That's a fair point.
I don't know. But whenever you say it, it makes me feel good inside. Like, I've had a positive reaction the whole time. So, it sounds like a good thing. Because I just feel like, and maybe it's just because how things have went in the current climate, but there's just no compromise ever. And it sucks.
Yeah.
Like, people just can't compromise with each other. So, it's kind of changed my feeling of that word.
I would say politics have historically made a few poor compromises. Like, they met in the middle, but the middle was the worst option of both.
Yeah.
I see.
But to be fair, most of the time they were basing their compromise off of what they thought was right at that
Blowy
time.
Chip says, ask about the current political climate in the Netherlands.
We talked about that earlier. If you want to hear about that, you can go back in the stream to listen.
Just watch the vault.
Yes. But this next one was Fietsen or something. I don't know if it's pronounced like that. But now I'll remember forever because I feel bad for missing it.
Blowy Chip says, fair enough.
I feel bad for you, Casper. It's biking. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's not checking your notifications. It's biking. And typing's typing.
Okay, my phone is freaking out over here.
And just review Tekkenin is draw.
Yeah.
Taken it. Yes.
Tekkenin. Thank you. Oh, you're right, because the first
has the
E's
same-
unstressed.
same
Or
stress
stress.
as
It's
H,
stress. You're right. And then the other E's are stress. I keep forgetting that. Tekkenin.
You're doing well. You're not fast, but you're doing well.
Thank you. Well, I'm surprised I can do it at all, but thank you.
Blowy Chip says,
That's
what are
nice.
your thoughts on the Dutch language so far?
It is gorgeous and fun. I like it a lot.
I think it's kind of in my nature. It's studying mathematics to always be exact about someone's performance, which is
I
not
love
always the kindest way to put it.
It's actually really difficult to get people's honest feedback.
It's not in the Netherlands.
Oh,
You
well,
get it very quickly.
Yeah.
I need to make more friends from the Netherlands.
We'll just say what we think right to your face.
I love it. Wait, I bet Chips is freaking out right now. You love that too, Chips, because Chips tells me that's very German too, just to say what you think. And I used to always, like, when I was around Chips, I would always be like, well, maybe, and blah, 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 and they were like, stop being polite, just say what you know, like, just say what you mean, like, and stuff.
I mean, I think it's even more so with men that are very straight about what they think of you, and they'll tell you immediately, but then after that, it's all good.
Wait, so if I go to Netherlands, people are gonna be like, oh, your meat level is low? To my face? And they're just gonna say that to me?
Depends in what circles you are.
There will be some incels that will tell you things like that, but they're very much a minority.
Okay. Like, my feelings.
No, more so in the sense that if you're annoying, they'll tell you you're annoying.
Okay. That's fair. Okay. Well, as long as they say it nicely with a smile on their face, you know, I can.
We still have manners. Like we're
Aw.
not complete savages.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. So we can just like
That
insult
being
each
said-
other over a cup of tea, very politely.
I should slowly
We
start
can have some
moving
tea over tea.
towards my friends.
Oh yeah, don't worry. You can
Yeah.
go whenever you need to. It's okay. I even said that
And
to Wind
whenever
earlier.
I
I
need
was
to
like,
is
Blowy
essentially
Chip
yeah, you
says
can just
Senders
get
have manners
log
to go
off. Don't
PLZ.
worry.
I hope Wind has a nice sleep.
I hope so
presume.
too.
Good luck studying English.
No,
It was also nice to meet you, Emma.
Likewise.
Which it still feels a bit weird to call you Emma, but that's
Yeah, I know. But, I mean, I've told you why I go by this name, so...
Yeah. No. Have a good night, or probably Arizona. It should be afternoon, I suppose.
No, it's 9:04 a.m. right now. So
4 a.m. Oh god, I went the wrong way.
yeah.
Then have a good night. And later.
It's a morning, but okay. Good. Have a good.
Yeah.
What time is it again for you?
It's
Evening?
6 p.m. here.
Oh, nice.
I'm
Okay.
going
Have
to-
a nice.
I'm going for dinner
evening.
now.
Oh my god, that's so. Enjoy your dinner. I
Yeah.
hope
Hey,
that next time
bye.
you. Okay. Bye.
Smackwork.
What? I was about to say to them before they had to go that I hope they have a nice time next time they do. What is it, Fisen or whatever? Because they like to do that. But yeah.
I'm mentally half absent because I'm having a conversation in Dutch.
Oh, sorry.
Ironically, with another Casper.
Oh, with Casper. Oh, another. Did you say another Casper?
Another Casper, yeah.
That's awesome. If you could only speak one language and you had to give up one, would you choose to keep Dutch?
Well, the thing that you don't know is that I speak more than 2 languages.
Ooh.
So is it just any language out of all of the ones I know?
Yeah, if you can only keep one language out of every language you know, and you can only use
So
one.
for
And keep...
practical reasons, I would keep English, yes.
Okay.
Just because
Let's
most
see.
people here understand English as well.
Mhm.
And most people that live where my life takes me also speak English. So
Yeah.
it's just that Germany lies in between, and Germany doesn't really do foreign things. But I mean, neither does France, anyways.
I didn't even realize Germany was that close to the Netherlands. Oh yeah, but you know what? Casper did tell me
Germany
that. I
is
just
15
forgot.
minutes away from here.
Oh. Hey!
_TGJ says English is the best.
Chips, do you
I mean, we'll see about that tonight. Because England and the Netherlands have a soccer match in, I think, 3 hours?
you have a did you say a football match?
Easy. Well, I don't, but our...
Oh,
national team.
your nations do. Seriously? That's so
Yeah.
cool. Oh, I'm cheering for the Netherlands. Sorry, Chips.
You're bloody better.
Thanks. But yeah, go Netherlands. I don't know what your team's called, but still.
I'll be back in like 2-3 minutes, by the way. I
Oh, no,
just
go
need to
ahead.
do something downstairs.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay.
Okay.
Blowy Chip says don't worry, I don't like football.
I don't watch any sports. Have you ever been to the Netherlands on a trip? Since your country's so close. Appendix 1.
Blowy Chip says no, but I've been to Spain and France.
I see. That's just so interesting because it sounds like a lot of the sounds are very German sounding sounds. But it also sounds different too, but there's just. It kind of sounds like German and English combined into one language, is how Dutch sounds to my ears. It's very cool.
Jamie_TGJ says fun fact Dutch and German are over 80% lexically similar.
I wonder if like so if German people learn Dutch, like their pronunciation is naturally better for Dutch. But Jamie, what's your native language? What languages do you and what languages do you speak?
I am back.
Oh, hey! Turn.
Blowy Chip says keep in mind that on a global level, the Dutch have the highest English proficiency level in the world. Learning Dutch wouldn't be hard for me, but pretty pointless.
Oh, okay.
But you do get access to more, like on a social level, you get more access to people, or you get closer to people if you do actually speak that language. Even
Aww.
if we speak a lot of English, a lot of people will be more likely to form friendships with you. For example, if you also speak Dutch. I mean, the difference.
That's cool.
There's a difference between like the Netherlands in general and places like Amsterdam, because Amsterdam is filled with expats as well. So you can just get friendships with other expats essentially. But if you want to be friends with Dutch people, it helps a lot to speak their own language.
Sounds very useful to me then. So if you want ultimate Gezellig,
Blowy
you
Chip
need to
says
speak
I'd rather
Dutch.
continue learning Italian and Vietnamese. Both countries don't speak English well. TP few fun.
Weird flex, but okay. Meanwhile, I'm here having learned Swedish, which is like next in English proficiency, but whatever.
One thing I noticed about this textbook, which I think is interesting, is most modern language textbooks, so honestly, almost all of them that I've seen, this is for Japanese and English, and some few other languages, but mainly Japanese and English. Yeah. They really focus on like the communicative style of teaching now, because that's kind of the modern way. So lots of group practice, lots of like discussion. What do you think about this? What do you think about that? So that you have a lot of practice making sentences about what you think about things, so you can get used to making your own sentences.
Expressing yourself and things like that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Lots of communication activities and role play. Like you pretend to be a waiter, and then someone else pretends to be the customer. Try ordering from this menu. Like they're filled with those types of activities. This one doesn't really seem to have any. It's all very traditional practice. Like put the verb, write the stem of the verb and fill in the blank with the correct form of the verb and grammar, but not really the whole. Like have a discussion
I've had
about
similar like teaching material or learning material, I should say, in high school for languages like English, French, whatever.
Which ones? The communicative approach or
all of this,
traditional?
All of this is quite similar to what I've had for any language, for that matter.
Oh, just all these.
Jamie_TGJ says I have seen that in lots of other language textbooks as well. I imagine it's because most people who learn languages learn them for practical use, so that's emphasized from the beginning in lots of books.
Yeah, well, the reason why really modern books, like the most recent ones, heavily focus on those activities is those are the ones that have the best research behind them. Like it's a very modern approach to language learning. The whole like grammar and filling in verb charts and whatnot, it's a very traditional approach, and it's been used for a really long time. It's just that teachers have been gravitating towards the new style of teaching, the communicative approach to language instruction and
I
language
don't know if
learning.
it applies to the US or the world in general as well, but in the Netherlands, I know that there's a monopoly on teaching materials for schools, like elementary, high school.
Ooh, like for
colleges,
English
whatever,
learning materials?
For just
Or
just in general for any subject.
Oh, okay.
Which has helped like I think 2 or 3 companies, and they more or less band together to lock down their own system in this kind of arbitrary way sometimes,
Yeah.
which mostly serves their own interests rather than the students' interests.
I see.
I don't know if that's a part of this as well, but that's very much a factor in the Netherlands.
Yeah, it sounds like a huge factor for like what types of material you'll see. It's controlled based on, you know, what they think, essentially.
Yeah, and like if I go back to high school, which again is the middle of high school for me is 10 years ago, but fuck, I sound old now.
Blowy Chip says, by the way, how come you all went into a call together?
It just ended up happening. I was only going to talk with one of my friends, but then they were like surprised because then they thought I was going to talk with more people. So then I invited another person. It was Casper. And then I met Emma. And and my friend doesn't have a Twitch account, so he couldn't see what Emma was typing. So I just invited Emma to join the Discord, and I was like, well, since we're already in a call, you can come in to talk if you want. So it's not really an interesting answer.
To be fair, anyone can come in, you just need to wait 10 minutes before we can talk.
Sorry, I made you wait 10 minutes, but I didn't I don't know how to turn it off. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's fine, I don't know where
I
it's
would
at.
turn it off if I could. Though then again, what was his name? Cresco was someone who came in earlier, was like, oh, you shouldn't turn that off because that'll prevent bots from coming in and spamming you.
Blowy Chip says, but do you want so many people to come? Glitch NRG.
If I didn't want them to come, then I wouldn't have invited them to come. I don't mind, it's fun.
I don't know what you think, Blowy Chips, but I wasn't forced to enter.
No, I didn't make anyone.
I am here
know.
by my own volition.
Jamie_TGJ says, why not? Talk to people.
Exactly, make
Yeah,
some
I
friends,
didn't-
get out there.
I didn't mind.
Get alive, touch some grass.
I've never heard of such a thing. What is
What,
touch
grass?
grass? What grass exactly?
Yeah, I mean, you live in Arizona anyway, so there isn't much grass, I don't think.
People still have lawns. Grass might not, green, nice, fresh, green grass, lawn grass might not grow naturally, but that doesn't mean people don't waste a ton of water to have freshly cut
Fair.
lawns.
Blowy Chip says she's American. Maybe she holds them hostage at gunpoint to Hipelo.
She needs the long as hell arms to keep me hostage at gunpoint.
I'm saying, if I was doing that, then they're obviously doing exactly what I want them to do to stay alive. Because you would never betray me, Emma, right?
No,
Right.
Never.
Mhm.
Never.
Because you want to see your family again, right? That's what I thought.
Let's not go into that too much.
Yes. Okay.
I mean, we can privately, but I'm not gonna divulge not much on that. That's a kind of worms that I'm keeping shut. At least on stream, so yeah.
No, you're good. Oh wow, I'm surprised Wynn's still in the VC, but they're definitely sleeping.
I mean, if they're sleeping, I don't think they can just move their mouse and just exit the call either.
No, I don't think so either.
You could kick them, I suppose, but that's up to you.
No, if they wanted to leave, they would have left. I'm not gonna kick, but But it's good to know we're not, like, disturbing them and they're not, you know.
We can
Yeah.
just shout "wake up." Or,
Wait, no, wait, that'll be bad. I'm not gonna do
Just
that.
spam the soundboard or something.
It'd be so sad. Ooh, was that your phone?
That's the Discord soundboard.
Oh, wow.
I'm just spamming the quack thing.
Wait, that's so mean.
I mean, this is Discord calls with me and my friends anyways. Someone is always spamming a soundboard.
Ugh. I always forget those even exist. Bro.
I think I heard that back as like reverberation. Ooh, I can add sounds. You might actually want to lock some things down in permissions, but
I was gonna say, like, thanks for telling me I need to figure out how to disable certain permissions in Discord. Oh my god. This is what I want.
oh, I can tell you that as well. It's just the I mean, I suppose you're on desktop anyways, but
I'm supposed to
under the disconnect icon for this call, there's the open soundboard. There's a volume thing on the menu that pops up, and you can just slide that down.
Wait, really? How do you do this? Because this is like a newer feature.
Yeah. I'll just
Wait, let me try opening the...
and I'll make a screenshot of this without.
Oh, wait,
closing down.
I think I
Yes,
see.
I can.
Show chats. Okay, I found...
There you go.
Oh, okay, let me look. Okay, that's what it looks like. Okay, hold on. Halo settings are not, like, super easy to find.
I mean, Discord is a mess anyway, so that's take your time.
Just hold it. This. I think I... Oh, wait. Did I? Found it.
No, I shouldn't. I shouldn't do that. I've already ruined enough in this room as is.
Okay.
I'm talking to myself, by the way, sorry.
No, you're good. I did what I needed to do.
Because I have like a little collection of like flint over here. I think like flint stones. And I tend to use them as like fidget toys, which is stupid, I know, but I tend to just throw them up and down over time and I just break things in this room, so.
Really? Wait, what kinds of fidget toys?
I mean, they're not fidget toys, like I said, they're little pieces of flint.
Flint is a fidget toy? I never didn't know you could...
It is to me!
Won't that, like, start a fire?
No,
Oh.
it's just if you strike it against something.
That's what happened when you throw it!
Well, my floor is wood.
That sounds
strike
worse.
against wood and create fire. Wait, you probably don't know how flint works in general. It needs an impact against something harder than itself to create a spark.
See,
If I
but
just throw it against the floor, it's just gonna act like any other stone.
then it bounces and bounces against, like, a metal...
It'll probably just bounce off of the floor and hit me in the shins or something, yeah.
See. Well, I just hope no fire start.
I won't. I don't have anything that it could strike against that would actually cause a fire.
Okay, don't be like your grandma who doesn't wear a helmet when she fights. Seriously, just because of your confidence. I have nothing left.
I'll wear a helmet when I create a fire.
Okay. Okay, there we go. That's all I need to hear. As long as you do that.
No, but they're like offcuts that in prehistoric times, or even more recent, would have been made when the flintstones were still used for either tools or for firestones or whatever. But they're just like discarded rest materials out of that process. Most of it is just raw flintstone, though, like stuff that's never been used by humans.
Raw flintstones not been used by humans.
I mean, I'm a human. That's not what I was implying, though.
Okay.
No, but like that's a distinction that I need to make as like having been trained in archaeology, right? Because it is a conflict of interest for me to own any archaeologically relevant items.
Wait a second. Are you one of those people who are? Well, I mean, like even though it's archaeology, but does that also necessarily mean that you have a lot of knowledge of geology, even if you're not a geologist?
Not really.
Oh, okay. I'm sure that.
So the thing with archaeology in the Netherlands is our geology isn't, or our country in general isn't that old. Even in Roman times, we were mostly just a swamp, and we don't have much evidence to believe that human activity here is any older than 10,000 years.
Okay.
So you don't need to dig deep to get to the bottom of what you can interpret information from. You're more likely to reach a singular stone, so like a starting of a stone layer, than you are to. No, I'm messing up that example. You're more likely to find the end of civilization within the Netherlands, or human activity within the Netherlands, than you are to find stone. Because a lot of our stratigraphy, so the way that ground layers are positioned, like I suppose, a lot of it is just either clay, peat, or sand. And as an archaeologist, you don't dig down deep enough, generally, to hit anything that's more solid than that.
Oh, okay. I see. So it ends up not being important to look at all those different layers of types of minerals.
Yeah, we don't really encounter stones, no.
Wait, but what did you mean when you said that you're more likely to encounter the end of humanity? Like, what?
No, like, you're more likely to encounter the end of continuous inhabitation.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, you find an ancient alien relic that says that humanity was destroyed and then receded.
Again, because most of the Netherlands has not been inhabited for, like, permanently inhabited for much longer than 10,000 years. It's very rare for you to go down to a level to where you will find like fossils.
And they say like America is a largely like a young country, but you guys are young too.
Well, we're
what?
we're young as in like being inhabitable. You're young as in your state is only young.
Yes.
If you look at your archaeological record, then you go much further back.
So you're young in the real way. We're young in the we call ourselves young way.
Well, we still have prehistorical evidence, but they're mostly from like migrating groups who lived across what is now the North Sea, but back then were just some hills and a few rivers. But most of that has been washed away anyways by what has come after, which is the creation of the Netherlands in and of itself.
That's even more interesting, because if you say...
As in, like, the landmass that we're a part of.
Yeah, if you say your country doesn't have a super long, like, geological history and stuff, and people haven't even... It hasn't even been inhabitable since, 10,000 years.
We do have a long geological history, because we're no younger than the rest of the Earth is.
Oh, well, if you say that, like, archaeologically, there's not... You can't go... You know, it's all very recent.
When it comes to human evidence, at least, so anything that human populations would have left behind, any artifacts of human inhabitation are not going back very far when it comes to years. Yeah,
that's more interesting, because then what made you interested in archaeology? Because you would think if your country had a rich, long history, it would be even more interesting
Yeah.
because you could go back super far.
This is where we come back to compromises.
Okay, okay.
No, because
Compromises are good.
my interest is mostly in like telling stories like these and just preserving history, telling history, than it is to finding history, which is more what archaeology focuses on. But because the actual degree that I can get for that, or the study that I can follow for that, is across the entire country, and because the housing market is the way it is right now, I don't want to travel 2.5 hours to and 2.5 hours from university every day. So I just looked for something that is similar
Okay.
in what it teaches in principle,
Yeah, that's closer.
hoping that I could transition into the field that I actually want to work in.
So is your field that's interesting to you like museum sciences type of thing, like preservation?
Archivism, yes, archivism. So that's the
really-
keeping of history.
Yeah, I really respect that. That's cool. I think it's interesting when it
It's not a
comes to
field
that.
many consider to be a field in and of itself. It's most often just like tucked under things like either archaeology or history or library management. It's also what it gets tucked under. Because essentially what you're keeping is just a large library of history.
Yeah, I think it goes under other classifications. It's here in the U.S. like museum curation and I don't remember, what did I just say earlier?
Heritage in general, yeah.
And preservation and collection preservation. It's like has its own special field, which is really cool.
It is, but I mean, we're a small country, and we only have so
Oh,
many
yeah,
universities, and we only have so many degrees or studies that you can take. And what happens to be the case is that up until the 90s, we had a dedicated study for archivism, but that over time has merged into library management, and that over time has become a very broad, general study that doesn't really apply to the field that I want anymore. So that's why I started looking for things that are more specific to what I actually want.
What types of things would you want to? What types of things would you want to preserve and archive? Like for me, if I was doing it, like the things that would be interesting to me, not really like artifacts like objects. Those are kind of boring to me. Like materials like wood and metal, but I'd be interested in like biological samples, like like preserved animals and things, and would be most interesting to me.
What to me is very interesting, this is just in general, but it's artifact, be that written, be that physical, be that whatever, of the layman's history. So what you most often get, like there's the saying about history that history is written by the victor, right? So we know a lot about like the Punic Wars that the Romans fought because the Romans preserved it. We don't know a lot of it because Carthage gets a lot of record. We know a lot about like the late tribes that lived around the time of the Roman conquest in the Netherlands, mostly because the Romans kept track of them, not because those tribes kept track of themselves. So history is always written by the victor, is the saying, and very much also the practice. But it's very much on like a state-like level. What I care more about is preserving history of like the everyday words, the everyday Joe, for example.
Yeah. Like for example, like ancient tools that people would use in the working class when they were like,
for example, but also the very mundane things of everyday life. I mean, it's mundane to most, but to me, it's very interesting. Again, this is very personal information at this point, what I'm going to divulge on, but for example, I have like a genealogy of my own family, for example, which at this point counts about 6,000 people. I just very much like giving unknown people a voice, for example.
Yeah.
Not necessarily people that benefit from them because they're long dead and whatnot, but
But
I very
it's
much believe in the concept that you you die a second time the moment that someone doesn't utter your name again.
I see what you mean. You like the bringing people's stories back to life.
Yes.
You know,
As
preserving
society
that.
progresses as well, we just lose a lot of the traditional ways that we've had
Oh,
of
for
doing
sure.
things. And if you look at the Netherlands, for example, over the time span of like the 60s and 70s, we've taken a lot of our non-urbanized land, so a lot of farmland, for example, and we've consolidated that, made the plots bigger just to optimize farming. But what we've also lost in that is a lot of the original terrain that we used to have, a lot of the original ways that we created fields, for example.
Yeah.
It's a whole different thing that you're losing there, which at that point didn't matter because the only thing that matters after a world war is prosperity. But yeah.
Yeah. It's fortunate that that's just how it is in modern societies. Yeah. Change and technology and optimization and growth.
I mean, it mostly was a thing in like the 50s and the 60s where the main goal is just making life bearable again and progressing out of the slum that was the Second World War. But what we've done in that process is destroy more history than the World War itself has. But that's the way I look at it. Like there's someone else might think differently about it. They may appreciate post-World War things more, but that very much is a turning point where a lot of things went south.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't think there's anything wrong with appreciating history or as the or aesthetics or traditional ways of life, because less people appreciate those than less people.
Well, there's
anyway.
a nuance to make there, because you also have people that appreciate history on like a very devotional way almost, and that is where you get into also political movements like neo-Nazism, for example, where people take history at a much different value and take a certain interpretation of history above what it really is, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Because then, history starts to become like ideology and history start to blend together into a single thing.
Yeah, and history in itself is just facts. That's essentially also what, if you take like an archaeological excavation, for example, what you're finding is a fact. But what you have to give that is as close of an interpretation as you can within what you know and what has been established. But it's when you start to give meaning to facts beyond what you can actually tangibly prove that you take history out of its own context. And that is where an appreciation of history can get dangerous, to put it that way.
Honestly, I think that can happen with anything. Like anything, you have facts, but then you start to interpret them and put in your own meaning, and then alter it for whatever your ideology is or what you think. It's like what you said with the Santa Claus thing.
Yeah.
So, you have
can very
facts,
much
but then
any kind of knowledge you can color into a certain
light
or whatever
to fit your worldview. You can shape
to fit your agenda.
Of course, that's just how people are.
Yeah,
fortunate.
I mean, yeah, sadly, yes.
That's not going to change ever. It would be nice if we all just did our best all the time to look for facts, to look for whatever fits the best version of reality, based on reason, not based on what we want.
Not necessarily look for facts, but more so keep with the facts. Because what you see a lot, at least what I see a lot, is that people take a fact and then use a singular fact to be bigger than it is. So there's this saying in Dutch that één ei is geen ei. A single egg is not an egg. Essentially, you need more than one of something to prove that it is a thing. Right? So just because you have this one thing saying that something is
I mean, the English version would be the whole, like, seeing the forest and the trees. We're not seeing just the tree, but seeing the forest. Basically, you instead of singling out one tree and saying this proves this, you have to also look at the whole forest, look at the big picture.
Yes, one tree all the forest make.
Yes, exactly. You can look at the tree, that's fine, but you gotta consider that there's a forest that's growing in. You can't look at one thing and make a conclusion. Yeah.
Yeah. Just because you see a single kind of tree doesn't mean that the entire forest consists of only that tree.
Exactly.
It can also exist of other trees, which you don't see if you just focus on that one tree.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're back to trees. Fuck.
What's wrong with trees?
I am going to leave for dinner at some point, by the way. But
Oh, don't worry. Go ahead whenever you need to.
I'll be yelled at that point. So, no.
But don't get yelled at. You should go before
I mean,
that.
people are too lazy to walk up a set of stairs, so they just yell up the stairs. So.
Okay. Well, as long as they're not, like, actually angry, then.
It's not angry yelling, though.
Okay,
It's
good.
just, hey, dinner's ready.
Oh, okay.
Just... It's good that I don't have a face cam on right now, because I probably look like a bloody idiot.
I think I probably look like that all the time, but...
I have this thing where I can't stand still, so I'm just standing behind my desk, just doing some stupid motion with my hands.
Oh, I thought you were going to say tossing Flint around so you can start a fire.
Not anymore.
Okay.
Do you want to do some more Dutch? Or
I'm down. I'm just
Where are we
scrolling
at?
back through and looking at some of the previous things, because they really just throw you in with, like, this huge amount of words. I'm definitely going to forget, but I'll try not to. Because we're on the opening, too.
If you just want like a rough introduction, I would say that Duolingo is pretty decent. But if you actually want to learn a language, like, you should go beyond things like Duolingo.
Oh, yeah. Actually, I'm not studying Dutch as a main language. I'm just messing around with it. This is just something I was doing to bond with my friend. Because we study Japanese. Like, wind, basically. And just for a little fun... Just for funsies, really. We were just going to dabble a bit in Dutch because it's a language we both haven't studied. So that would be fun to study a little bit of a language from scratch.
Just for shits and giggles, essentially.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't have enough brain space
Jamie_TGJ says W language friends Bible thumb.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my main language is second language, and I don't even, like, study it that consistently, to be honest, but if there is one, it's Japanese. It's the one I mainly do. And if I can pick only one, then only one second language, then everything else would get dropped for Japanese, because I can only... It's just because I've invested the most in that one. And that I don't have enough time for other things. But yeah. So that's, like, how I feel right now. But I don't know, I could always do more in the future if I just ended up wanting to. Definitely. It's obviously, it's what you said too, it's not, like, the most practical language. You learning it because you're gonna, it's gonna be very useful.
Fun as well.
Yeah. And it has been extremely fun.
And Dutch, for that matter, is a pretty easy language to transition into from English.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say a pretty language, because that's what I was thinking.
No, it's not. It's not pretty.
What? It is pretty.
Is a language pretty when all of the sounds is just?
Yes. You got that, but it's like there's less of
You
it
have
than...
a weird taste of pretty, but okay.
It is, I swear, it's pretty. I guess what I thought the whole time you were speaking it and Asper was speaking it, I was like, wow, you guys sound so good. It's such a pretty language.
Jamie
When you actually...
TGJ says there is beauty in having a stroke.
There is.
What the hell? You guys are being so mean to poor Dutch.
I mean,
Poor Dutch.
it's a joke made a lot about Dutch that it sounds like having a stroke.
Oh wait, but only in the sense that it sounds similar to English. It sounds like you're maybe listening to English, but it's like you're not paying attention to what they're saying. It has that kind of
that's the thing.
feeling. Yeah, I get that.
A lot of Germans will also call it Dutch or drunk German, just because it sounds a lot like Dutch, but it isn't Dutch. It's just weird. Or because it sounds like German, but it isn't German. It just sounds weird.
Oh, that's why to me it really sounds like when I listen closely to it, I'm actually paying attention. Like it really just sounds like German and English just directly had a baby. Like it just you can hear both, but I really like it. Like it's nice because it's like a toned down because I'm an English speaker, so it almost sounds like a toned down German.
Mm-hmm.
But but it's very pleasant.
To me, so I've learned Swedish as well, right?
You did?
Yes, and Swedish to me sounds very much like a more fluent version of any kind of Germanic language, for that matter. Så jag kunde säga...
Or say some things in...
Det låter lite mer som om man har en
Jamie
mening med vad man...
TGJ says Swedish is beautiful.
Precis, jo.
I think I prefer the way Dutch sounds. Just from that small sample.
I also have an accent in Swedish.
I can just Google like someone talking in Swedish.
Yeah, probably.
Swedish. Let me see if I should have had Google open before.
Vi ska lyssna på något svenska.
Jamie _TGJ says Swedish and Turkish are probably two languages that sound the best to me, sound-wise.
I don't know enough about Turkish to have an opinion on that myself, so. But the way I speak Swedish, like, I've met plenty of Swedes who've told me that they would think that I'm either Danish or Norwegian based on the way that I pronounce things. And even because Dutch, in the way that it pronounces things, is a lot closer to Norwegian than it is to Swedish, my accent apparently sounds a lot like I'm speaking Norwegian.
Oh, Norwegian's cool. Actually, that was something I remember Wind was studying before looking at Dutch for like a while. He would dabble in Norwegian for fun. Okay, I'm gonna listen to some Swedish.
Hej! Johanna heter jag och idag kommer jag att prata om mitt modersmål som är svenska. Ja! Svenskan är ett nordgermanskt språk som är närbesläktat med
No, I prefer Dutch, I think.
I mean, but to me this has like a nicer flow than Dutch.
It has a nice flow, but it's too vanilla. It has a flow, but it comes across to me as too bland. I just think I like Dutch the way. I mean, Dutch actually sounds really nice because it has flow, but it also has a little bit of crunchiness. Exactly, but not too much. Because German has like a lot, and Russian has like a lot or something. I don't know. They're very intense more. The sounds.
Well, Russian in that sense is like Japanese, and that you just need to like take out like 10 years of your life to properly learn.
Oh, okay.
Right.
I think so, but yeah, Dutch has a good combination. It's like ice cream with the nuts sprinkled on top, but then Swedish is just like the ice cream. Where are the crunchy bits?
I have a nut allergy, so that doesn't translate to me. But yeah. Anyways.
But yeah, I mean, I already liked German beforehand. Like I I like the way German sounds, but I feel like Dutch is like German 2.0. It has an even more pleasant sound. Like German's still really nice, so.
And it's more accessible. So if you're just learning for shits and giggles, like you say you are, then Dutch is the better option, probably.
Heck yeah. And then I get to be special because no one else will study it because there's no point. Everyone else studies languages like Japanese and German, so it can be fun. And then again, the cool thing is, one of the most frustrating things when you do learn a language or dabble or whatever is if you're speaking a language where a lot of the native speakers are not fluent in English, or they're not that fluent, you don't have a lot of access to help because they can't really help you and they don't understand your questions and they don't. Yeah, and there's a barrier, but with a language like Dutch, since most of you are fluent English speakers, in the event one person's, you're right, you can always kind of fall back.
Most people
that
you would meet on the street, for example, but
like
I said, people like my grandparents barely speak any English.
Well, on the internet, on Twitch, like I'm sure there are going to be lots of fluent.
Like I say, the people that of your own like age bracket that you'll meet online, things like that.
Yeah.
The people that you mix with in your own interests and things like that.
Exactly. And I don't really spend time communicating with people outside of my age bracket anyway in English. Like I'm not like.
I mean, this is a thing that I encounter because for my work, I occasionally speak to people that are well into their 90s, for example.
I see.
And my Dutch, or the way that I speak Dutch, has more English loan words, and I may default to like an English phrase because I know it better by heart than I know the Dutch word that they might use for the same concept. And you can tell that there's like they can still pick it up from like context.
Okay.
But you can tell that it's not a phrase that they're used to hearing.
Like just by looking at their face, their reaction to what you said.
Yeah.
It's like I see.
Like you can just see like they need to think like for a second like what exactly do you mean by that?
Their eyes get cloudy for a second. I'm just kidding. I feel for them.
No, but like a lot of people over the age of like I think 60 are from the generation where German was still the prominent foreign language.
Okay.
So yeah.
Well, at least they can make friends with Chips. Then Chips can keep them entertained.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that probably wouldn't work, because then Chips would try to like convince them like English is like a superior language and they should just learn English, and then they probably would fight.
Nah, because people that age also they're the kind of people that's either they lock down on what they know already, and they just don't want to progress into more up-to-date things.
That's what I mean. I mean, Chips would probably start arguing, saying they should learn English. It's a joke. Yeah, and they would be like, no.
Example,
The elderly people would be not like that.
Because there's this entire thing, like, we didn't give my grandmother, or my grandmother didn't want a smartphone for the longest time. But then at some point, dumb phones were so difficult to come by, and she needed a new one, that we had no choice but to put her on a smartphone, and that opened another can of worms of things that were new to her and that she doesn't fully understand, and that bring problems into her everyday life and things like that. But yeah. Some people just don't want to progress beyond the things that they know.
It's true. It's interesting.
I'm just happy that my grandfather is still open to like new things
and
learning and understanding them. So
yeah.
To be fair, he's 86, turns 87 later this year. So.
Oh wow. Does he wear a helmet when he bikes?
He doesn't, but he mostly takes a car.
Okay.
Well, no, he cycles a lot as well, actually.
No, okay, I see.
But at least he still has a sense of balance, which...
Oh, you're gonna see...
But with things like that, like admitting that your balance is bad, it's a very slow progress of losing your own balance, or losing your sense of balance, rather. my grandmother, for example, doesn't fully realize that. And it's the same with technology or whatever. You don't fully realize the world is progressing because you don't engage in it to that same degree. So at some point you just find yourself in a world where banking via the internet, for example, is the norm, whereas you very much still live in a world where you have to physically go to a bank to get things sorted.
I think sometimes people do realize things are starting to change, but they'll put it off as long as they can.
Yeah.
And my parents are like that, too.
And things like digital banking, for example, were already introduced in the early 80s over here. So...
I even feel like I feel it too, like in the sense I also feel it on the other side, as in, like the younger generation, younger than me, like, I mean, the kids who are like in high school now, middle school, you know, people already have like a head start in important skills, like they already know how to code and stuff and work, those kinds of, like important 21st century skills.
With, for example, like 14-year-olds nowadays, is that they have a lot less ability to focus on anything, for example.
Makes sense with the, yeah.
But again, that's a generalization. There's always exceptions to
ever since I got like a smartphone, I mean, I've been using technology for a while, but I didn't grow up with it in the same way. Like, I wasn't born and someone put an iPad in my hands, because that didn't exist.
Are you older than Google? Is a question that I can now ask.
Am I older than Google? When was Google? I don't even know when Google came out. But
let me actually check. Because I want to say 2002.
Probably. At the very least, when I first was introduced to a computer, Google wasn't yet super well known. Like, it wasn't like, oh, everyone knows Google, just Google it. The people didn't have that expression, just Google it. Google was still young.
Oh, okay.
So.
Google.com was registered in mid-September 1997. So
I had a feeling Google's been around for quite a long time.
Apparently, even I am younger than Google.
But yeah, I didn't get an iPad like put into my hand, but still, yeah, I got two. Probably like late elementary school is when I got to start using like actual technology, like smartphones, whatnot. Like late, like before middle school, and yeah, that's. Even though I didn't have that influence from as early as kids these days do, which who knows what kind of effect that has.
Jamie_TGJ says, so a better question would be, are you younger than Google before it became popular, Kappa?
Yeah,
anyway,
but what is the year that it became popular? Is that the question?
Important thing is, I get distracted easily. Wait, talking about Google. Oh yeah, it still had an impact on me though, like my attention span.
Oh yeah.
But anyway, this is just
mine also gotten worse. So.
Yeah, it's only gotten worse over time. The whole like checking my phone, looking for notifications. Yeah, so I can only imagine how much worse it would be if you literally are a few weeks old and got handed an iPad, or it would have been significantly. It would have had an even more significant impact on me.
I've worked for people who had kids that were like 2 years old, for example, and that were just glued to iPads all the time, just watching like kids' content on YouTube.
Yeah.
For example.
And while correlation doesn't equal causation, one of the correlations they have found is that kids who spend an excessive amount of screen time, like one of the studies showed that they had increased rates of like learning disabilities and like falling behind with their peers with like schoolwork and academics and stuff.
I don't know if you picked that up on the background, but I just got shouted at, so.
I didn't.
That's in about dinner.
Alright, I hope you have a nice dinner.
Yeah, I don't know if you're still going in, like, I don't know, 3/4 of an hour or something. Like 45 minutes, but I'll probably be back by then if you want.
Okay, well, if I'm still around, like, feel free to come in if I am.
I will. I definitely will.
Okay,
Actually,
if I'm around.
let me do that.
But enjoy your dinner. Don't rush or anything. Have a nice dinner. What is
There
that?
you go. Well,
Is that like a wolf howling?
that's
Sorry, dog.
probably the follow notification.
No way. It doesn't make that sound.
I don't know.
Well, it does make a wolf howl, but I heard it sounded different. I guess it could have
I don't
been.
know. I don't know. I'm not your ear, so I don't know what you're hearing. So.
Oh, okay. I don't know. That was weird. It was like
Anyway.
a very muffled. I guess maybe it was similar, but it didn't sound exactly the same. It just kind of sounded like a dog howling in the background, so I thought it was from your mic. I was like, is there like a dog in your house?
No, the only thing that I did is
muffled.
hit your follow button. So.
I mean, that okay. Then it probably was. Oh, okay. It probably was that then. But this okay. That's weird. The audio came through weird.
It's probably your follow notification or something.
I feel awkward now. Thanks for following. So you should say that instead. I was like, what? What was that sound? All right.
No worries. I'll be back later.
Okay.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. Okay, just me now. Maybe I'll listen to the audio for this one more time and review it. Oh wait, I forgot to mention. I was surprised I couldn't find this verb on this website they linked. Because this is supposed to be a list of what, irregular verbs? And I guess this is
Jamie_TGJ says, how are you going about using the book?
No real, because I mean, I'm just dabbling. It's what he said earlier in the VC, just for, crap and giggles. So I'm not really following a methodology. I'm just kind of trying to read through most of it, look at the words, memorize some of the things if I can, in a relaxed way, like in a casual way, and yeah, mainly that. Oops. There's audio too that comes with this, so I'll probably just also listen to the audio a lot, since that's easy to do. And also the pronunciation is not super easy. It's pretty hard. And the vowels, I'm getting the vowels wrong a lot. Well, I'm getting a lot wrong, but that's beside the point. Why is this verb not here? Okay, wait, wait. I copied the wrong thing. Let's try. Okay, let's try this one. Why is this missing so much? Okay, wait, no. Okay, it has this one. So it just doesn't have all of them. Sadly. Maybe I need to find a good Dutch dictionary. Oh, okay. So I think this was all supposed to be a regular, so. Oh my god. I don't even know what most of these are. Right, so this is the infinitive. But they wanted the stem. Present, perfect. I don't even know if this is listed in the... Okay, maybe I'll find one where, like, I know what the stem is, so... I mean, because the stem is already here. So I can just see where the stem is located. So it's probably the first one for the present tense. This is the stem. So if we go back to... Vergaderen or whatever.
Jamie_TGJ says, how long have you been learning Japanese and what are your plans for the future?
I don't know. I think I want to... The time doesn't really even matter for Japanese because I study inconsistently and sometimes I don't study for many months. So it doesn't give a good... It doesn't really give a good idea. Like, it doesn't really give an accurate picture of how much time I've spent from when I actually started because of how inconsistent I study. Like, more inconsistently than any other language learner ever, maybe. But, I mean, so it's probably better just to go with what my level is, and so reading, which is my best skill because I mostly just read, it's probably like low, intermediate, high beginner. Depends on how generous you want to be. Speaking, low beginner. Listening, low beginner. Like, it's just reading. What was I doing? Oh, okay. So this is probably the infinitive. Vergader. Wait, there's the audio, thank God.
Ik verga dir.
Vergader.
Ik verga dir.
Vergader. What's this again? This was... Okay. So that's how I find the stem. This is irregular.
Jamie_TGJ says, nice. Also, I don't know if I said this before, but I remember you asking. I'm from New York, so I'm a native English speaker.
Oh, yeah,
and
you
I
did
speak
say.
And am improving Spanish and Portuguese.
That's cool. I'm trying to remember. I don't know why. Spanish came up somewhere. Like, it was something I was, like, looking at.
Jamie_TGJ
I don't remember.
says, okay, sorry for the repeat message then.
Oh, no, don't worry. I wonder if this one's, like, help here or something. It's just help.
Ik help.
Wonderful. I guess this is why they call them irregular. Is this one like dunk?
Ik denk.
Yeah, it is. Maybe this one's just like reckon. Yeah. These are irregular? But oh, I guess like, I wouldn't know because they haven't like taught the rules for the regular ones. Quiche.
Ik kijk.
Kite. Oh, I keep forgetting that's how it's read. Kite. So it looks like for a lot of them, you can just drop the N sound. Lunch. That's nice. Oh my god, this vowel, that was hard to say.
Ik luister.
That was, oh my god. Sure. The only one that was kind of weird was this one. Just a little. Oh, this one. Wait, no, this one's not that weird, I guess.
Ik fiets.
Fiets.
Ik fiets.
Oh, this one beats type.
Ik typ.
Type. You know what? Maybe these ones are actually supposed to be regular verbs. And these ones are supposed to be irregular. And it's like, just maybe it's like just comparing the two. I have that feeling. Because for this one, it's saying note that with the following verbs, the spelling changes. But you didn't get the warning for this one. The spelling rules in Appendix 1. I probably should. Alright. I don't know where the appendix is. Or how far back. Oh wow, there's a verb.
Jamie_TGJ says, are you writing this stuff down? Because I see it has all the question and answer lines and stuff.
No, I'm not. Wait, did it say Appendix 1? Wait, where did it say the spelling was located? Did it say Appendix 2 or Appendix 1? Wait, it's because it's not teaching spelling rules. Because it's supposed to be spelling rules. Go too far. Maybe it is talking about this. Okay, I wonder if it's going to be too confusing or not. Oh, this is a list of irregular verbs, though. A verb, the infinitive form, in the last column. Alright, I think I just need to have 2 of these open. Honestly. Because I can keep the appendix open on this page. This is the nice thing about having something digital. Is you can have 2 pages open at the same time, unlike an actual book. Oh yeah, I did say Appendix 1 for the spelling rules. So I guess there's rules to the irregulars. In the first column, you find a verb, the infinitive form. The last column is an English translation. Second column, singular and plural forms of the imperfect. Okay, in the third column, you'll find the past participle of the verb. If the present perfects form with the form of the verb have been the past participles preceded by have. If the present form is formed with the verb, and the present form is the imperfect? Is that what I mean by present? We'll have to look. Let's look at this one as an example. Because it says if the... Oh, these conditional statements. Formed with the form of the verb. Zing or something? But I don't see that anywhere.
Jamie_TGJ says, do you like grammar, like in general?
Yeah, it's interesting. It's cool. It's just, oh my god, why are there 622 of them? Okay, I see. So the present form, whatever they're talking about, must not be... It must be different than the imperfect. Because it's not listed. So I wouldn't know if any of these verbs are formed with zine or whatever. But I guess you could tell just by looking at the past participle. Because this one's hefter, so hef. or whatever. So then this hebben, this would be formed if it's in the what did it say? The present form, whatever that is, would use this for the verb. And maybe it's not listed because they're just assuming like you should know it. It should be obvious. Except I haven't learned this yet, so it's not. Well, it's good to know that this is going to show up, that it's going to be important, even if I don't know exactly what it's for yet. Imperfect. Why are there two imperfects again? Second column. Oh, because there's a singular and a plural form of it. Crazy. Wait, this is different because we don't have an imperfect in English. We have a perfect, but we don't have an imperfect. Like, I wonder what that could be used for. Okay. I don't know why they referred me to Appendix 1, because I don't think these spelling rules really helped at all. I don't think these are really spelling rules. It's more like a list of verbs to reference. Okay, let's see if this one's here. Which I also don't know what it means, but... Oh my god. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have... Here it is. This is give. So what was it supposed to do? Give the stem. So I already know how to find this stem here, so how does it compare to... Oh, give. Give?
Ik geef.
Okay. I keep forgetting the double E when it's not... when it's stressed is read like an A. Hey.
Ik geef.
Geef. Okay, so basically this is not helpful. This chart doesn't have Hafe here. So this chart is not helpful for this exercise. So this is kind of, you can look up spelling rules in Appendix 1. It's kind of misleading, I think. Since it's not really useful for this exercise. But I guess it's useful if you just want more information about the verb. As in information they haven't taught you yet. I bet this is like cook. Cook.
Ik kook.
Cook. What is it? Actually, I don't know if it's... Does it give a definition for these? Cook. Schrijven? Schrijven? Form letter, send a letter. Right.
Ik schrijf.
Schrijf. Oh, it is like I've. Schrijf. Maybe it's something make.
Ik maak.
Maak. Great, yeah. I do like that they were right about what they said. That the words are kind of easy to... Like, a lot of them do sound like the English ones. It's kind of nice.
Ik lees.
Lees. Yeah. Hey, and what was it? Jamie, isn't this is similar to Spanish, right? Because if reading is lace, isn't like the Spanish word for reading, isn't it like leer or something? They're probably related. Slogan.
Jamie_TGJ says leer yet.
That's cool. So then this one is lay.
Lees.
Nice. Gotta love how what is it? Wait, are these all in like I think these are considered like romantic languages, all of them, right? All of these I think. I'm actually not sure if Dutch is or not.
Jamie_TGJ says you read in Spanish is lees lol.
Germanic. Oh, from Latin.
Jamie_TGJ says but languages that come from Latin are Romance yet.
Wait, what do you mean you read in Spanish is lease or whatever? Say again. It's like
Jamie_TGJ says on the page you were on before it had it too.
Before it had it too. What did it have? Like this page? This webpage? This dictionary verbix that I'm using? That I found?
Ik slaag.
Slaag. Absolve. Pass. Slag. Okay, I'm gonna forget this one immediately. Slag.
Ik slaag.
Slag.
Jamie_TGJ says whatever made you say the Dutch word was similar to Spanish leer, it also had the word lees, which is you read in Spanish.
Oh, that means you. I didn't know that. Lees is you read? That's cool. Yeah, I remember. So I had to study Spanish, like take the first class, or whatever, when I was in middle school. And I basically don't remember anything at all. But I basically got completely lost. Once we got into verb conjugations and like verb tables, like I was cooked. That's when I was like completely lost and realized Spanish is not for me. But I had actually a really good teacher, I'll be honest. I do kind of feel bad that I didn't like try harder because she was so passionate about Spanish. Like she wasn't a native speaker, but like her whole life was about like she just loved the
Jamie_TGJ says
culture.
yeah, they usually stump people but they get easier. Except for irregular ones.
Mm-hmm.
There are lots of patterns and there are barely any grammar irregularities.
Well, that's really good. Barely any grammar irregularities is really nice. I always appreciate that in a language. I remember I hated that the nouns had genders, so I had to keep remembering if something was like a took the like, L or la or whatever, and it was like, this feels so unnecessary coming from English. Which also English used to have gendered nouns too, but we dropped that because it's dumb. Advise.
Ik adviseer. Ik adviseer.
Adviseer. Just like advise. Yeah. Leak.
Ayaweza says ain't dumb if you know what they are used for LUL.
Oh, hi, Aya. Wait, what? What ain't
Ayaweza says hello.
Lig.
Ik lig.
Lig. Lie.
Jamie_TGJ says genders.
Oh. Oh yeah, I forgot. Oh wait, you're okay. Jamie, I'm gonna introduce you to Aya's a native Spanish speaker actually, and he's crazy, and he speaks Japanese too. He's like knows everything basically. Jamie, just came today. He says he studies Spanish.
Jamie_TGJ says I watch his streams LOL.
Oh, perfect then. Good, good, good. Yeah, Aya's cool. I was talking earlier, with Jamie that one of these Dutch verbs sounded like Spanish. Like I thought it sounded like Spanish. It was they had wait, what was it again? Oh God. This one. For how to say it. This one reminded me of Spanish.
Ik lees.
Oh, lees means read. Like reading. I read. Read, lie. The O is a weird sound, so vol, pollen.
Jamie_TGJ says yeah, that's the word I meant.
Yeah. Ball?
Ik voetbal. Ik voetbal.
Football. Play soccer. There's no translation. It's wonderful. It's okay. They have their own. This was like a V, wasn't it? I think they have their own dictionary.
Ayaweza says one of the main roles of grammatical genders is clarification through redundancy.
Okay, I'm gonna have to think about that for a second. Clarification through redundancy. The redundancy, do you just mean adding extra information that doesn't necessarily have to be there? Whoa.
Ayaweza says yes.
Okay, I see. I can see if like you're really used to all the genders, like how it could make it easier to understand what someone's saying. Like if it sounds similar to another word, like just by telling which gender it is could make it easier to tell what actual word they're saying. But it is too much work for the language learner. Okay, they don't have it here. This is probably football. Like why would it not be? Why are there no samples? Okay, it is just to play soccer. Okay. What's it doing? Gordon or something? Yeah, I could tell that in Dutch I could tell when those two guys were talking. Like they would roll their R's in certain words. I'm sad that Dutch people roll their R's. I hate roll. I can't. Oh, it's whore. To perceive with the ear. Wow, just here. Here. Whore.
Jamie_TGJ says yeah, Dutch has a few different pronunciations for the R, I think.
Have you studied Dutch, Aya? That's crazy. Oh wait, you're talking about Spanish, right? That's Oh wait, this is Spanish. I think it's Spanish probably. It's and one thing is feminine on the table. Oh. Okay, but that's kind of cool. That's a good example. It's still really inconvenient, though, to have to learn it from scratch, but I don't think the benefits are worth the extra cognitive effort it takes to actually remember which one is which gender. But I can see how it has practical uses. That's nice. Okay, review time. Let me see if I remember these. I don't remember what this means. This means cook. This means rights. This means make. And this means... I don't remember either. That's so sad. So sad. It's so hard to remember things. What was this one? Give. It even sounds like it too. Gave. Is it gave?
Geef.
Heef. Yeah, keep reading the. Not hard G. Heef. Heefen. Fun. Give, cook, write, make, lie. This one's advise. Oh, shoot. This one's no, wait, this one's lie. What's this one then? Oh wait, oh my god, I literally said it. I was like, oh, this sounds like Spanish, but then I immediately forgot that it was supposed to be read. I hate this, it's too hard. Listen. Done.
Lezen.
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 Huh. Lezen. This was read. What was this one? I mean, I said I was going to forget this one, and I did exactly what I said I was going to do.
Jamie _ TGJ says screw Dutch, learn Korean.
Korean pronunciation is actually
Slaag.
Extremely hard. It's like Chinese and Korean are the languages that I dabbled for extraordinary, like a day with, like an extraordinarily short time with.
Jamie _ TGJ says, yeah, that's why I said it. LOL.
Yeah, and Chinese and Korean are insane with pronunciation. Like, it's just insane. Like, you're right, this can't even compare. Dutch can't even compare to how difficult Chinese and Korean are when it comes to pronunciation. Proper, it's hard.
Slaag.
Slaag. Slaag.
Slaag.
What does it mean? Pass. My god.
Jamie _ TGJ says, you know what languages has easy pronunciation? Spanish.
Spanish. Oh yeah, yeah. I still can't roll my R's, but I can't roll my R's really for Dutch either, so. But they do it more. They roll their R's a lot more in Spanish than Dutch. And it makes me feel sad whenever I can't do it. Somehow. Oh yeah, this was live. Swim. Sing. I mean, I could always, like, do the thing. Oh, wait. I just need to be careful not to. Oh, no, I know what I'll do. I'll just use my chat window. It's a hot. Oh, wait. What is OBS? That's an. Oh, because the chat window is connected to OBS. Okay, well, I can just use OBS then. To hide, you're gonna switch between the OBS window. I mean, you can't see when I go to the. When I use the OBS window. But when I switch to it, I can use it.
Says redundant information also helps in a really loud context.
Oh!
I remember reading a paper that said in a loud place, languages with verb conjugations and genders get the full message through, while languages like English lose half of it. LUL.
We still have verb conjugations, though. So these... That...
Jamie _ TGJ says you don't necessarily have to roll your R's if you can to learn to speak with a certain accent. LOL. For example, rural Puerto Rico has a guttural R like the Dutch G, and in Costa Rica every rolled R is rhotic.
I didn't even realize that's considered an R, technically, the or whatever. That's a fun sound. Oh, the Spanish ones are. Oh my god.
As crazy as the Spanish ones. LUL.
Spanish ones like they don't like, you don't even sound. Doesn't even sound human. It sounds like an alien noise. That's how crazy the rolls R's can get, and you can just like roll infinitely. It's just crazy. Maybe you'll have to do that sometime.
Says.
It just, it has a very unique sound. It's like almost like a chirping noise. Best way to describe it.
Ayaweza says talking about the verb conjugations.
Oh, I'm talking about the R's. I'm talking about the verb conjugations. Oh. Well, we have verb conjugations.
Jamie_TGJ says SHHH don't let her think they're hard.
They are hard.
Ayaweza says they are not hard. LUL.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Okay, sorry.
Ayaweza says there are rules for them.
No, I'm not talking about verb conjugations. I'm talking about those R's still.
Ayaweza says, Jay, are you okay?
No. I don't want to talk.
Ayaweza says, wanna talk?
No. I caught you before you sent that message. Oh yeah, but I don't know. When I was taking Spanish and okay, go now. I'm going to talk about verb conjugations in Spanish. They were like, I don't know. I just was so confused when I was in middle school. I didn't understand any of that. And I think I didn't try hard, but I tried a little. And nothing went through. It was, yeah, very difficult. But I will say, too, at the time when I was learning Spanish by force, that I didn't really have that much knowledge of English grammar either. So I didn't even understand exactly what all those the different terms meant and stuff. Exactly. When it comes to the names of different conjugations and... yeah.
Jamie_TGJ says 18 tenses can have 103 conjugations.
Okay, that's why. See, that's why I hated Spanish. That's why it was literally. I just remember being absolutely insane. I'm like, you gotta be kidding. This is ridiculous. Like, first I had to memorize all these genders, and now I have to memorize what is this? That's too many. No, that's too much. By the way, I'm gonna be right back.
Jamie_TGJ says they have pattern errors, usually.
I know, but it's too many patterns to remember. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, but I don't know. Oh, I need to fix my thingy. The image I use in OBS, like the image file, like I accidentally moved it into a folder, which ended up like breaking it. That's okay, I can fix it right now. There. Ha. Ta-da! Isn't it cute? Okay, I'm gonna be like a minute. Wait, how mute? I'll just do this. Okay, I'm back. Put on a fan too, so hopefully it's not like too loud, but yeah. What's it doing? Oh yeah, I was just gonna quiz myself on this previous vocabulary. But honestly, maybe before I do that, maybe I should just listen to the audio again, since it's like hard and I'm failing with the pronunciation. Maybe I'll just listen to that. Oh, good. Okay. Let me just... grab it really quick. Okay, it's loading.
Routledge Intensive Dutch Course by Gerdy Quist, Christina Saas, and Dennis Strick. Copyright Gerdy Quist, Christina Saas, and Dennis Strick. Recording copyright that permission to make copies about themselves. The dating agency. Unit 1.
Hier ben ik. Tekst 1. Telefoondating.
What? We didn't do this. Okay, did I just put the wrong file? Are these out of order? Maybe it's supposed to be this one. They're out of order, some of them.
Unit 1, and say who you are.
Okay, it should be this one.
For example,
Ik ben Mark.
or
Ik heet Mark.
now say where you work.
Wait a second. It's not it either. Wait, I feel so confused right now. Wait, no, this is the right one. Never mind, I was doing the right one. I don't know why.
Routledge material. Come to the
Telefoondating.
I guess my listening's so bad that I didn't recognize that this was the right audio file all along. Ugh.
2 men and 2 women have registered with a dating agency
Telefoondating Nederland.
and have recorded
Nederland.
information about themselves. Listen to the following fragments, and for each of the candidates, try and write down their name, where they live, and what they do for a living.
Welkom bij Telefoondating Nederland.
Goedemiddag. Dirk Fransen is de naam. Ik ben directeur bij een marketingbedrijf. Ik ben 51 jaar. Ik woon in Den Haag. En ik zoek een intelligente vrouw tussen de 35 en 45 jaar. Ik hou van lezen en reizen. Goeiedag.
Now answer the questions.
Wow, I forgot how hard these are. Wasn't this supposed to be read or wait? I thought it was. Oh, yeah, read. Okay, they definitely do not explain every word in this vocab list, because you got like the where is it? Yar, whatever that was. But I don't think it's down here in the vocab list, so I have no idea what that is. I mean, I could just... Is this only for verbs? Oh yeah, it's called Verbex. Verbex. It's probably like an am or something like I am, because the verb comes at the end or something. Okay, maybe I should... actually look at the vocab list again, because I didn't go through like everything last time. Imitate. Oh, knowing how the vowels are pronounced, it's hard to remember what they're supposed to be.
Jamie
Travels.
_TGJ says look up the rules for them.
Yeah, well, I know some, like, I've been told some, but I keep forgetting them, so maybe just repetition and hearing it a bunch will just, eventually I'll remember. Maybe serious for that T. Go. Wow, it's actually shocking that this is not in the vocab list. But I think that's supposed to be a good morning. Because, I mean, I'm pretty sure... What was his name? Emma or Casper said... Oh, wait. Maybe they didn't. But I thought they said that or something. If I have any pet peeves, one of my pet peeves about textbooks is when they introduce a word and they don't, like, give it as a, they don't give it the translation. Oh, wait. Golden made that. Oh, this is good afternoon. It says it.
Yurito says
But-
at Jamie _TGJ this is the third time I see you today.
Third time.
Jamie _TGJ says where did you see me before?
Before. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. That's a new person chatting. I thought you... Never mind, I got confused who was chatting. Yeah, Jamie, I guess, is everywhere, because Jamie already, like, knows Aya.
Jamie _TGJ says I watch a lot of language learning streams,
Probably.
so if you're in one, you'll probably see me.
That's awesome.
Jamie _TGJ says LMAO.
I see you're famous, Jamie. Gold mid bag? I mean, I probably just shouldn't stress too much about mispronunciation, because then later on someone can correct me if they want to, I guess. It's not that super important, but still. So this was good afternoon. Franson. At or with marketing bedrijf. Ik ben 51. Actually, maybe this word means like years. Oh yeah, never mind. This is the verb. This is the year. This is probably like 51 years.
Jamie _TGJ says you could go half screen and pull up a translator.
Oh yeah, I don't really need it for this right now. What was that? I think it's weird that they have in here, but then they have this one, which also kind of means, I mean, which. Oh wait, no, this is never mind. They're not the same thing. Undone hug Ik look Teddy want to. It's probably not right, bro. Sin. Is this and or something? Sin. Between. Send the. Oh, I see. 5 jar. Ho. HOU. What is that? Oh, love or like. One something. One reason. Reason. Something. I think that one was travel. Yeah. Travel. Dog. And then this was a. Oh, maybe that's just this. That one's good day, or bye, or something. Yeah. Okay, so I'm good with this first one. Let me just see if I can listen to it again and actually like comprehend it in real time while I like read it. Cause I looked at all the vocab down here, so I'm pretty good with that.
These audio recordings are
Telefoon dating.
2 men and 2 women have registered with a dating agency
Telefoon dating Nederland.
and have recorded information about themselves. Listen to the following fragments, and for each of the candidates, try and write down their name, where they live, and what they do for a living.
Welkom bij Telefoon dating Nederland.
Goedemiddag, Dirk Fransen is de naam. Ik ben directeur bij een marketingbedrijf. Ik ben 51 jaar, ik woon in Den Haag en ik zoek een intelligente vrouw tussen de 35 en 45 jaar. Ik hou van lezen en reizen. Goeiedag.
Now answer the question.
Nice.
You will hear the...
Okay. Don't know the numbers yet, but I won't worry about it because this is introduced later in the chapter. I'll probably go back and review this later. Because I think actually, now I think the dialogues generally like kind of introduce you to what the whole chapter is supposed to teach you. So even though you have like this vocab list, I mean, they don't go over everything. Because it's like all... You have to actually go through all the sections. So I guess that's fair. And it also looks like there are some tasks where you have like dialogues with people. So I guess they did include some of that. Like here too, maybe. I have no idea what the name of this chapter unit is. Wow. But for just one unit, well, how many units are there? 11. Okay, this is fair. Okay, I'll look at the second one. Go look at it in text verse Hawaii. No. Where is
Jamie_TGJ says what I do is just get an outline of the grammar, like no exercises or anything, just rules and their applications, then I Anki and read till my brain hurts lol.
No. This is humor interesting. Where does it use? Oh, it's here. Heb good. Cool. Wow, they okay, I see. They decided to, instead of explain the word, they translated an entire phrase into a good sense of humor. Hmm. Maybe this is like of?
Ayaweza says, why don't you just read the terms of service of a game in German?
No! This is Dutch, but no. No, never. Why would you suggest something so horrible? I did it once in Japanese, but I'm never doing it again for any other languages. Like, you can't pay me money to do it. Like, that's, no.
Jamie_TGJ
That's
says
terrible.
sounds feasible.
No. No. I would hate that. Okay, let's keep blood.
Ayaweza says, you're right, who in their right mind would do that?
Exactly. Who? No one reads the terms of service. No one would do that in their right mind. No one does that. Okay, this one I will look up. As in, like, I just want to see which word is which. Maybe Google Translate. See which one. Because I translate the whole phrase. This is probably.
www.
I have So which word? There's goid and govol. I forgot how to pronounce it. But like, which one is good? Good feeling. So this one's good.
Ayaweza says.
Feeling. Okay. I see why they translate the whole phrase. So I guess they probably are literally saying something like,
Ayaweza says.
I have a good feeling of humor. Which is, sense is like feeling in English, but they just say, okay, I think it makes sense, I guess. A good feeling of humor, a good sense of humor, it's the same thing. That's alright, I need to see. Oh, wait, what is it? No, I did not, nah. But today I was just logging on to have some fun with friends, but one's eating dinner, one's needed to go, and one fell asleep because it was super late right now for them. So now I'm just alone. But, well, not alone, but you know what I mean. Like, the main party who were going to Dutch party with me are, I guess AWOL is not the right word, but you know what I mean. But yeah. Well, since I already have this open, I guess I'll just like keep going until I get tired, because I mean, I kind of already have a headache, but I've had a headache since like the beginning of the day, so I kind of don't want to stress over studying Japanese right now when I only have like 10% of my brain cells functioning. But yeah, I'll have to put them on toner sometime.
Ayaweza says 18W. Ayaweza says 18.
Yesterday? Wait, what does this mean? Yesterday you did 18 streams or something? Oh, you just mean you streamed for 18 hours? Really? Oh.
Ayaweza says.
How are you even alive? That's crazy. Cause I'm like dead. Even if I stream at 9 or 10, like, there's no way. There's no way. I'm just like imagining. And then I would have, if I did that, I mean, I already have a headache, but like I would have like a major headache because that's what happens if I stay up excessively, or I don't even want to think about it. Like the headache that I would end up having the next day. It hurts to even think about, considering I have one right now. What did it say? Ik zoek.
Jouw wezen says.
Ja, en wat bedrijf. Ik zoek intimiteit, spontaniteit, en beige, beige, magie. I forgot if it's like a hard G sound or not. Oh, okay. Yeah, if you had said that your head didn't, if you didn't have a headache, I would have been shocked. Wait, but doesn't that mean like you're crazy? Never mind. You mean like you're crazy? Well, that obviously.
Jouw wezen says that means I am crazy. WWW.
I'm surprised you'd say that, because isn't it obvious you're crazy?
Jouw wezen says maybe I am crazy.
Not maybe, you definitely are. Even your stream rewards are crazy. Push-ups, that's crazy. Can't imagine doing a push-up. What's this in the list? Okay, I don't think this one actually was. Grog. I like to.
Jouw wezen says W.
Ik mag veel. En ik. Oh my god. I don't even think they had this lock. But I think it was later on. I think it show up, maybe. Interesting.
Jouw wezen says.
Okay, I think since those aren't in the vocab, I think I'll just like see what Google Translate says for them. But Aya de attack Okada? What? I thought your name was it I'll assist? Okay. What do they like to? What is this? I like to talk? Oh wait, this prot is probably talk. So like comes after the thing, so it's I talk like. They do one of those things.
Jouw wezen says I am, and I'm that slang for.
Oh god. Grammar. I talk like. Ata Oka. Okay. Oh, Ata Oka. I get it. Ah. You're right then. That's cool. I mean, that definitely makes sense. I probably should have been able to figure that out from context. That it's just a condensed form of that phrase, but I'm telling you, I have like 10% of my brain functioning. Hagelslag. Oh, there's a lot. Maybe this means like her. Alright, or not. Or maybe. Smile. Smile a lot. Huh. And ik. Yeah. This one is also not in the vocab list. Enjoy.
Ayoweza says BTW, what time did you get up at? Granny.
Granny? What? I don't remember. Honestly. I don't remember, but I've been up at least since. I mean, at least since 1 a.m.
Ayoweza says, what time is it now?
Like 11 a.m. 11:06. I wonder why they use. I mean, it's a grammar thing, but I won't think too hard about it. But I wonder why they use the head 11 instead of just 11 here. But I have no idea, so I just won't think too hard about it right now. Okay, this one, do I spell like bye or something? It must be totally wrong. Bye. And then this is probably the word for you. Okay. Well, time to hear how the person actually says this whole paragraph, because I have no idea.
Goedemiddag. Dirk Fransen. Tussen de
questions. You will hear the correct answers.
Dirk Fransen.
Where does he live?
Huh?
Ik ben 34 jaar en ik werk voor een modebedrijf.
Acteur bij een marketingbedrijf.
And now do the same for the following fragment.
Hoi, ik ben Angelina. Ik woon in Delft. Ik ben 34 jaar en ik werk voor een modebedrijf. Ik zoek intimiteit, spontaniteit en een beetje magie. Ik praat graag, ik lach veel en ik geniet van het leven. Jij ook? Doei!
Okay, I think that was supposed to say I like to live. Didn't it say? Oh, life. I like life. So things I like to talk, and I smile a lot, and I like life.
What is her name? Where does she say she works?
Bij een modebedrijf.
Oh wait, let me just look at this up. Height. This is interesting because breaks the formula of the ik ben. This is just like, oh, okay, it's another thing you can say, I guess. Okay. Ik zoek een spontanee made. Want antiek. Good. I'm trying to say that. That's hard. It's like old, kavod, or something. Vor, boomer, more hond. Gewoon in Harlem. Oh ja. Ik ben 29. Hoi. Can this mean, like, also bi? Okay, beautiful. Oh wait, it thinks it's English. That's the problem. Dutch. Okay, this isn't helpful. But maybe you can use this for, like, bi. Maybe with the full context, it'll translate it as bi. Okay, it did not. I just said hi, but... Interesting.
Aan een meid en wat romantiek. Ik heb een goed gevoel voor humor. Rutger.
Questions after you've listened to the fragment.
Hallo, ik heet Rutger. Ik werk in de informatica. Ik zoek een spontane meid en wat romantiek. Ik heb een goed gevoel voor humor. En een hond. Ik woon in Haarlem. Oh ja, ik ben 29. Hoi.
What is his name?
This was Liv. I will say though, learning any language that's not Japanese always makes me I always miss the kana. Because at least it's so easy to pronounce a new word. What was it looking at? Oh, that one. Live. I guess this is another. It's like afternoon or something. Good day. Just looks like a greeting. Harriet. And 42. Far. Food. I don't know what this is. Old. Then is 3 feet. Where was like? Love. Sick. Die met een charmante man und vind Oh, it's supposed to be think. Dog. I can say it later on. Think, find. Okay.
Rutger,
Where does he live?
in Haarlem.
Dag, mijn naam is Harriette. Ik ben 42 jaar oud. Ik woon in Brabant. Ik ben secretaresse bij een exportbedrijf. Ik hou van koken en muziek. Ik wil een serieuze relatie met een charmante man. Ik vind spiritualiteit en respect belangrijk. Dag.
What is her name?
Okay. On beige. I forgot what it was. I wish they had separate audio just for the words too. Would be cool. But I don't think they do. Or do they? Actually, maybe they do. Let me see.
Unit 1. And repeat each of the phrases.
Ik heet Rutger.
Oh, okay, no, they
Ik
don't.
werk voor een bank.
That's okay. I mean, I could probably get away with throwing this into Google just for the pronunciation.
Een beetje magie.
Beige. Magie.
Een beetje magie.
Magie. Beige. Magie. Blanc. Greek. Greek. Blanc Greek.
Belangrijk.
Belangrijk. Okay, that was good. Honestly, I just want to be able to pronounce things enough so that people know what word I'm saying, and then I'm good enough, even if it's not perfect. That's fine. It's supposed to be like, is it by?
Bij.
Bay. Bay. It's hard to know. Is that what they said in the... Let's make sure it's read the same in a sentence.
Ik ben directeur bij een marketingbedrijf. I.
Ja, gewoon charmante man. Kijk het hier. Sportbedrijf. Goed gevoel voor humor. Is it?
Een goed gevoel het leven live voor humor.
Goed.
Een goed gevoel het leven live voor humor.
Leven. Oh, with the stress.
Een goed gevoel het leven live voor humor.
Leven. Goed gevoel voor humor. It's supposed to be grog. I think.
Graag.
Oh, frog.
Graag.
Grog. Grog. Unhomed. Informatica. Intelligent row.
Een intelligente vrouw.
Hint.
Een intelligente vrouw.
Yeah. Intimidate.
Intimiteit.
God. Stuke. Jai. Okay.
Jij ook?
Jij.
Jij ook?
Jij. Ook.
Jij ook?
Ook. Koken. Leven. This was het.
Het leven.
Het leven. Lezen. En een marketingbedrijf. Mijn een modebedrijf. Use. Zeek. Wezen. Secretaresse.
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 Secretaresse. Secretaresse.
Secretaresse. Secretaresse. Serious. Latte. Sometimes some of these Dutch words give me such Spanish vibes too. It's weird because sometimes it feels very German, sometimes it feels really Spanish, and sometimes it kind of seems English.
Een serieuze relatie.
Serieus.
Een serieuze relatie. Een serieuze relatie.
Serieus. Relatie. Because isn't... I'm wrong. It's... Oh, thank you, whoever followed. Thank you. Serious Rati. Spontane. May. I think. Check.
Een spontane meid.
Spontane meid. Tussen. Tussen. Veel. Wat. Romantiek. I.e. romantiek.
Wat romantiek.
Romantiek. Okay. Okay, maybe I'll just like cover up the words and see if I can remember what they mean. First one. It's a little bit of magic. Oh my god, why is this so difficult? This is important, I think. And then at. And then a charming man, director. Actually, I'm not sure if it's a in. I'm actually not sure. An export company. A good sense of humor. What do they actually say? This is good. I did this. Oh, it's and. But I think these pronunciations are identical in and think. Maybe I'll ask if one of the Dutch people comes back. Bay. I think this was at or with. Forgot. Important. Okay, that's good. Oops. I kind of cheated because I saw this one. That's fine. Like, dog, IT, an intelligent woman, intimate. You too. Cook to cook. Live, baby. To live, living. That life. Read. Wait, I want to check the pronunciation of this.
Het leven.
Leven. Yeah, marketing company, mine. A. Is this modeling company? Like fashion modeling? Music. Basin. B. A travel secretary. Check the pronunciation of this though. Ray?
Reizen.
Oh, it's I. Oh yeah, because IE and EI make two different sounds. Like they're different. IE. EI. Okay, yeah. Ugh. I have to remember that. Is this music? Wait, no, IE, music. And then EI. Rising. Oh, fashion company, yeah. But I'm kind of curious if I put it into Google Translate, is it gonna say modeling company? Because I don't know, it just looks like. Okay, no, it does just mean fashion. So I was wrong. Because it's the same thing. Fashion. Drive. Serious relationship. A spontaneous woman. Spontaneity. Between. A lot. And a little bit of romance. A little, yeah. Okay. Use the present tense throughout. See, you can use the present tense to give information about yourself. Trek. Ik. Wind. Spiritualiteit. I think. Belangrijk. Wind. Wind.
Ik vind spiritualiteit belangrijk.
Spiritualiteit. Okay. I think I'm getting better, at least at approximating ish, but that sounds like ish. Spiritualiteit belangrijk. Okay, might as well listen to audio for these ones again and read that. Oh, so it should be here.
Turen.
Verbs, the present tense. Listen to the following speech patterns taken from the texts and repeat each of the phrases.
Ik ben Rutger.
Rutger.
Ik heet Rutger.
Heet Rutger.
Ik werk voor een bank.
Voor een bank.
Ik werk in Amsterdam.
Amsterdam.
Ik woon in Haarlem.
Woon.
Ik heb een hond.
Hup.
Ik zoek een vrouw.
Zoek een vrouw.
Ik wil een man.
Ik vind respect belangrijk.
Belangrijk.
Ik praat veel.
Praat
Ik lach veel.
Lach veel.
Ik geniet van vakanties.
Geniet.
Ik hou van dansen.
Hou. Say hou. Hou.
Ach veel.
Ik geniet van vakanties.
Vakanties.
Ik hou van dansen.
Hou van dansen.
Emma Watson says holy text-to-speech, that's a weird mix of intonations.
What? Huh? I was... Wait, what? The audio I'm using? This is the official audio for the actual, like, book. Or wait. Or you mean me. Sorry. I'm trying.
Emma Watson says yeah, it's a weird mix of Flemish and Dutch voices.
Oh, the official audio? If you want to, oh wait, you might be busy, but you can come join VC if you want. You can always, if you see me in VC, just if I am in there, you can always come in. Oh wow, I couldn't even tell that some of the audio is like Flemish sounding, but this is the audio that comes with the book. That's funny. So they didn't use Dutch speakers for all of the audio?
Emma Watson says I have half an hour or so. Kinda socially obliged to check the game, tongue sticking out.
Okay. The football game between the Netherlands and Germany. The Netherlands is gonna win.
Yes, England.
Oh, there you are! Hi!
Yes.
Wait, I'm so shocked. You mean that audio I was playing?
So it's there's an amount that does have like
that's crazy.
proper Dutch to call it that, proper between quotation marks, because whatever, every region has its own intonation.
Yeah.
Whatever. But Flemish in itself is kind of distinct in the way it pronounces things, and it has a mix of Flemish and normal Dutch.
You mean the words they use, right? Or do you mean like
not in the words? As in the
accent
intonation of words, as in the pronunciation of words.
Oh, what? And you can hear that difference. I can't. It all sounds the same.
Flemish has a softer spoken tone to a lot of words,
Whoa.
to a lot of sounds.
That's so cool.
Whereas Dutch has that harsher sounds, like the harsher, for example. Whereas Flemish
Wait, why do you think they did that? Do you think it doesn't matter? Or do you feel like that's bad that they made a textbook like that?
I don't know. It could be that they can't tell the difference themselves. It can be that
it could be. I can see that. Like if
see the effects of mixing those pronunciations together.
Oh, like they think it might not matter in the end for like a foreigner anyway, because they're probably not going to pronounce it right anyway.
I think it does. Because like I said before, like
I meant like maybe
normal Dutch kind of has the harsher sounds, which makes the sounds themselves more distinct, whereas the softer spoken nature of Flemish may cause you to blend the pronunciation of some words. So the way it pronounces vrouw, for example, sounded a lot more like it was an F instead of a V. Vrouw.
Oh, how would you? Can you say yours? How you say it?
Vrouw.
Oh yeah, and then those were softer.
As opposed to vrouw, the F is more pronounced in the way that, at least the way I heard it.
Oh wow. Let me see. Which sentence was that? Oh, okay. I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna hear her say that. Let me see if I can navigate to the right spot.
Ik heb een hond.
Am I too far? Okay.
Ik zoek een vrouw.
Oh yeah, that's super F.
Vrouw.
Vrouw.
It's a very vocalized F.
Yeah.
Or V.
And
in
it
this
was
case,
really,
which
you're right, that
sounds
was
more like
really
an F.
pronounced. It really sounded like an F. So,
And I don't think it does that with the other ones. So ik praat veel.
okay, I listened to that one.
En ik lach veel.
Let's see. Okay.
Ik vind respect belangrijk.
That one's distinctly Flemish.
Ik praat veel.
Ik lach veel.
Ik
Oh.
geniet van
CH is
vakanties.
not.
Ik hou van dansen.
Actually, all of these may just be Flemish.
What? Oh my god. Oh my god. Not my whole audio being Flemish. There's something I'll need.
No. Because if it's consistent, then that's not really an issue.
Oh, you think it'd be more of an issue if they were actually mixing, because then it would come
Yeah.
them together.
I'm just trying to see.
But it's not the intensive Flemish course, technically. It's supposed to be intensive Dutch. They should fix strong, whatever the standard pronunciation is, that they should have those.
That's the thing. The
is
Dutch
it
language itself is headed by a committee of sorts, or at least it's steered by a committee, which consists of major speakers of Flemish and major speakers of Dutch, because they're the two main groups within the language family of Dutch. But both of them can market themselves as Dutch. It's just that.
Okay.
Well, for one, you pull speakers out of Flanders, and for the rest, you pull them out of the Netherlands, and they have distinct accents, distinct pronunciations, which to the untrained ear isn't that very noticeable. But I mean, if you're learning and if you're expecting to learn Dutch as a language spoken in the Netherlands, then learning Flemish, which is spoken in Belgium, is not really helping.
Okay, that's
as in you're not exactly getting what you're expecting to get.
It's not going to be it's going to be a little different.
Yeah, because Flanders has some words unique to it that we don't have, and vice versa. I don't. In basic speech, you won't encounter it, but yeah.
Do you think it's unlikely, considering that the audio is like Flemish speakers? Do you think it's likely that there will be some vocab that shows up that's distinctly Flemish, or probably not?
I don't think vocabulary is distinctly Flemish in any ways.
Oh, okay. So it doesn't happen at all. Like, this is only pronunciation.
That they use different words or different pronunciations of the same words. For example, one word that comes to mind is a file. So like like your personal file with your doctor or something.
Yes.
Right? In Dutch, it's called a dossier. Dosier. We pronounce that as dossier. They pronounce it as dossier.
Oh, that's okay. I think we have that word in English as a loan word, and I probably mispronounced it my whole life. But I always whenever I read that word, I say it like dossier, but it's probably
right. It comes from French.
Okay.
And they pronounce it more in the way that the Flemish do, because Flanders is has a closer proximity.
Okay.
Wait, no,
to France?
No, ours is closer.
Oh. Wait.
Dossier is also.
Dossier. That one's yours?
Roughly also what they say in France. But that's all. And that's ours.
Oh, okay. What's the Flemish one sound like again?
Dossier.
Dossier. Oh, they're so interesting.
They
so you even
interpret the IE as a diphthong, which we don't.
Oh,
we more or less preserve the sound that French uses.
Oh, wait a second. Because all these IE words were pronounced as like A. Is that distinctly Flemish? That a lot of whenever I saw IE, like when I was going through the key vocabulary, like let me go find one. Like
this is just the case for that word.
Oh, that word.
Specifically.
Oh, okay.
It goes both ways. If you have dyslexia.
Oh, wait, no, I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Oh, you said IE, you didn't say EI. I'm getting confused.
IE.
Because EI is supposed to be like A. And then IE was, in these words, it was always like an E sound.
Yes. IE sounds more like the sound you would make if you put two E's together in English.
But if there's two E's together in Dutch, then it's like an A sound, which
Then
is
it's
really
just a long A, then it's a long E. It takes a bit of getting used to.
Yes. But I worked on it while you were gone. Listen to the audio and repeat it. So I think hopefully, maybe not all of it, but hopefully a lot of what I say now is at least identifiable. So it's like you can identify, hopefully, what word I'm trying to say. Hopefully. That's the idea. It might sound off, but... And the vowels is the hardest part, for sure. As in the... But this one was like Zook, Zook, Frau.
Yes.
And then the other one was, what was this? This... It's the H, it's the OU one. OU is like ho? How?
How.
Okay.
It just replace that U with a W and you're more or less there.
Imagine that. That's a good way to remember that. How. Van Dansen. Okay.
Ironically, the U or the W is just two U's together, so.
That's true.
One of the U's.
It's easy to remember.
There you go.
Was the one above that? Is this Heniet? I-E. Heniet. Oh, E. Heniet. Thank you.
No worries.
Yeah. And then I actually went through and looked at number 2 too for this practice thing while you were gone.
Yes.
And I used this verb conjugator to find all the... I assume the thing that comes after ich, like this, whatever this is the stem that they're looking for. So, for the infinitive sluggen, then the stem is slug, I guess. I think I'm doing it right. Like, that's supposed to be the stem. So, like, you would write.
Roughly.
Okay.
Most of the time, yes.
Oh, okay. Well, good. Okay, most time it's good enough for me.
Well, no, I think actually nowadays we see the ich form as being the same as the stem.
Oh, perfect. That's cool.
We talked about this earlier, but like over time, the ways of teaching a language change, and it used to be for a while that the stem was just the full verb minus en and nothing else. And I'm not trying to consider which form I was taught. I think I was just told that the ich form is the same as the stem.
Yeah. Well, at least I guess I understand why you said mostly, because most of them in the ich form, they were the same as just the verb with n taken off of it. Like it just ended up being like the same.
Right. So you'll see the
Yeah.
full verb is if you go back to the little list that you had of the conjugations. Then you had slagen, which is wij, jullie, zij. So we, you, plural, you plural, and they. There's a difference, by the way, in you singular and you plural.
Oh Lord, okay. It's gonna conjugate with the how many people there are.
Get used to it pretty quickly because they use different conjugations of verbs. Anyways, that is the full verb that you're using there, at least in the present tense. And ik slaag, which is the stem, has a double vowel, which it doesn't have in the full verb.
Oh, I see what you mean now. It's a little different because if you were to just take off n, you're right. There's not the double. But
so with words like this, that there is a difference. The difference is minimal because it's almost always just a double vowel.
Okay, and double vowels, it's the actual pronunciation ends up being identical, right? Or do you pronounce them for like a longer period of time? Like that's what happens in Japanese when you have a double vowel. Is you double the length of the vowel. You just say it for longer.
That is the theory, yes.
Oh, you do the same technically in theory.
That is the theory, but I mean, slag and slagen, you still pronounce them roughly the same.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
The thing is, a double vowel is always a long sound. It's always that vowel, just longer.
Okay.
A single vowel can be, or is most often just the short vowel, but can also be a long vowel.
Okay. Good to know.
These are
Sometimes.
these are things that you just pick up
Yeah.
on as you hear more of the language.
Okay, I'm gonna take, just because I can, I'll take a note of that. A single
Even if you say slagen,
vowel can sometimes be long.
Yes. Even if you just stick to the short sounds consistently, then I don't think that matters that much in.
I'm just curious, is there, even if you can't think of, like, any particular examples because you can't remember any, do you know, do you think there's at least one situation where having a lengthened vowel changes the meaning of the word? Because in Japanese, it actually happens a bit. Like, where if you extend the vowel just a little bit, it's the same pronunciation, but it'll just change the meaning into a different word. Like, I can...
Yeah, no doubt is. I just...
Jamie_TGJ says pitch accent.
Yeah,
oh,
and
actually, the one that you're looking at, oefening 2, and then the second one.
Ooh, what am I looking at?
Koken.
Where?
Oefening 2, the second one.
Oh.
Koken.
Go.
If you just remove the en from that, then you get kok, which is a cook.
Go. Oh, that one. Cool.
Yes.
Oh, for number 2, I see.
Just K-O-K is a cook. It's kok.
Cool.
If you double the vowel, if you make it kok, K-O-O-K, it becomes the present.
Becomes the verb. So just
form.
oh wow. So just by having a short vowel, technically it turns into the noun cook. Like, he's a cook.
In this case, yes.
Okay, that's a great example.
That's not a rule or anything, but that's an example of where the length of the vowel makes a difference.
Yeah, that's a great example. Thank you.
No worries. I just spotted it. And
It's so convenient. You're good.
You also have things like the 8th one there, liggen. Where
so many.
The ik form, or the stem in general, removes the last 3 letters. So liggen becomes lig.
Oh yeah, that one was weird. How it changed. That was interesting. So the stem form would be leaf?
Lig.
In this case,
L-I-G.
L-I... Oh, that one. The liggen. I don't know if that's how you say it in the en form. Liggen. Wait. it sounds. I can tell it sounds different than the way yours sounds, but yes.
It probably had a more Flemish pronunciation with like a softer G. Liggen.
Oh yeah,
That might have been what you heard.
Probably. What's yours? I want to hear yours again. Liggen. Liggen. It's cool. I like yours better.
It's just how the G is first. Well, you said before that you like the oddities, like the
I
harsh
do.
G, so
I like the way.
It makes sense for you to like my version more.
The way you and Casper spoke Dutch, it sounded very, very pleasing to the ears. Very nice.
That's the Dutch that's spoken in the Netherlands, yes. So.
Well, that
a lot of
good.
people do like the way that Flemish is pronounced, but yeah. I feel also that Flemish can be a bit more divisive. Divisive? Yeah. In that a lot of people will say that they like Flemish when spoken by a woman, but they don't like Flemish when spoken by a man. Things like that.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess it kind of makes sense if you imagine, like, if people prefer, like, it makes sense. Like, women qualities being soft, and then
traits I think traditionally are more associated with women. So
more feminine traits anyway.
Sense. Like that softer spoken kind of pronunciation that it has. I suppose that's it, but I'm not a linguist. I don't know. I don't analyze languages for a living. Neither do I analyze humans for a living.
Neither do I, or anyone. Yeah. Don't worry. But it's really cool. I wanted something cool. I don't know if I can find it again, but there was a guy who was able to, I don't know, this is random, it's not related to Dutch, but I just thought it was funny, and it's kind of linguistics related, but he approximated a Russian accent using only IPA.
Polyglot Mouse says hello, how
It was
are
really
you?
silly. But I don't know, I thought it was just really funny and awesome. It's
Polyglot Mouse says at Jamie _TGJ, no way you're here, LMAOO.
I guess Jamie says, everyone's saying Jamie's everywhere. Jamie goes everywhere. Everyone knows Jamie. They're just in every language learning stream, so I've heard. I think
You'll find this a lot if you go around like Duolingo or whatever category people are streaming.
Oh yeah.
They're very small, so a lot of people end up in the same streams all the time.
Oh, I know. I see the same people a lot, but it's a good thing. It's nice to like see people who I recognize.
Yeah. I mean, I personally just learned
Jamie _TGJ says I am everywhere.
So there's a little difference there.
Oh, you visit the ones for the languages you speak. You said.
Says Jamie was in my first stream. LOL. I actually also happen to pop around language learning streams as well.
Yeah, I just go by the streams that's for languages that I either have learned or that I speak myself.
Oh my god, this is crazy because this is the first time I've ever done something Dutch, because it was just on a whim. It was something to do for fun with my friend. And I normally just stick with Japanese only, but if I had done that tonight, then I wouldn't have met you, because you would have been like, I don't study that language.
Probably not, no.
Exactly. And so I love when the timing just works out like this. And you know the funny thing too is when I was going to do this with my friend, and then I ended up inviting Casper, because my friend thought I was going to invite Casper, but I didn't realize that they thought I was going to do that, so I was like, okay, I'll invite them then. And then I invited them, and then I was like, oh, well, now that we have such a nice big group, wouldn't it be crazy if another Dutch-speaking person just happened to join, and you were the first, you spawned in. I was like,
says I might have found you because I searched by tags as well. What language you're
yes!
studying? I just like nerdy linguistic stuff.
Then you are always welcome, because nerdy linguistic stuff. Oh wait, then I can't wait to show you this thing. Okay, so there was, let me see if I think I can find it. So what the guy did is he basically approximated what a Russian accent sounds like in IPA. And it's a really funny paragraph, because it's like it's a fake dialogue of a guy trying to pick up a girl in a bar. And it was pretty funny. Oh my god. I don't know if I can find it though. I'm pretty sure that's what he did. Where did I find it? Oh my god, it was a link. It was off Reddit. It was a link someone posted on Reddit. And that's how I ended up finding it. I don't think this is what I searched for. Ugh. Let me see if I can search on my phone. Maybe there's something in my history. But I think it's always funny when you can like approximate-ish the way another like accent sounds by just changing the way something is spelled. Like for example, one of my friends sent me this. I'll send it in the Twitch chat so everyone can see it. But Australians, this is what they sound like. You know. Good dynamite.
That's
awesome.
Close little.
But where was this?
Polyglot Mouse says I've seen good I might as well.
Is this where we are going to start talking in like the most verbose way that you could make English sounds
I think I found it.
Intelligible? Like bone apple teeth kind of thing?
What are you what's bone apple teeth?
Yeah. Bon appetit.
Oh, I'm bad at context. Oh, I found it. Okay, wait. I just Google searched wrong, so I can just bring it up on my computer just so other people can look at it. But I'll send a link in the chat. This is what I Google searched, and then it should open up a Reddit, and then someone linked it. What is this? This is so cool. It's really funny. Oh my god. I'm so glad I found it.
Stream I was gonna give up, but I found somebody who's into
Oh, I love Lucas. I took that class when I was in.
add it to your tags.
Okay, I took that class. I didn't know anyone searches for tags like that. I don't know why I never thought of that.
It's the internet. There's absurdly weird niches for everything.
Well, I mean, Twitch has
There's an
a.
audience for everything.
I will say it. I'll never forget when someone told me like that Twitch has the I'm only sleeping category, because I thought they were trolling me. Like, you're joking. That's not. Why would Twitch have a category like that? That's weird. But they did. They actually have a category. So you're totally right. But yeah, great idea, Mouse. Okay, here you go. I'll put it in the Discord server too. Why not? Oops.
I mean, I already clicked it in Twitch chat, so.
Oh, okay. Well, so my friend, when he wakes up, maybe he'll want to look at it because he's still out cold. Don't blame him.
Oh, it's like what? 6 a.m. or something in Japan at this point?
Yeah, but if anyone reads IPA, apparently this approximates what a Russian accent sounds like, which is really funny. Maybe I can put it into like an IPA, like text-to-speech, and see what it reads as. IPA reader. But this, I've used this before, and it doesn't always work well. Then I'll go back to Dutch, don't worry. Oh wow, okay, I guess I'll go with the American one.
Hello beautiful, my name is Ivan and I am seeing you from across room. I'm having to gel who I'm meeting with you me cats with.
That's horrible. I'm not gonna use this. I can't even tell like that it's English at all, and it doesn't. It also doesn't sound
Russian.
Russian.
To be like Russian sounding, so I think if you picked a Russian voice, it would help. But
You think?
I think so.
Why? What did I
Like
do?
my name has like a weird IPA. I've put it into the same engine as well.
And then you use this,
It
okay?
doesn't work at all. It
It
doesn't
doesn't.
work at all if you use like the wrong language. It only works if you use
Yeah.
Dutch language models.
And it's scarily accurate, at least from what I've seen from Russians. I mean.
Okay,
Still gonna
got
be
you.
closer than any American engine would be.
Hello beautiful, my name is Ivan and I am seeing you from across Romania.
Yeah, I don't like this reader. I've used it for other things, and it didn't end up sounding
It
good.
does sound better, to be fair.
Like, better, okay, I'll give you
Better
that.
than the American
But they both
version.
sound bad. I hate that site now.
Still not great, no.
It's not great. That could be improved a lot. But thank you, Mouse, because Mouse can read it, and Mouse gives it approval.
Polyglot Mouse says, what are you learning Dutch for and for how long?
So I've been studying Dutch for about 50 years by now. It was Emma who was my main teacher for that length of time. So we're basically fluent now, and we're always speaking Dutch. This is like my first time speaking in English in a long time. Isn't that right, Mouse?
She's filled with like Dutch in-jokes and memes as well.
Yeah, I'm
you
more
just don't
Dutch.
really understand them.
I'm more Dutch than him.
She's so Dutch that even Dutch people don't understand the in-jokes that she's making.
I'm so Dutch that they invited me to come like rewrite the, what did you say it was? The official guide for their language or standards. I'm going to be the head of that now. Isn't that cool? Make history. I just started
Fuck the
today.
Dutch and fuck the Flemish community.
Yeah.
We'll just get an American in to do it for us.
No, actually, I just started today, and it's just on a whim, just for fun to do so. So I have a friend. I'll try to make this brief. He's sleeping right now in the VC, and because it was late for him, but he is a huge linguistics nerd too, and we love languages. And
Mouse says, I've been tricked. WTF.
you believed that? Oh my! No, I'm being silly. I just met Emma today, and I just started Dutch today. All these things just happened today.
Well, even today,
which is really
like,
funny.
Several hours ago.
Like, you literally, yeah. So, oh, you're too trusting.
TGJ says it Ben Neat Ray.
Mouse.
The only Dutch I know, Glitch Cat.
You're too trusting, and you know that's how you get caught in the trap when you take the cheese like that. So you gotta be careful on the internet.
Mouse says I was kind of wondering why you were looking at grammar.
Yeah, you have to wonder why was I looking at this like hello, my name is level Dutch. If I'm like, why am I looking at this level? Maybe I didn't like show the textbook where I'm at. But I appreciate your faith in me. What were we talking about? Oh, okay. So my friend, he speaks multiple languages fluently. Like he speaks Chinese and Japanese fluently. Like he's super smart, and he knows multiple programming languages, and he's really good with them. Doesn't just know them, but he's skilled in like a lot of things. So we've known each other for a while, and he's helped me a lot with Japanese. We mainly talk about Japanese because that's my main language of study. But I just thought it'd be fun because we like languages so much. Like, wouldn't it be cool if we just like picked a language that we haven't studied at all and started it together just for fun, funsies? No other reason. And then we could be like at the same level, and then it could be like a fun kind of like contest too to like see, you know, like friendly competition. Because the way things stand, like he's basically fluent in all these other languages, whereas I'm not. So if we start from scratch from a language, it could be really fun. That was the whole idea. Hence the stream.
The reason why you're learning Dutch in Dutch would be voor de leuk.
Mouse says that's lit. I definitely want to start a language challenge with someone.
Well, you're welcome to join us. Anyone's welcome to get on the Dutch wagon because
I'm miles ahead of you.
Dutch is awesome. We're gonna start a revolution to overthrow the country and become the new rulers of the Netherlands.
Honestly, not to be political, but I welcome that.
Oh, sorry. I don't know where that came from, but maybe it's because you guys brought all the political things and that just like infected my mind. But there'll be free. What was it called? Hagelslag or whatever for everyone.
Hagelslag.
Yeah, free. Everyone who visits, and Stroopwafel for everyone.
You know the diphthongs. You know the diphthongs. You can do better.
No, I don't. I don't know anything. Okay, I'm trying again.
It's a double vowel. It's a.
Where is it? Oh crap! Wait. Why don't? I've never seen double O before. Oh, you just mean I didn't make it long enough?
You said Stroopwafel, which is like the
I did say Stroopwafel. What did you say? What is it supposed to be?
Stroopwafel.
Sorry, Stroopwafel. Oopsie.
Yes.
Thank you. The
double O is more like an OA in English. Right?
I'm pretty sure many tourists come asking for Stroopwafels and they say it like that.
Yeah.
I bet.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oftentimes we're just too polite to correct them, but...
Jamie_TGJ says creepy show. Cool Lango.
Seeker I summoned a demon. What? That's cool. Do you guys want to know my favorite? Oh wait, I'm gonna show you, Jamie, because it's relevant to you. Do you want to know one of my favorite language memes? Sorry, it's not related to Dutch. Sorry, Dutch is new to me.
All of these are just rabbit holes anyways.
But it's okay. It's for having fun, I think. So, this. Let me show you. It's so funny. I think it's funny. Luckily, I pinned it in a DM I have. Yes. I don't need to explain it. It's kind of self-explanatory. You can watch it, and it's like one of those things that's stupid. So it's like you're gonna find it funny or not funny, and there's no in between, and that's okay. If you feel confused when you watch it, then it's just one of those things that's like it's not your style of humor, and that's okay. What the heck? I thought I pinned it. Oh my god, it's fine. I'll just scroll up, keep scrolling, and I'll get it. That long ago. It was fun.
I'm gonna just fight
you
in
guys
here
are so
for a little
nice.
longer. I have the game up on my other screen anyway, so...
No. Now it's a Stroopwafel. Haha.
It's also a case of one of those short vowels that's just pronounced longer. So wafel.
Oh!
Stroopwafel.
It's cool. Okay, where is the thingy?
Actually, come to think of it, the short vowels that are pronounced long are just because of where you put the emphasis in the word. So intonation.
Says you've also got a new Discord member. Me if you couldn't guess.
Oh, thank you. Nice. Oh my gosh, well, we'll have enough people eventually to make a whole linguistic micronation in our name. And the national food can be Stroopwafel. Sorry.
You got it. You got it.
Okay. It's very forced, but
Polyglot Mouse
I'm trying.
You can get some people to join if you want.
Oh, it's up to you. Don't feel like you're pressured to do anything.
We're starting a cult. So.
Yeah.
Polyglot Mouse says I have access to more nerds.
Yes, nerds. Unite. Okay, I think I scrolled up too far. Ah, thank you. Appreciate that. I try to keep the atmosphere nice and chill, cause yeah, and it's fun for everyone.
Polyglot Mouse says, so how is your level of Japanese?
So I've studied like irregularly. I mean, like sometimes like a month without studying, and I don't study in a good. You know, you're supposed to work out all areas: listening, speaking, reading, writing. If you want good overall fluency, I don't balance my study, so I just do reading. So I'm one of those people that I can read at like a low intermediate. I'm gonna be like strict because I don't want to overestimate my language ability. So maybe low intermediate, but at the worst, high beginner, at the lowest possible level. Because you know, when I'm reading native text, I rely a lot on a dictionary when I read. So I would say like low intermediate, maybe high beginner. But for listening, it's like low beginner because I don't do listening practice, and for speaking, it's also low beginner because I don't speak. And that's what happens when you don't use one of the skills. Like it just doesn't really develop. Like even if you understand a decent amount, like you just can't reproduce it. And that's kind of how I am. Hope that makes sense. Oh my god, where's my thing? Sorry I'm taking so long, I apologize. Cool. Oh, we gotta go. Wait, what? I'm just imagining you going to watch the football game.
The thing is, I have the stream up on my other monitor, and I'm starting to hear fireworks outside. So I have a delay of about a minute.
Whoa.
So I'm just getting spoilers from the outside world. I'm hearing cheering and I'm hearing the fireworks going off because they've scored. So, yeah.
That's awesome. Well, your team scored, right?
Yes.
Right.
Yes. And it's bloody Savage.
Netherlands. Let's go. I'm not into football, but I'll always cheer the Netherlands on because now I'm biased.
No wait, I can use the. You've disabled the soundboard outright. So
sorry, it's just while my friend's sleeping. You got me.
I just figured I'd do like the what is it, like the air horn.
I knew you were gonna do something like, oh, to celebrate the football. Okay, forgive me. It's just my courtesy to my friend. I mean, I don't really think it would do anything, but still.
Blowy Chip says keep in mind that Dutch is also spoken in Belgium. Stinky glitch.
We just talked about that, yeah.
Oh yeah, about well, yeah, that the speakers and the audio sounded Flemish.
That's the entire reason I joined back, because the.
Oh, because it bothered you. Like they need to know this is not authentic. Well, at least for the Netherlands region.
That audio that belongs with this textbook,
which was really cool.
Which you don't have up right now, but whatever. But the textbook has like its audio, which is very much a combination of proper, quote unquote, proper Dutch and.
Found it. Oh, sorry, it took me so long. This is what I want to. This. I love. Sorry, but this is so funny. You'll like it, Jamie. I think you'll like it because you study Spanish. But I think it's really funny. It's just so I don't know, it's just very over the top and dramatic. And it's just funny. It's used a lot on TikTok.
Says https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=w.
I love how it speaks that out as well.
I know. Sorry. It's a free text to speech. It's free, so it's like this is how it is. I don't really have any options to customize it. But I actually
gaslighting me now. What?
Oh, the fireworks are gaslighting you?
Yeah, because I heard fireworks has been a minute,
and
nothing has happened. They're just standing still, deliberating over like a free kick or something. I don't know.
Oh wow!
Or they might just be celebrating because one of them needs their head
No way.
up or whatever. I don't know.
I can't wait to get to this funny part. I hope Netherlands scores like 1,000. Oh wait, this reminds me. Speaking of sports, I remember I was talking to someone, and they were like, "Oh, you into football?" I was like, "Oh, I don't watch football games." And they're like, "Well, I can tell because they're not called football games. They're called football matches." I'm like, "Okay, sorry, I don't watch football matches."
Jamie_TGJ says I've seen most of it in English, but I'm rewatching it because it's a good
That
show.
clip is so funny.
Yeah, that clip was pretty funny.
Oh my gosh, I wish they had a version of that, like in every language, like one of those things, because it'd be so funny to have that in like Dutch and have it in Japanese, and it's just so funny. But I will say the English is kind of lame, like the original version. Something else, just the way they did it in the Spanish one, the Spanish dub, is just so funny. Like, I kind of just want to...
With Dutch dubs is that we generally don't, unless it's aimed at children.
Oh, wait, because you don't need to... Okay, because you understand the English, it's like you don't need to dub it over.
Well,
except for maybe children.
Both ways. Oh. We mostly just use subtitles because we generally prefer it over dubs. Because dubs just look unnatural.
They do. That's true. That's awesome, Jamie. I think that's actually, I would consider that one of the reasons to learn a language, if the dub things are funny and over the top. I don't know. I get entertained by things easily.
I remember being in this hotel in France for like a night on like a layover, coming back from vacation or something.
Wow.
And there were these French podcasts of Friends, like the series, right? The sitcom. I just laughed over the dub itself rather than anything going on in the episode at all, just because the French dubbed over the normal sounds that you know, like the normal voices that you know, is just hilarious.
That's awesome. See? This is why dubs are just awesome sometimes. Oh, I got one for you. Okay, I shared one for the Spanish speaking peoples, studying peoples, but I got one for you now. But it's not Dutch again. Sorry. I don't have anything that's actually Dutch. But it's really funny though. It's anime, but dubbed with a British accent, and it's actually really funny. It's really great. It's better than the American one. I usually prefer an American accent most of the time, but this one, it works. It just works well. I guess they just picked like a perfect scene. This video that's titled "The One Time the BBC Dubbed an Anime." It's just like okay, I think that's what I mean. Hold on, let me open Twitch shop on my phone. Okay. Chats.
Zolfisirinides says https://youtube.be/wyzf.
I think it's this one, but I actually didn't check before I sent it, but I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it was this. Oh, was it? think it was.
Oh Christ.
But there are times they really should dub certain things with a British accent, because it really changes like the tone of something.
Christ almighty.
Yeah, I'm glad you like it. Isn't it awesome?
I mean, would it surprise you if I told you that I generally don't watch anime at all?
No, it wouldn't surprise me. But if you study Japanese, it would surprise me, just because it's really rare.
Fair. Yeah, that's...
Thanks, Mouse!
That is a theme, yeah.
Yeah. Ah, this is great. Also, I love people who are like really into linguistics too, share that interest in languages, because they tend to be so like open-minded about language, you know, because there's people out there who are like very prescriptionivist.
Mouse says you the first person who calls me Mouse instead of
Prescriptivist, yeah.
Sorry. That's what stuck out to me. And mice are cute, you know?
Polyglot Mouse says I like Mouse better.
Aww.
Polyglot Mouse says I meant it like that. Jamie underscore TGJ says I don't think lots of people know what a polyglot is, lol.
Really? I've known the word polyglot for so long. I've always assumed most people know the word.
Mouse says at Jamie underscore TGJ carrot.
Yeah, not every. You're right, because there's plenty of language learners that have a goal in mind of why they are interested in a language. Like they have something they want, whether it's like traveling, or getting a job, or something in particular. And so they're not interested in all the little details about languages, and it's kind of a tool, which is fine too. But it's a lot of fun too if you are like, if people are interested in the languages, because it's just like there's an endless amount of things you can talk about, and languages are constantly changing. So, you know, it's like patch updates in a game. If the game gets updated, and then you have more content, so the languages get updated. It gives you more. It's an expansion pack of a language. But for free.
Oh god.
What's up?
I'm expecting to hear a lot of booing in like a few seconds.
Someone did something. Okay. I say a delay.
No, free kick. So, right in front of our goal. So...
Lose, Germany, lose! I'm so sorry, Chips. You gotta forgive me. But I gotta speak my mind. I don't know why I accidentally pinned this again. Why does it keep happening where I keep... How do I... Oh,
there's a button for pinning that pops up.
Oh, it's actually really... I see. It's easy to hit it. Because it doesn't...
Like, that's just scrolling through or something.
May I join the Discord call?
Yeah, you can if you want to. Though I am studying too, so I hope you don't mind if I jump back and we're doing Dutch.
Jamie underscore TGJ.
I don't want you to feel like ignored or anything either. Just in case.
Arrow up.
I get sidetracked all the time too. But at least I can remain somewhat productive. Actually, the most productive I've been in general is when I stream, even when I do get sidetracked. Because the thing is, if I don't know.
Pause was too long. My interpretation is that you don't want me on the call. TP fun.
Wait. Oh wait, you. Oh my god, I'm confused. I thought Mouse.
As called by Alexander Argels.
I thought Mouse was the one who asked about joining the call. My bad. I'm getting confused who's asking things. But yeah, I think you know him.
If you join now, you can join the call itself in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Or did you fix that as well?
The polyitis. The polyitis? Who's Alexander
Polyglot Mouse says if you like extremely nerdy stuff you can join my server. I'm currently making a Conlang series and my members have been using 100% of their brain.
Beautiful.
It is surprisingly silent considering that it's 1-1.
Shut Should it be louder?
Says indeed. I would try to distract you.
I would expect to hear like some kind of sound from somewhere.
Was he that guy with? He was like that guy with glasses. To be honest, I don't really watch. I mean, there was a time where I was watching a lot of like polyglot YouTubers, but because I started focusing on just languages, particularly that I was interested in, and was tired of people offering products and like this is the secret and whatever.
Jamie_TGJ says, yeah, he's an old language guy, not so much of a polyglot YouTuber.
Okay. Yeah. I kind of just... The only things I really see these days when it comes to languages are just the memes and the funny stuff, because these are funny and entertaining. A lot of times, like, looking up a lot of, like... Or every now and then a language video that's really educational that focuses on like the history of a specific language or something.
Says he's more scholastic.
But
Jamie_TGJ says, yeah, I don't like the fake polyglot jokey stuff too much, although it can be funny.
I see. Oh, you probably saw Mouse, like, I love when the people have those, like, conlang challenge videos. They're really funny.
Some learning methods are arguably more efficient. But the most important thing is to find something that works for you. I spent too much time in finding the best method.
Anyways. This verb, the one that was like Horden or something for here, it was really awkward using this verb with the ick. With ick was yeah.
Oh, because it sounds like okay.
Because my pronunciation makes it sound off because I'm not Dutch. It doesn't sound exactly right. I'm like, oh, I can't. Yeah, it doesn't. It sounds like completely fine when you say it, but I say it off more. My
if I speak with like a very thick Dutch accent, then it doesn't sound good in English at all. Because it sounds more like a lady of the lust, right?
Like what? Sorry, what's that?
Or.
Wait, did you say that's a thick Dutch accent?
With a thick Dutch accent.
When they try speaking Dutch.
So, Blauwe, that's the thing, they don't try, they just speak German. That's not even joking. I live by this German border, I go to plenty of places where there are a lot of German people in weekends and things like that. They don't try to speak Dutch, they just speak German.
But do you understand some of that? Just happen to, because there's similarities?
Well, yeah, because
like a lot
German is a subject here, so I have like a base understanding. But...
Okay. Can you communicate well, like speak well to German people too?
No, because my German is shite, but...
Okay.
Polyglot Mouse says exactly, they speak German because they are mutually intelligible.
This is very...
mutually intelligible, but with hands and feet you can make out a lot. If you gesture enough and act insulted enough, then yeah, you'll get somewhere.
Blowy Chips says, technically speaking, Dutch is a German dialect.
Chips is trying to throw hands right now.
If you want to be speaking technically, then the Dutch language is older than the German language. Also, Dutch evolved out of Low German, and German evolved out of High German. So they're not even dialects.
No, now you're pulling the drunk American English / stroke card on him. How dare you?
Well, if you'd call it Dutch or a drunk German, then you'd be factually wrong. Because Germans have a higher alcoholic intake per capita than we do.
I think Mouse said drunk American English.
I do believe that Bavarians bring up that number a lot, yeah. This is
Proto-Germanic, Even English too, right? Has most of its roots in Proto-Germanic too, I think.
Yeah, Old English is mostly like Anglo-Saxon is mostly Germanic.
Jamie_TGJ says Bavarian dialects are actually pretty cool.
Is Bavarian like a language?
Bavaria is a region of Germany, yes.
They speak German.
They speak like High German dialects there. Yeah. They have local dialects. I don't know the details or the ins and outs of them. Yeah.
Interesting. Wait, that reminds me of, what does it remind me of? I'm trying to remember. It's like, what's that conlang? Is it one of those like popular ones from like a TV show? It's like hi something. I don't know, but just when I hear a language or dialect that has hi in front of it, I think of that. Yeah. I was gonna say is hi German, like hi Valerian. Just kidding.
Depends on what you mean by High German.
Because of alcohol-related things.
I mean, Mouse, I don't know if you've been keeping up with news around like the UEFA European Championships right now, but German cities have been running out of beer because of how much we are drinking.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is wild to me because, like, German culture is that much more beer-centric, but yeah.
Wow.
Well, I'll see you in 10 minutes then, Laura.
Oh, okay. I thought you were trying to say for a second you have to go watch the game for 10 minutes, but I see now.
No. Hello.
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 Hello. I hear some German slander in this call. Who's me?
My grandmother still wants her bike back though.
If you tried to speak Dutch, Chips, would you just end up speaking German?
I never tried speaking Dutch. And
slander.
I mean, you have to give me an example sentence or something like that.
You're speaking German already, so you're trying to speak Dutch by default. Because we are just the intelligible version of German.
Okay. I can actually also speak my local dialect.
Oh, really? Oh, could you give a sample?
Yeah,
I'm curious. What does it? If it sounds really good.
Hagelslag says, I'm assuming you got this for free, LUL.
I mean, I don't speak it well, but I speak Saxon German as well.
Niedersächsisch. Oder?
Nee, ich spreche ein bisschen Sächsisch.
I was about to say, because my local dialect is like Low Dutch Saxon. And there's also Low German Saxon, I suppose.
TGJ says, yeah, we love to acquire.
There's versions of it spoken across the border anyway, so.
Yeah, I mean, you can categorize the German dialects with the how it's called in English. I don't know the word. Basically, in the north it's Low German, in the south it's High German, right? But High German also means Standard German for some reason. So
you guys sound so cool when you speak your native languages. Just saying. Thumbs up.
My native language. My native language is actually Vietnamese, but it's fine.
Oh, well, you still sound cool when you speak German.
Actually,
I did forget about that. You're right.
German is the most disliked German dialect within Germany. Just saying.
Taste is subjective anyways. We don't like Frisian, but Frisian is still a nice language.
I also nerd out as well when I hear different spoken languages IRL.
Or at least when people are fluent in their language and confident and comfortable, it's very cool. It has so much charm. Even for example,
just
when
weird
people...
for me to speak Dutch right now because I'm just.
It's just because Casper isn't here. If Casper was here, you guys would go off,
fair.
and
That's
yeah,
fair.
you know it.
If I have someone else that speaks Dutch,
like me, the fluent,
fluently, then yes.
the fluent speaker who's gonna reinvent the whole
Yes,
language.
yes, very much, very much.
Ik spreek Nederlands.
Correct would be geen
Sorry.
Nederlands, but close enough. I got the meaning.
Sorry.
No, don't worry.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, you could try to speak a little bit of Dutch and probably can understand a couple of words, but
Ooh.
I don't know.
I mean, what I'm more curious about is whether you could pick up on if I speak in Neder-Saxisch. Well, that's how you would know it. It's Neder-Saxisch for me.
You could try.
I'm actually get some text because the thing is, it's not codified in any way. And what I've been taught is like a mix of different versions of the dialect, so I don't speak any straight way of the dialect. It's stupid.
Okay.
There we go. I'll just get some lyrics for a Dutch that I know is.
You're finding lyrics right now?
Yeah, because that's like the one source I know for like a straight version of Low Dutch Saxon.
Wait, this is like a dialect of Dutch?
This is a dialect of
Okay.
Dutch, yes.
Is it because it's more similar to German or something? Why you're curious about it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Interesting.
Als
You
de
should-
ine wegvalt, komt er ook weer ine bij.
Again, please.
Als er ine wegvalt, komt er ook weer ine bij.
I can translate that. You said, I like your shoes. Do you want to? In Low Dutch Saxon, for sure.
I only understood one word. It's something with coming or come.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I'll just give you the sentence as well. There you go.
Sorry, Mouse. That was an inside joke because of Emma taught me something earlier about a pickup line.
As an American, I understood all of that, my friend.
I could have.
Can basically Jene.
Ine.
Ine.
Yes. It has the same diphthongs as Dutch does. So.
Ooh, that bay is one of the vocabulary words. What was it again? It was like at or something, or
Okay. I mean.
with.
I really can't understand the words. I mean, I can understand the structure a bit.
It's the same structure as German, I believe.
Yeah.
So. If something falls out, another one comes in.
But the problem with my problem would be that jene is something I don't understand.
Einer.
Mouse says for you server, if
I
you
know.
go to notification settings and then put mention only, it'll help with sending a ping every time there is a message. I can also do this for myself, but I just thought it might help for everyone.
Oh yeah, to be honest, the server's not that active. We maybe send a message once every few days. Usually, that's actually what's been happening. If there's like a ton of messages, it
Filled
might
with notifications for everyone now.
change it. But you can, and individually, everyone can change their settings. Mouse is just suggesting if I do it, it'll affect the settings for everyone. It could be more convenient. But there's not that many people here. People who can want to adjust their notification settings, like, feel free to. But just since right now, at least, usually there's just not that many messages. It's just, I don't know, but tonight, it's just there's a lot of people right now. This is actually really rare.
Ah, sorry.
Like,
I
really
tried to
rare.
translate that in
It
German.
never happens.
I believe bei is just the same in German, just with a short EI instead. Bei.
Wait, is the double dot, isn't that the double dot called isn't it like an umlaut or something like that?
No, okay. I give up. What's the translation?
When something falls out, another one comes in. Or drops out, I suppose.
Oh my god, I nearly got it. I nearly got it in the German translation. Okay.
Polyglot Mouse says 6 gone Keijo heals
Fine.
Erica bis 6 mil.
Okay, what's happening?
Polyglot Mouse says sing it in the rhythm
It
of
is
if
still
you're happy and you know it,
1
clap your
all
hands.
in Dortmund.
So, which languages do you guys learn at the moment?
You already know about me.
Jamie
I'm not really actively
him.
I'm not really actively learning something, I'm just maintaining something that I already speak, which is Swedish.
Okay.
Ooh.
So you're more into the Germanic languages, I suppose.
Yes. I do speak a little bit of French, but I haven't spoken it in forever.
How fluent is your Swedish? That's pretty cool.
Intermediate, I'd say.
Whoa.
I'm not very great at understanding from listening, but...
Do you, as someone who likes Swedish, do you approve with my theme song for the server? That I made tonight, earlier, before you joined? The official theme song? Well, I picked this particular version, but obviously there's an original, but this isn't the original, but...
Oh, God.
It's the Swedish anthem in Dutch. I really like the song. Okay, it's catchy.
Polyglot Mouse says I just started locking in with Norwegian on Monday. I can understand written Swedish but not spoken at all.
No, this Norwegian one, that's awesome.
So I don't want to be that person, right? But those lyrics are in German. They're not Dutch.
Wait, what is not? This is there not? I feel sad.
I'm pretty sure that those lyrics are German.
No, this person in this class I'm so sad now. They mislabeled. I couldn't tell. Well, sad. Okay. Well, I'll have to find a new theme song someday. Or, I don't know, blackmail them into making an actual Dutch version.
Just gaslight everyone into thinking that it's Dutch.
It would work on everyone who doesn't know.
Try to do that, so.
Okay, yeah, I've
listened
listened
to
to
it.
it. It's 100%. It's
So
100% German.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I wish. Thank you. Someone had to tell me. No one told me earlier. Someone had to tell me.
Polyglot Mouse says okay, but
I
everybody
hadn't
knows
listened
this
to
is
it
Dein Lieblingswort,
previously.
right?
Sorry.
You keep on pinning messages, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, I find the Germanic languages pretty nice, but the problem is there's like not a lot of reason to learn them in my opinion, because they speak all English for some reason. Like in Nordic countries, they speak English so well, and Dutch people speak English so well. It's like, I don't know. I mean, I would love to learn it, but I'd rather learn other languages.
Well, to me, like I'm not really. I don't consider myself a linguist in any capacity. I just like learning specific languages in that sense. Not necessarily the idea of learning a language.
I know exactly what you mean.
No, just have like a cultural interest in, well, the greater Germanic region when it comes to
that. It stems from your main interest being the culture. Makes sense.
Yeah, and like I have a very specific taste in music, which led me to find a lot of Swedish music that fits that genre.
Like Carl Johnson? It's your favorite song, right? Right?
No.
You're
no,
banned.
No.
Who else wants to get banned?
No, I don't mind you knowing. It's 1980s new wave, which is like I don't know, how would you describe that? It's like it has some elements of like pop, but it also has like some elements of more punk. So it has a very like popular side and it has a very underground side to it. Like it yeah.
I'm gonna modify.
Yeah, no, like as a genre that was pretty big in Sweden, or at least the Swedish media climate at the time allowed for a lot of it to be published. So I tapped into that, and over time I just gained the interest in actually wanting to understand what I was listening to. So to be able to make sense of the lyrics, and that's when I fell into the rabbit hole of learning Swedish.
Oh wait, how did it happen? Sorry, I got distracted. And then I missed some of that, what you said. I just heard the conclusion, and then I started learning Swedish. Like, wait, I missed the good part.
No, so there's specific kinds of genres of music that I like, and I tried to explore more of that. Eventually wound up with a lot of Swedish music stuff out of that genre. Because the Swedish media climate at the time allowed for a lot of like underground stuff to flourish. Or at least be publicized in some way. So I tapped into that, found more and more and more Swedish stuff, and over time I just wanted to understand the songs that I was listening to. So that made me want to learn Swedish. So. But I'm not like diehard enough to also learn stuff like Icelandic or whatever.
Hello!
Hello!
Hey.
Oh, one sec. There we go.
How are you doing, Edith?
I'm doing good, and you?
Good. It's pretty hot in Germany. It's like 32 degrees Celsius. I don't know how to translate that.
How many Celsius?
32.
Oh, like 100, 105.
Polyglot Mouse says I said this to another streamer, but it definitely must be difficult to learn languages on live cause of chat.
I like
Icelandic records.
Routes.
Jamie_TGJ says W.
I love getting new phones, but I hate switching them because they take forever to switch over to.
You got the new iPhone, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Is it good?
Yeah, it's good. It's just, limited. But there's some features coming that lets you, that's gonna make it more like Android and iOS 18 in a couple months.
Kept getting sidetracked and talking about languages and going down rabbit holes. LOL.
Okay. I have to go off now, so. Yeah, later. Bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
Alright, see you. Enjoy the rest of your game, if it's still on. By the way, and thank you so much for everything and all your help. Oh wait, that was him. I can't even tell like who's talking. I'm so confused. I'm sorry. My bad. Apologies. I was like, oh, I didn't get to say. Okay, bye chips. I was gonna say bye. Have a nice night then.
No, I'll probably leave it like a quarter of an hour, I think.
Gotcha.
Just so I can watch like the second half properly.
Oh yeah, Netherlands go.
It's still 1-1 and it's not really going anywhere.
The background on iPhones for Discord calls is very pretty.
What?
Like the background, like the wallpapers on phones. I don't know if my Samsung did this, but I didn't notice it if it did. Maybe it's a new update thing, but the background is very pretty.
Oh, I don't have anything, I think, but maybe it is Samsung.
Well, I'm on my iPhone right now, so.
Or your phone, because didn't you have things that like change the font and lots of stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the one thing I wish they brought over to iPhone, like system fonts. Just to give it a little bit of personality, you know?
Be nice. But sometimes Apple purposely, I feel like they limit your choices because they want to create a brand identity and they want people to be loyal to Apple. So you need to look at the product and feel, this is Apple. And
right.
Yeah, unfortunately. So instead of giving people options, they just want to make something feel Apple-y. Whatever that is.
Well, they seem to be slowly adopting, like, Android features, so maybe they'll slowly add them on as time goes on. Like the new iOS 18 features that are coming for, like being able to move your stuff around on the screen anywhere.
Well, part of that is also just EU regulations forcing them to.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they usually do things in force, but thank God for regulations.
Totally not because the EU is threatening us with fines or anything.
Right.
Glad that exists, though. Thank God for regulation. Because otherwise people would not do the right thing if they can get away with it.
I mean, it looks like in a few years we could just move away from like text messages or being just limited to text messages only and WhatsApp being limited to WhatsApp only, and just having cross-platform communications in that sense.
Yeah. They're actually adding RCS, which is like Android's messaging system, to iPhones in iOS 18 too, but it's it's limited a little bit right now until they, get it all set up right.
I believe they already supported it, it's just that they didn't want to integrate it in any meaningful sense.
Yeah, it supports it, it's just not on the phone yet.
Yeah. Mostly because like the blue bubbles and the green bubbles give people like an identity to themselves and
right.
Give like some prestige to owning an Apple.
Can I read through this like list of words again, and then you correct me if my pronunciation's off if you want.
Sure. Which one?
Oh, thank you. I was gonna go through the. It was from that opening one, but I also did the two as well, so I guess I'll go through that. Okay, because I don't want to pronounce Stroop as Stroop anymore. I want to like get rid of that habit because that made me sad. Yeah. You're like, you should know better. That's like, oh well, no, I'm sorry.
Studied the language for
like, how could you call it a
fluent? You should know better.
Well, here's the thing. I'm more fluent than you. That's why I know the correct pronunciation. Yes. Stroopwafel, and you don't because I am.
Don't be like
I have ascended to a higher plane of Dutch. I have to think about.
A higher plane of Dutchness.
Of Dutchness. What if I am the original Dutch speaker and I traveled into the future, and the language has changed so much you just don't recognize that my Proto-Dutch is the original.
Says she's a Duchess.
There is no Proto.
Who said that? Exactly. Mouse says it. I'm the Duchess. Oh wait, I didn't mean to pin that. I'm sorry. I keep accidentally pinning all messages because the button is just like in the way when I switch to. But it was still worthy of being pinned. Just saying. But because I am. That's right. So this was like alright, I hope I get because I kind of forgot the sound of the stressed E versus the
Duchess of Ditches.
I remember the like unstressed E, but I kind of
Polyglot Mouse says ALR time to lock in with Dutch.
yay, maybe forgot the stress sound. But isn't it like an A sound like very good the oh wait, I already messed up. And the G is that like a
Roughly, yes.
Okay, thank you.
It's
this
fucking hell, Alchemok.
Oh god damn. Okay, I'm trying to remember. Sorry, I'm trying to remember the meaning of it. I hate this word so much. This was literally the first one. We went over this like multiple times. You're right. I am slow, but still.
Picture the four of us around the table.
Okay.
And Win still just being asleep. Is the general description of what this verb means.
You are so clever with cryptic hints. Like, really good at the cryptic part. Okay, let me think about it. Let me actually take a second to really think. We're sitting around a table. Wind is sleeping.
The four of us are on the table.
Four of us.
There's like one person at the head of it, and there's like a whiteboard behind us with like a slideshow or something.
A slideshow.
We're not back in class or anything. We're doing professional work, but we're in a...
doing professional work. Why is nothing happening upstairs? Seriously, it's like, why? It's like I'm looking at this word and I don't even recognize that I've seen it before. Like, it looks like it's the first time I've ever... That's the sad thing. I don't even... Usually even if I forget the meaning, I'll recognize the words. Like, I've seen this, I just don't remember what it means. But it's just like looking at something completely new. I'm shocked here.
I don't see like any meaning in it either. So like I don't see any different words or like any meaning in it. If that makes sense.
Is that a hint?
That doesn't make sense to me. But no. Just, in the way that I used taken it early to give like a word that's within it, to give like a hint.
Oh yeah. You can't see something like that.
I don't see a thing like that with this word.
Yeah, hi. So I forgot your old name. Your new name's too long.
That's a roller coaster of a name as well.
I know, they used to have a name that was like normal. Atreyu or something. But that's not, I guess that's not like normal, but it was easier than this new name. Atreyu or something. I don't remember, maybe that. But hi.
Says no.
From the...
Are you streaming, Jay?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I did not know that.
Oh yeah, I was this whole time.
If you want me to just say it, then just ask me, right?
Okay. I'm tapping out.
To go into a meeting to deliberate.
I give up my title of Duchess and I pass it to you now because. Wait, what did you say again? Now say the meaning. I'm sorry.
To go into a meeting to discuss.
Oh, you did say that! Oh my god, I'm giving up my I'm giving the title up again 2 times the title because then I had to re-ask you for the meaning. This is not going well so far. It's okay. Helping is is hell.
Honestly,
it's a pen from hell. That's what you told me.
What I roughly see in it is the English word gather. So to like gather around it to discuss.
That's a good one. Very gather. Sorry, because you gather a lot. Actually, mnemonics like that really helped me out a lot. I rely too much on. Well, it works. Yes. They actually really do help a lot. Okay. Help. Did you... I think I usually said it was like Duncan.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Think. Wait, no. Think.
Yes.
And then this first E is gonna be stressed in the, so it's what does it sound again? Not Reikkonen, is it?
It is.
Oh wow. Okay, that's a stress sound.
E sounds more like a U. Reikkonen.
Thank you, Reikkonen. That is how do you think? This is so sad.
It's
the same
not
one.
to fire a ray gun.
It's not a fire?
It's not to fire a ray gun. Like, I can tell you that right away.
What? I never even guessed that ever.
No, but it sounds like ray gun.
It does. I wouldn't have thought of that though. Oh wait, I do. No. It's calculate.
Yes.
Because it sounds like the word reckon, and reckon's kind of similar to calculate. Right. That's how I do it. And then this is Taken.
Taken is the past tense. Taken is present tense.
Great. This is past tense?
No, you're looking at present tense.
Oh. Oh, I've said the wrong one.
Taken is what you said initially, and that's the past tense of this word.
What is it? How do you actually pronounce it?
Taken.
Whoa, that sounds identical. I can't hear the difference, I think. Or maybe we can say them both together.
Wait.
A.
So the difference there is Kaiken.
Wait, it's supposed to be Kaiken?
Kaiken with the
Kaiken.
IJ. That is the word that you're looking at, and that's
oh, okay. Kaiken.
What you said.
I said cake.
Sounds like Kaiken.
Yeah, I did say that.
The past tense of Kaiken.
Wow. Well, at least that's cool that I said the past tense by accent. But but the IJ is supposed to be I. Kaiken.
Yes.
There's a lot of I sounds.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
There's two diphthongs for it, and they make the exact same sound.
Beautiful. Though in my head, at least I'm pronouncing them the same, and even if it's not accurate, I'm still doing it. Whenever there's that stressed E, like in the right, like I'm pronouncing it the same. I'm doing an I. I'm just doing all the I's, like I, like that. But it's probably not.
Like a schwa in English.
Oh no.
If you just unstress every vowel, then it just sounds right anyways.
Okay. So you can just cheat and just like.
No.
Oh.
No.
Oh. Okay.
It would be lovely if language worked like that, but you lose a lot of meaning very quickly.
I see. Oh, I see what you mean. Schwa every vowel. Would be very nice. I'd like that.
Yeah.
That's a good idea for a conlang. Just call it schwa. Every vowel is just schwa. Isn't that cool? I would be down for that.
It sounds like hell, but sure.
Yes. What was it? This one I'm forgetting too.
Well,
dang, these words don't stick well.
So, guys, I think I'm gonna call it a day because
good night.
starting to hurt.
Oh, I'm sorry. I hope you feel better because you said you were feeling sick, right? Take it easy.
Like a stomach bug that's been going around.
Aw, drink plenty of water. Seriously, it's good for you. But get enough rest.
Thank you. I hope I get better fast too.
Alright.
Bloody better.
Alright, good night. Or have a nice day, Cheeto.
You too. Bye.
Bye. See, Emma? I said, I hope you feel better. I didn't say sorry or sick. I'm just kidding. Wait, were you the one who said that to me, or was it Casper?
No.
Okay, it was Casper.
I'm pretty sure that would have been Casper.
Oh, okay. I said, oh, he burned his hands. That's right. He was making food and burned his hands, and I said, oh my god, I'm so sorry you burned your hands. And then he's like, that's such an English thing to do, because we don't do that in Dutch. You don't say that. You don't say sorry if you feel bad for someone. I was like, oh. He's like, yo, you say, I hope you feel better, or something. Hope you get well soon.
Yeah, it's very much an Americanism to be like overly empathetic with things that don't necessarily concern you.
The kind of unfortunate thing is, I'm not going to say it's always like this, but in some cases, a lot of cases, because it's so codified, it's just like saying hello is polite. A lot of times people will say sorry and they don't mean it. Like, oh, I'm sorry that happened to you, but they're just saying it to be polite. It's just language.
Yeah, it's still well intentioned. It's we don't appreciate it. It's just that to a lot of us, that is just very weird of a thing to reply with.
Oh. Interesting. But I think the reason why we do it is, even though, like, I guess, like, sorry is related to, like, feeling sorrow. I mean, in the old, like, in, how to say it, like, I'm pretty sure you could still technically say something like, I sorrow, but no one says that, and I guess it would be, like, really archaic sounding. But I feel like they're related in meaning. Like, sorry envelops the feeling of feeling... Like, you just feel the feeling of regret or sorrow, and if someone's hurt, like... Oh, I guess what you said, overly empathetic. Yeah. Like, they feel bad, so you're trying to say, I feel bad for you, too. But
yeah, it's like an empathetic gesture, right?
But it is weird, because in this case, it's not an apology. You're right, it's an empathetic gesture, so it has a completely different...
Yeah, and sorry to at least... Dutch people very much is like I'm sorry that I did this. Like, you only apologize for things that you are directly involved in.
But who knows? Maybe I was the one. I snuck into Casper's house and I burned it. Like, maybe I should be sorry. Chaos. Oh my god. Alright, okay.
Shall we just run through the rest of them?
I tap out of the Kaiken.
It's to look.
Oh, look! My mnemonic didn't work this time, with Ken being C in Japanese, so the onyami, the kanji.
So,
God.
So if you were like any more integrated into like Dutch culture, if you lived here, for example, now I could tell, for example, that there is kijk.nl.
What's that?
It's a website, kijk.nl.
Oh.
It doesn't work abroad, I don't think, but it's for rewatching TV.
That's awesome. Yeah. And it's like paid for by the government type of service, like so it's free. Oh.
It does have some subscription plans because it's set up by the commercial broadcasting stations that we have.
Okay. Do you use it?
No.
Okay.
No. I'm the kind of boring person that watches mostly things that are on like the proper like public broadcasting channels, so the ones that are funded by the state.
Yeah.
Mostly because they focus more on culture and things that I'm interested in general.
That makes sense then.
And the things you find on the public broadcasting channel are just... It's over the top. Like it's I wouldn't call it extreme because it's not, but it's when it comes to news, for example, that you get there, it's more often things like okay, so the things that they feature on like show news, for example, which is one of their news programs, whatever. It very much focuses on like actors and like the famous Dutch people and what they do and what they post on fucking Instagram.
Oh, see, even I don't care at all about that kind of thing. I hate it. Feels like such a waste. Like it just feels like
it feels like you're constantly living in a zoo and you're just looking at the monkeys.
But I would rather look at monkeys because it's like, oh, that's so fascinating animal behavior.
At least they have some intelligence or something.
Oh. One way.
But it's like every single fart that they make gets featured, and it's just.
I mean, tabloids over here are filled with that. Like, I don't know why people. I don't know. It's just not
to cope with their own sorry existences, mostly.
Yes, but there's other ways to cope with your own sorry existence. Like but there's so I'm sorry. There's just so many other ways.
It makes sense to us, but it doesn't make sense to them. Like they
Guess.
just like to watch monkeys. Yeah. but they're too poor to go to the zoo but can afford a TV. I don't know. My second half has already started. Okay, cool.
Oh. Yeah. Again, if you ever do have to go, feel free to. You don't even have to say like I need to go.
We
Don't
can
feel
just
bad.
run through the like it's
Oh.
oefening 1 and 2 that you did. The first 2 that you did. Because we can just quickly run through the rest of them. And
That's
then we'll
true.
go.
Okay. Then sorry. Then I'll try not to hold you up and I'll focus. I promise.
I don't
I want
suspect
you to
that
miss
there'll be a
anything.
goal very soon, anyways.
Imagine in this short period of time, like I try to go fast and they score like 5 goals and it makes history.
All of the action right now has happened in the first 20 minutes.
And it's like nothing like this has ever happened in professional soccer. Oh, well, sorry, football. I'm American.
I mean, I don't care.
Okay, some people. I heard like it can annoy people from like Spain or something when you do that. But yeah.
I just get pissed when you call the country Holland. So.
Okay, well I haven't done that ever, so yay.
You haven't yet, no.
I haven't. Oh my
It's a
god!
natural
Good
sign.
thing I did. What if I'm just imagining what it'd be like if I had met you and Casper, but before you got to see anything that on my stream, like the first thing I say is, "Oh hi, thanks for joining my stream. I'm learning to speak Holland." Like, welcome. You would just be like, no, out.
Well, it's not the language that you refer to. The language is just Dutch one way or another, but people refer to the country as a whole as Holland, whereas Holland, like it's very much like calling the entirety of the US New England.
I mean, honestly,
yes, it's a region within it, and it's a prominent region within it, but it's not the entirety of the country.
See, I mean, if you had asked me, like way before all of this, if you had asked me what language do they speak in the Netherlands, I would think for a second and say, I think they speak Dutch. And then you ask me, what language do they speak in Holland? I'd be like, I actually don't know for sure. I don't know what they speak. And actually, if you asked me what language they speak in Belgium, I actually would have said I don't know. For some reason, I only knew. I only connected. Yeah, Dutch with the Netherlands. Maybe I hope that makes you feel better. So, like, I don't know. That's more. I don't know. That's the only thing I kind of knew.
At least for Belgium, like I don't know is a suitable answer because they don't know half the time.
Oh, okay.
Because officially they have 3 languages.
Oh wow.
It's just that. So the rule in the country is that all 3 of them are equal and equally represented, and any citizen of Belgium ought to know or ought to have learned at least a bit of each.
So what happened? It's in schools
in Flanders, which is a Dutch-speaking region. They get taught Dutch, of course, because that's what they learn at home.
Only football fans will understand.
Okay,
Don't
Mouse.
get me started, Mouse. Don't get me started.
Oh.
No, but in Flanders they speak Dutch, of course, because that's their native language, and they also speak. Well, they get taught French properly.
Oh wow.
Also German, I believe, is optional.
Cool.
In Wallonia, which is the majority French, minority German-speaking region, they don't get taught Dutch, like barely at all. And even if they do, the population generally doesn't care about Dutch because I don't want to generalize, but a lot of French or speakers of French, native French speakers, have this superiority over their language. That they think
I've heard a lot about that. So I mean, just as a stereotype, but I've also heard things. Well, it's just a common thing that I've heard people talk about, like that for people who go to learn like French and then they end up going to like one of the big cities like Paris, like when you don't speak it very well, there are some people that it can be very offensive or comes across as very offensive. And they would rather you just not speak it at all. Just speak English.
But then in Paris they don't really speak much English, to be fair. So it's yeah.
Also, but you know what the thing that surprised me the most was that actually absolutely blew my mind regarding France. It was really surprising to me because it just made me think.
That Paris
it just
is just
changed.
an open sewer?
Here's what surprised me. So if you go to the Eiffel Tower and visit as a tourist, they have so many people there who are pickpocketing and scamming, and they don't do anything about it. They don't send police to like get rid of those people. It's just you as a tourist, you better know.
It's a capacity problem, I think, when it comes to policing.
I guess
because we have similar things over here. We've
you
had
do?
a while where we've had a while, mostly like Amsterdam and places that tourists go in general.
Really?
But we've had a while where, because drug tourism is a thing here, because apparently we have this idea of people coming here just to smoke weed, because it isn't legal where they live.
Wow. Drug tourism. I see.
Drug tourism, yes. To be fair, it isn't entirely legal in the Netherlands, but that's a long story.
Okay.
But we've had a while where, well, even drugs like coke are easier to come by. But there has been a while, I remember, where they were selling coke on the streets, which wasn't coke, but was white heroin, which is very lethal if you ingest it as much or with the same dosage as you would coke.
Did you just say that's legal as long as?
No, that much isn't legal.
Oh, that much isn't legal. Okay.
No,
makes sense. I'm like,
you can't legally sell coke. Don't get me wrong. Unless it's Coca-Cola, that you can sell legally, but.
Which you were aware that originally, the original recipe for Coca-Cola did actually have.
It used cocaine.
Yeah,
yes.
It's really interesting.
Yeah, but like, obviously cocaine is illegal.
Yes.
But you can get your hands on it if you get in like the right connections.
Yeah.
Right, but it's the same everywhere.
Yeah, I've heard that here too.
But I believe it was during some concerts or something. But during a certain time, they were selling white heroin, which is very much lethal in the same kind of dosages as cocaine would be. As being cocaine to people who wouldn't know any better. And people were genuinely dying because of that. So, but again, it's just a capacity problem. Like, you can't police all the things that you want to police, at least not with the manpower that you have.
Makes sense.
It's a similar thing with like petty crimes like pickpocketing.
But I would think that at least for that one particular location, only for the Eiffel Tower, just because it's such a icon. That just surprised me, that particular location, not that. Because I think a lot of touristy areas, like, there's always people trying to pickpocket or take advantage of that, and you can't police every part. But maybe, like, the most popular attraction, like, having, like, 24/7 guards or patrols or something, kind of, I don't know, it just seems rational to me. So it just surprised me that there's nothing at all stopping people from rampantly pickpocketing and stealing.
Like, how they determine their priorities.
Okay.
So, yeah. But I would suspect that it's like a capacity problem, that they simply don't have the manpower to be present
surprising. There. And then the other thing was just really surprising, because I watched like a vlog about someone talking about it, or just things to be careful about if you were to visit like France. They they're one of those, like, they were like a YouTuber who promotes France, so they're not even like, they're not anti-France or anything. They everything they do is about France anyway.
Yeah.
But even they were saying in the video, it's just that it's bad. It's really, really bad, and if you don't take precautions, you 100% are gonna get stolen from.
Yeah.
Because there's so many people who are either outright scamming in the sense of like, oh, sign this petition, and when you sign it, they're gonna try to pickpocket you. Like, it's just a useless piece of paper, but they're like saying, oh, sign this, support this charity, but also just straight up stealing from people and running away and just stealing people's stuff, and it's just rampant. That really surprised me. And right next to the tower, like, all, not even like a distance from it, but just it happens like underneath the immediate area that's the most popular around the tower.
anyway.
Oh yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. The time is over. The game's gonna be over, and then you're gonna be sad, and you're gonna be like, "I hate her. Why did I show up for this stupid stream?"
Honestly, I don't care enough about football. It's just that I kind of have to know, just because this will be the talking point for like the next few days.
See, it's important.
Because it's the first time in like 20 years, I believe, that we've been in a semi-final or a European Cup.
Oh my god!
For that matter.
How many years?
20.
That's crazy.
No.
Well,
No, not 2010. I can't.
That's
count.
a lot, though. It's a long time. Well, I'm honored that you decided to spend any of your time here, of all places, like chatting with me. So
Arguably,
thank you.
Football is better, anyways, without the sound. So. Because if you go back to like the previous match, which was against Turkey, anytime we got any kind of possession or made any kind of moves, the entire audience, because Berlin, where that match was played, has a like high Turkish population, so the entire stadium was filled. Yes, we played Turkey, but the entire stadium was just filled with like 70% people just essentially cheering for Turkey. But anytime we had like any kind of possession, made any kind of move, it was just whistling. The entire stadium just whistling.
Whoa.
It genuinely hurts your ears.
Oh, okay. I can imagine it now. When there's like a crowd of people all doing same thing at once, it's extraordinary. That's actually one of the reasons.
70% of the stadium just whistling.
Oh my god. I never got into sports just because it's those events are really, really loud.
Yeah.
It's a better experience on TV. Where I can
definitely. That's for you as well.
Yeah.
The only people that would go to a stadium are the people that would be there for like the ambiance of it.
Of it. Which is exactly the reason I don't like it, which is interesting.
Yeah.
Some people really do like that. And they like concerts and just crowds and noise.
Usually when it comes to our like national club, like our national team, we're pretty well behaved when it comes to like supporting, but when it comes to like national football, so our national league, for example, like hooliganism really is just a part of the sport.
Hooliganism.
So just, yeah.
Yeah. It's crazy too how word. I'm gonna say fanatic, but I feel like it's not even strong enough to like. I need a stronger word than that. But you know the way people get over sports, like they'll start fights and kill each other. It blows my mind that that sometimes happens, and just in general in the world, like people can get so worked up, or they can cause crowds that end up like actually crushing people because they get so worked up. To get that worked up over something, it's just a sport. Like even if you do love the sport, it's still a game.
That chaotic here, but I mean, Dutch hooliganism very much is a sport in and of itself.
What is it? A sport in and of itself? Dutch
hooliganism.
Yeah. How does a Dutch hooligan behave? So I can spot a Dutch. Because you're clearly not a hooligan.
If you look up like the major clubs, like their foremost hooligans, for example, will. So beer tossing is really a thing that happens a lot. So people just tossing like their cups of beer at either the pitch or at players.
No way.
Yeah.
And that's tolerated? Like, wait, people don't just get instantly thrown out for that? Okay.
It's not tolerated. They've made it a point to just stop the game over things being tossed either at players or on the pitch in general. Like there was an incident I think 2 years ago or something where someone, like a player, had a lighter tossed at their head and actually got a skull wound from it.
No.
Like a head wound from it.
Aww.
And that's why they started actually enforcing like no stuff thrown onto the pitch.
Yeah.
But it's still like if people are dissatisfied with the way their club is going, for example, like if they're looking at degradation in the league or something, then it very much becomes a means of them outing that frustration to like throw fireworks onto the pitch or throw beer at players or whatever.
God.
Yeah. Don't ask me why. I don't understand them either. It's a thing that happens.
Yeah.
I'm just happy that we're well behaved when it comes to like national things.
That's really good. I like how you give a completely honest picture. Like you give the full take. You tell me about like the interesting things, the good things, and also the things that not so good things, or the things you'd rather change.
I try to be a bit nuanced.
It's really, yeah. But I like having like an accurate picture of places. Like I have more.
I mean, I still have my own bias, obviously, but I try to forego it as much as I can.
But that's really what matters, because at the end of the day, everyone has their own bias. No matter how much we try to be unbiased, it's just you can't escape that entirely. Because we're not we're not.
No, you always have like a framework of reference that is like your upbringing and whatever. But still, it's some kind of bias.
Exactly. Which is the exact reason why, like, on juries and stuff, if you have a conflicting... What they call? Conflicting,
testimony?
It's like... I can't think of the right word here. I just can't remember it right now. But it's like conflicting circumstances. So even if you say you're unbiased, if it's like, oh, you knew one of the person's family members, like, you wouldn't be eligible. Because bias could show up. Even if you don't realize it's happening, you could have more like sympathy towards the person whose family member you knew.
Yeah.
Yep. It's out of our control entirely. Like, not the whole thing isn't entirely in our control. So. But yeah. Oh, I just feel like I'm not gonna get taken in. But I know luncheon is have lunch. I hate this word.
Well, you've already said it.
I already did. Wait, sign. It was your hint. I remember. Remember the. Wait, I can. Wait. I know. I remember the hint. How can I remember?
What do you sign on?
Right. Draw.
Yes.
Draw, like you draw on a sign.
I was gonna go like, what do you sign on paper? What else? Can
you
can draw on paper.
Wait, you asked me what do you sign on, and then I said you sign on right. Oh, yeah. Oops.
I need to collect some lines real quickly. I'll be back.
Oh no, take your time.
Seconds.
Don't worry.
The window is literally on the other side of the wall. So.
Okay.
But I do still announce it because I have to mute my microphone.
Okay, no problem.
Because my blinds are loud as hell.
Oh, okay.
Yes. We've had Tekenen, so...
Okay. So this is the hard, difficult vowel where it sounds like the oi and boy, but the E needs to go up or something. Raise. Wait, what? Starting. Maybe that.
It's not boy, it's
Oh.
guy.
You said guy. Okay, wait. Oh, I see how I got confused because guy, boy.
It's close enough. Yeah.
No.
It's
Guy.
close.
Guy. Boy.
Oh.
Boy. Guy. I'm trying to say. I'm saying guy.
Luisteren.
Oh, that wasn't close. I wasn't close at all. No.
Closer than Luisteren.
No. Well, that's something. You're right, I guess. But Laustrin.
Yes.
And it is. I definitely can get. I can get this.
You will love the word for garden. No, for. What is it again? I'm never good with like vegetables and whatnot.
Was this one supposed to be listen or no? It wasn't.
It's listen.
It is. Oh wow. Okay, it's listen. Thank God. I was like, am I just tripping? And
You'll hate the Dutch word for onion, by the way.
What's the Dutch word for onion? I need to know that.
Ow.
Ow. Ow. It's that vowel. It's just the
It's literally just that diphthong. Yeah.
Ow. Do you know, it's cool that that's the word for onion, since if you get punched in English, you'll be like, ow, and then onions also make you cry. So, you see?
There you go, that's a donkey bridge for you, just to translate it from Dutch directly.
Because it's logical.
By the way, that's, we call it, I don't know why we call it a donkey bridge, but that's the term that we use for like a
making a connection? Oh, interesting.
Especially if it's like a botched connection, if it's like a forced way of remembering something, which is what I'm constantly doing here.
Wait, donkey as in like the animal? That animal?
As in the
in the animal, yeah. Okay. Bridge. Interesting.
It's an ezelsbruggetje. I'll just write that out.
Okay. It's a cool term. I bet there's like a whole reason.
Says, I gotta go. Good luck on Dutch.
Thank you. Thanks for coming, Mouse. It's nice to meet you.
Ezelsbruggetje. There you go.
Oh, this is hard to say.
Ezelsbruggetje.
Oh my God, ezelsbruggetje. It sounded like that. That last part's extraordinarily hard.
The problem here, right, is that there's people in the other room trying to sleep, so I can't speak up very
No, it's okay,
loud,
it's okay.
I cannot speak
Don't wake
very
them
clearly, so...
No, it's just a hard word.
Move the microphone way into my face. That may help. Ezelsbruggetje.
It's a bridge.
Bruggetje.
Bridge. It's a bridge.
You're putting a j at the end there.
There's no j. J.
It's j.
Ezelsbruggetje.
Ezelsbruggetje.
Ezels.
Brug.
Gutje.
Ezelsbruggetje.
Ezelsbruggetje. Maybe.
You're pretty much there.
Oh, okay.
You're very close.
Or at least it would be recognizable that I'm trying to say that word to a Dutch person. Thank you.
Well, like
That's a
pronunciation,
hard
you don't
one.
need to ace. Like my pronunciation of Swedish sounds more like Norwegian, and it still gets me by. So.
Thank you, though. That's a good one. Along with I think that's one of the words I'll keep around, including the Lausterin, because the pronunciation of those is harder.
They're just so difficult that they become memorable in and of themselves.
Yeah.
Right?
It's just that the thing that is also hard, especially with at least the Lausterin one, is the spelling really throws you off. As an English speaker who doesn't know Dutch, the spelling, because it looks like Luis or something, so it's natural to read it.
You're
Like
more inclined to see like the Spanish name of Luis in there. Right?
I definitely see it. Like yeah.
Yeah.
So I have to like force myself to read the sound differently than it wants to be.
But a luis as well. So just the first 4 letters there.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lice.
True. Lausterin. Beatsen's biting.
Yeah, I'm trying to give you another donkey bridge here.
Oh, okay. Another Asian. You have to use it. Yeah, another Asian.
Bruggetje, yes. The first part of luisteren, the first 4 words, or the first 4 letters. Luis.
Mm-hmm. Like the little
That's
thing that
Dutch
bites you.
for lice. Like a singular lice.
It's the same in English too. A singular lice. Well, singular is a allows, I think, too.
Like the little insects that live in your hair, right?
Yep.
Or that can live in your hair. But they sit in your hair and they listen along with the conversations that you have.
Oh.
Well,
oh, this is like a demonic. You're good.
I'm honestly just autistic to where I can find these things.
No, you're talented.
That's not even slander at autistic people. I'm genuinely autistic, so.
I would never have known. To be honest. But
yeah, I'm definitely not a severe case by any means, but. Pizza.
In any case, I think your ideas are great. So, and they're very helpful.
They're just stupid enough to where they are still helpful.
No, you don't even know how stupid everything I come up with is.
So long as it works, that's the only thing that matters.
It really is at the end of the day. So I'm on that team as well. If team, it works. Pissen, I think it's like biking. Bike.
Yes.
Type in.
I was about to say it's the thing that we're most known for.
Yes, because I need to remember this one. I think the reason this one finally stuck, where it didn't at all before, is because that sudden guilt of Casper being like, I say it all the time. I'm like, I don't know at all. It's like, but when I met him, he's like, he talked about how much he loved biking. I'm like, I can't believe I didn't. But he actually threw me off with his hint with the ding ding thing. Like, because bikes don't really.
That was my hint.
Wait, I'm so sorry. Wait, I feel bad. Oops. Well, now I feel worse. But okay, wait, that's sorry. I'm sorry. We don't have bells on our bikes. It's not particularly common. So it made me think of the notification because I know one thing he did do is he talked about his like WhatsApp or something going off. That's all I could think of at the time. Type.
That might have also been me, to be fair. No, we both of us.
And then no, it could have been you again. Oops. But for opening 2, okay, this one I did on my own.
Yeah.
So let's see how many. Yeah, I can remember from this.
After that, I'll go do my own thing.
I'm gonna tap out on the Govin because I forgot. Gavin?
Gavin.
Oh, yes. Okay. It was. I don't remember that one. That's for sure.
It's like a fan of people that are not straight. It's a gay fan.
But no, that was it. That's awesome. What is? Let's see.
They just give support, right?
Give. Oh yeah, that's it. Give. Oh wait, I feel sad now because it actually sounds like the word too. Give.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's close in structure, I suppose.
And then next one, koken.
Mm-hmm.
Cook.
Koken.
Mm-hmm.
To cook.
Schrijven. That sounds it's kind of hard to make. I don't know
if it helps any. A lot of Dutch children also have difficulty making the. I genuinely, as like a 6-year-old kid, I've had speech training just to master it.
Oh, okay, it's hard. Because it's like, I feel like, it's like, oh, I don't want to, like, accidentally, like, spit up a huge glob of spit, or, you know.
No, because what you do, essentially what you do in that speech training, or what I did, aside from other things, but what I mostly remember is,
what?
like, being made to gargle some water, because it's the same bit of, like, flesh in your throat.
I got some water.
To make the sound. Right, but you progressively use less and less water to where at some point you're just gargling like dry.
Because I was about to be
so you're making right, so you're making and then you're moving the same kind of tissue that you are to move that sound, and you just progress towards that sound slowly. Instead of
Schrijven.
Schrijven.
Ah, you're right. This is hard.
it's somewhere deep in the throat that most languages don't use. So yeah, it's kind of difficult to.
Hyphen.
You're close.
Oh my
you're
God.
close.
Okay, thank you. Right. This is like right. Like
Two
right.
rights, yes.
Yes. Maken. Make.
Maken.
Maken. Lezen. This one was live.
No.
Read. Read.
To read. Yes.
Right.
To live would be leven.
This
So
they're
a
close.
V instead of a Z.
Ah, leven. Lezen. Slagen. Slagen.
Slagen.
Oh wait. Oh yeah. Not like an English G. Slagen.
You can probably tell, by the way, that my pronunciation of the G when I just speak like normally, or like quieter like this. It is not a hard G, and it's not a soft G either. It's somewhere in between. Slagen. It's not slagen.
Oh wait. Oh, I can't even tell the difference
not
between
quite
those
as
two.
intense.
Slag. Oh wait, you just mean like softer. Slag.
So properly soft would be slagen. But the way I pronounce it is slagen.
Slagen.
It's just, but it's not as, the G is not as intense as it would normally be.
No. What does an intense G sound like?
Slagen.
Oh, okay. I see. It's like an intermediate in between the. Wow.
Yeah, but it's
That's cool
just
that you can
quieted
catch that.
down because I'm not trying to speak up right now.
Oh, I see. Okay, I see. So you're turning into like Flemish, speak.
I'm getting closer to that pronunciation. Yes. I don't speak Flemish. I don't claim to speak Flemish, but I live like the roughly the border between like a hard G and a soft G. So the way that I speak, also because I listen to like a decent amount of Flemish music, which has like that softer pronunciation to it. I just pick up on it.
That's cool.
Or I've picked up on it to where I use a mixture of both sometimes.
Yeah. Wait, what drew you to this? Speaking of music, it reminds me. You're talking about didn't music draw you to study Swedish?
Yes.
Is it that type of music? I think it's called Europop. Is it that style of music? Wait, okay.
It's new wave. It's like an
Oh.
old genre from like the 1980s. So.
Okay.
In terms of like big songs from that kind of style, if you think of Aha's Take on Me, for example. If the name doesn't ring a bell, then.
Oh, now it does completely.
That one?
I didn't recognize it. I didn't know what that was called my whole life.
Yeah.
But
Same
you're
one.
right. That's iconic. That's new wave.
That is new wave. Well, it's like the more popish side of the genre.
Okay.
But, yeah.
But still classified.
But I mean, most people roll into it from like the more popish side. To be fair.
Was new wave music?
That's the thing that gets airplay.
Was new wave music originally made with, like, when synth started becoming a thing? Like,
Yes.
it was new technology and okay.
Yes. Well,
that age.
Before it's when synth music came into like a more popular field. Because synth music you already have in like the late 80s or the late 60s.
Okay.
But it's like it's in like this transitional period between like 78, I think is the earliest time you can really pinpoint for it, to like the mid 80s, where music progresses from like a very guitar-led thing to a more open art form, which also uses like automation in some way, so synths or whatever.
Yeah.
It's not really automation, but you get what I mean, like technological implements.
Was new wave music, or some of it at least, designed for dancing? Like in dance clubs?
The popular side of it, definitely, yes.
Okay.
I just clicked over to my tab and I just
Just
saw
wait.
another goal against.
No! No! No.
They are checking though whether it is. Wait. It's gonna take like 3 minutes sometimes.
Don't worry.
This is why I hate like the VAR system, which is that they have like a different referee somewhere off that just looks back at the video. They've repealed it. It is 1-1 again. They've repealed it.
Oh yeah. Good.
This is one of the times where VAR is actually helpful.
What's VAR?
It's where they have like a different referee in like a video room somewhere else who just looks at the different camera angles to determine whether a referee's call was legitimate.
Oh.
And they don't have like full authority over them. They just it's a very new thing. And like opinions on it are shifted. But essentially someone sits in a video room somewhere, has camera footage of everything that goes on the pitch.
Yeah.
And they can advise the referee to rethink a judgment that they've made.
That's really smart.
Or if the referee is not sure about how to judge, then he can also call in VAR. I think it's video assisted referee.
Why do people not just do that anyway? Because it's hard evidence. Because sometimes you might miss something with your own eyes.
Well, the argument against it is that if a referee doesn't see it, or like a referee is human after all.
Yes.
And no
Indeed.
judgment can ever be like fully correct, because even a VAR, because there's still a human involved there. He can make a mistake, or could make a mistake.
But isn't that
And if the VAR then incites a wrong judgment, then that may ruin someone's game, for example.
that would just happen with a normal referee anyway if they miss something.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, it has a pro side and it has a con side, so yeah.
Yeah. The only downside I can see is that if you want to kind of cheat the game a bit or get away with some of the some dirty play, then it's bad for you, because if you're recorded on video, they can just rewatch it and they'll even if you're very careful about hiding it, like they might find you.
The thing I personally hate about it is in cases like this, where you have someone who scores a goal and it then gets VAR'd, is that it just creates some suspense for up to several minutes.
It can
when you
disrupt
don't
the
know
flow of the
whether
game.
a goal is actually legitimate or not.
Okay, I can understand that,
So the entire
though.
game is just held in like limbo.
Yeah, I can see that's a good point. Like, because games also are supposed to be entertaining too.
Yeah,
because it's a sport and it's supposed to be
disrupts
entertaining
the
for the
flow of the game as well.
You're right, and can hurt the experience.
Yeah.
That's completely fair.
Guys, we're just standing fucking still at this point. we're not even waiting for anything. You're just standing still.
That's one of the reasons. Like, even though I don't watch sports, like if I had to watch a sport, for example, I would rather watch soccer over or football over American football, because American football is just so slow, and they do a short play and then you have to wait for like forever for them to do another play, and and I'm bored, and of course the commentators, they're talking and they're trying to entertain you, but it's really boring just to sit there and wait for them to reset the field or whatever. I just don't have enough attention span for that. I never have to enjoy sports. I just want constant entertainment.
What I wonder is, we have a sport that we are world champions in, for as long as the world championships has existed. Because the only other country that competes in it is Belgium. It's called korfbal.
Oh, thank you, whoever followed. Appreciate it.
Korfbal. Or double L in English context. It's essentially
Hi, K-drama viewer.
An intersex version of
we have some people who
basketball
learn
without,
Korean
like,
on the servers. That's, I mean, other viewers who learn Korean. Korean's a cool language. I might learn some of that sometime. Sorry. Gorfball or something.
Gorfball.
Gorfball.
It's
Explain to me what.
essentially it's an intersex version, so men and women intermixed in a team.
Oh.
Of basketball, but instead of like the basket being there up against the wall,
Yeah.
it's freestanding in a field, still on like either sides of a pitch. It has no board behind it. It has no backing board, so you can score from any angle around it. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That's just a sport that we play and the Belgians play, but no one else does. Or mostly no one else does.
There must be an interesting history for why that's a thing. Like, why...
Probably.
That's
Let me actually check.
Korfball. And it has a cool name. That's so interesting. I'm surprised it's...
There is a Korfball league. There is a league for this sport.
Yes. You know, my favorite sport, if this was like a real sport, like a popular sport, then this is the only sport I would watch, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not. It's something that basically only kids do. But it's such... I really wish it was sport because it's so fun. Yep. But there's a game we would play in like high school, like that schools play, called Capture the Flag. I think it goes by other names, but the main name is Capture the Flag. And you have... Basically, you wear these tags on your back. Yep. These flags, but you pull the flag on someone's back and you pull it off them, and if you grab someone's tag and pull it, they're out. Basically.
Yeah. I've definitely played this.
It's kind of more like a kid thing, but it's really fun. Like it'd be really entertaining to watch professionally, but yeah, it's my opinion.
I didn't know it was done like professionally, but it doesn't sound like something I would watch just for the hell of it.
Yes. Well, did you know there is a league called the Professional like Tag League? And they do, but there's just not a lot of interest in it. But it is a thing, and there is money in it. And then every year they do have a World Championship tag. Seriously, it's this room that's filled with obstacles, and it's like an adult thing, so only adults participate.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And you have, of course, you have different countries representing, teams representing their countries. Oh, have you seen it already? World Championship Tag. Is that what it's called? I think. Anyway.
I mean, I haven't seen it, but I can very much imagine this. Yeah.
Yeah. It's filled with like obstacles, like things to run around and slide off of.
It's kind of like a mixture between like what we would do during PE, so physical education in high school, when there wasn't like an actual class on, right? If there wasn't like a program for that day, which we call apakoya, which is just monkey caging. But you just set up all sorts of obstacles everywhere and you just run around it.
Oh.
Just at your own leisure. It's like a combination between that and parkour, more or less. And
it's combined with like parkour, exactly.
Yeah, and making it competitive in some sense.
Each team switches off and on between being the chaser and the chased. Mm-hmm. And the whoever's getting chased, they have a... Well, the interesting thing is, the space you have to run around in, it's not that big. So, you basically, the only way you can dodge them is you're going to have to do a lot of parkour and dodging and ducking and maneuvering, because you can't run that far in a straight line. Because if you step out of bounds, it's considered, you stepped out of the ring, it's out, you're out.
Right, yeah.
So that's horrible. You get a 2-second head start, and then the person chases you, and then they have 10 seconds to touch you. Any part of you. If they so much as, and there's like video cameras capturing every angle, but if they so much as like lightly tap you on any part of your body, you're out. It's a point for the team who touches you. It's kind of interesting.
Sorry, I just saw something on this game that
I
think is hilarious.
What happened?
It's not something that happens, it's just like a shot of the audience and just the banners with like the most obscure villages in the Netherlands. So they're all like massively white Dutch flags with like the most boring ass towns that you can think of. All in the middle of God knows where.
I see.
Like they're not places that you would ever go, but for some reason they're represented.
Oh.
Because it's never like a big place like Amsterdam, Utrecht, whatever. It's always like stupid little towns like Kloosterzande.
And they're getting like featured or something? It's like part of like a show?
No, they like there's supporters there from that town, and they have brought like a massive banner and hung that out.
Oh, like we might be in a small town, but we're not. Our hearts are not small.
We're here, damn it.
Like pay attention to us. Aw, it's kind of cute actually.
Whereas if I look at the English flags that I see, it's mostly just English football clubs that are represented, so they just have like Leicester City or something over the. God damn it!
So what is a football club? Is it just like a group of people in a local area that support a team?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm disappointed again. Sorry.
I'm sorry. It's new for me.
They scored again.
Oh, but but maybe it'll be retracted again. That'd be cool.
No, there's no question of offside.
Okay.
So that's very unlikely to happen.
Dang. Do you have a favorite player on your team?
I mostly just have criticism over the people that play, so. And then, no, because we have like 3 people who are in like the base, what is it, like base 11, that play that are just, they barely deliver anything to the game.
Oh, they just exist as NPCs.
It kind of, yeah, and whenever they get the ball, they just lose possession within seconds. So, I don't fully understand what our trainer sees in them. I don't know how many minutes have been added though, because we've just gone into overtime.
That's good though, because it gives you a chance to score to even it out, right?
Well, we would have to within minutes. Because we're almost at full time. It was 1-1 for the longest time. If within or before the end of the 90 minutes, so full time, they wouldn't have scored again, then we would have gone to like an extension of, I believe, 15 minutes twice. And after that, it's penalties to determine a winner. But yeah, I don't think we're gonna go to penalties at this pace. I don't even think we're gonna go into overtime at this pace.
What happens if it doesn't go into? The game's not over, right? There's still going to be more sets or something, or rounds.
It's 1-2 right now. If at full time, so when overtime right now. Here, I'll just quickly screen 1. There you go. Right.
Ah.
You have the little timer over here. There normally is like a number here for the amount of minutes that get added for like falls and whatever to compensate for that. I don't see an amount there, so I don't think it has been announced yet for some reason.
So
2 minutes, okay. So because of the goal, they're now just.
Oh, I see your korfball. That's cool.
Yeah.
Damn, yay.
Korfball. Yeah, no, this is about to end within like a minute, probably 1 or 2 minutes. And at that point, it's full time, and they don't go to extensions because they already have a winner out of the full 90 minutes booked for it. This is probably their last chance to turn it around.
Oh no! So this would end it would end the whole game. Like they wouldn't have a chance to redeem themselves if it doesn't go. Okay.
Yeah. As soon as the referee blows for full time, the game is over.
Who knows?
If it were still 1-1, then they would have first gone into an extension, which is 2 more halves of 15 minutes each. 15, not 50. If after that there still isn't one with more points, then they go into penalty shootouts. And whoever scores the most consistently out of those wins the game. But at this place, we're gonna go to the other final for 3rd and 4th place, which will be against France. So,
Got you.
That'll be fun.
And your team has the white jerseys.
No, we're orange.
Oh, okay. Oh, did he just trip him, or did he just trip himself? Because it kind of looked like.
By the way, this is a thing that I have where it just amplifies the color because I'm colorblind. So.
Oh, don't worry.
I'll just turn it off so you can actually see it being orange rather than reddish.
Oh, you don't have to. It's okay.
I mean, it just looks weird like this. It's just saturated. How long are they gonna draw this out for? Jesus Christ.
Yes.
That's full time.
Oh, that's why they're happy because they won.
Yeah.
Germany. Sorry.
It's England.
Oh wait. Well, I thought you were playing against Germany. What?
We're playing in Germany.
In Germany. I don't know how to listen. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean England. Isn't England like a really?
Germany out of the way.
Isn't England like a really good team too? Like
they're reasonable. They just don't play very exciting football.
Yeah.
So yeah, Spain won against France already. So yeah, they're.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, you did good, because you didn't. You scored 8 points.
There should still be playoffs for 3rd and 4th. So.
Oh, okay, that's good.
Actually, no, it's only the final. Oh. Okay.
For your like sports teams, at least for like football, are all your players from the Netherlands, or do you like import players from other countries to serve your team?
No, so this is National League, so they need to have an affiliation with the country itself.
Okay. I see.
I mean, there's no point in me going downstairs now, so.
Oh.
Because the game is over.
I took all the time.
No, I don't mind.
Okay.
I don't mind.
That's nice of you, though.
Which word will we have anyways?
Okay.
Oh,
wow.
Applicable word actually. Footballen.
Yeah. So when I saw that word when I was talking to myself, I was like, "That's where he went to. He went to watch this."
Yep.
Footballen. Slagen. I forgot this one too.
Oh no! Wait, we weren't there yet. We were settled. Did we finish the 6th one? Slagen.
No. Wait, if we did, maybe we did, but I don't remember. Oh, we were talking about the pronunciation of this, remember? Because you were talking about the G's. Well, yours is like in between.
Right now it is in between. Normally it would be harsh.
Oh, normally it'd be okay, that's too harsh. Wait, I'm kind of curious. When people are like, maybe like angry at each other, do you think when they're yelling, they purposely make the sounds harsher? Like, for example, with
they just get louder.
Oh, that's it? Okay.
We're not hats. We don't hiss at each other like in we just speak louder.
Okay, maybe I'm the strange one. Interestingly enough, in Japanese, when people yell or they want to be more aggressive, they often will trill their R's. Any R sounds that come up get rolled.
That's like an aggressive fish who just flaps their
it is
not wings, fins.
Yes, it is.
Because, like, I don't know if you have the same thing, but like a properly rolling R, has like a very like flappish sound to it. Like
it does.
That's like a hummingbird, for example, which just makes like a. I mean, I just use the sound as like a hyperbole for it, but you get what I mean, right?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, and they do that. It's like a rolled R, but there's also a guttural sound too. Yeah. It's like adding both a trill and a
Slagen.
Slagen.
Which is it? What is it? What does it mean?
Oh, that's a good point. Yes, indeed. Do I pass? Okay. No, I tap out.
To succeed.
I think in this
Succeed.
case, is
Oh
what
wow.
it wants you to think it means.
Oh.
But
What
it's just to succeed for like a test or for an exam.
Oh, okay. That's better than I had the idea of.
Someone is supporting England right now. I hear fireworks.
No way.
They are going to lose their citizenship as soon as the police get to them.
Okay.
That's a joke. That's a joke.
But oh, I thought. I'm glad you said that because I thought it meant like pass, as in pass through. Like the car will pass through this area.
As in to succeed for a test or to pass a test.
Oh, okay. Cool stuff. I would have guessed, if I had no idea what the word meant, I actually would have guessed it means something negative because it just reminds me of the word like slack or do bad.
Well,
but it's not.
I have some news for you.
Oh?
If it's not used as a verb, it just means beatings.
Wow. Interesting. Succeed and beatings. Wow.
What it also means is like is strokes, as in what swimmers do.
Oh.
Like if you the movement that you make with your arms as you're swimming, like each one of those when your hand hits the water, like that movement is a slag. And there's also some meaning when it comes to like terrain.
This is
which
very
I think is just mildly hillish. Slagamheffing. Okay, here, I'll just share my screen again and you can look at this mess.
Yes! No, I haven't seen anything that's been a mess.
No, this Wikipedia page is a mess.
Okay.
This is the Wikipedia page for slag, so the singular of slagen.
Oh wow. See if I can full screen.
Slag can have a reference or can be related to someone or something with the open hand or with an object hit. So to hit something with either your open hand or with an object. For example, a strike, a what would this translate as? A hit in baseball.
Wait, that makes sense because there's like, okay, for example, there's a word in Japanese, a verb, ataru, has two meanings. It means to hit, literally, like with your hand, like you get hit with something.
To strike, yes.
To strike, but it also means to succeed because like you strike and it's just like they're semantically related concepts. Yeah. Strike, you can even use it for like win, as in like win the lottery, like strike, hit.
Right.
That was interesting.
There's also a muntslag, which is the concept of minting a coin.
Muntslag.
Like if you're familiar with like the public building of like a mint house, that's where they would create coins out of like raw material, essentially.
Oh, so
you make coins by imprinting.
You're right. You strike the coin,
the metal,
and put a relief on it.
Yes. It can also be related to the sound of it, so the sound of an impact.
The sound of a what?
Of an impact. So something hitting something else.
Oh, impact.
So a slag, for example, could be that sound. I don't know if my microphone picked that up, but it's that sound.
Oh yeah, it did. Yeah, the sound of that is cool. It says like a 10 trillion meanings. That's kind of crazy.
Yes.
I feel like I'm learning Japanese.
Slagenwisseling of een ruimer gewelddadige confrontatie. So a phrase, a pashmatoto, it's some kind of construction. I don't know my Latin well enough to know what exactly it entails. You may. You're into linguism more than I am.
There's Latin. Where's the Latin word here?
Pashmatoto.
Do not know. Maybe you guys do use a lot more Latin than we do. I thought we use in academic texts a good deal, but you seem like you use. Oh, you use DeepL too? No way.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
I prefer to.
Because DeepL's the most popular in Japan, so I basically use DeepL, and it's probably the best one for translating Japanese into English. So I basically just use DeepL. But I just didn't know more people knew about it.
Why does it translate out of?
I know, I hate having to do that too.
Latin. Where's Latin?
Part for the whole.
So you name the whole thing based on what a little bit of it is. So because you have strikes within a field battle is what this is. So a field battle or a sea battle.
Oh, wait,
so
this makes sense.
A fight between armies or a fight between fleets.
Okay. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Essentially an armed confrontation.
Because people are hitting each other, so use the part to refer to the whole fight.
A movement of the arms or legs, or that of a machine part.
Okay.
So within swimming, you have the backstroke.
You did say that, right?
Whatever, all sorts of strokes. The combination of the movements of the arms, legs, and the is that an oar in rowing?
Yes, oar is what it is. Yeah.
The hitting movements of a director. So in an orchestra.
Oh,
that they make with their
they're called the conductor.
Yeah.
Is the term.
What did I say?
You said director, but the director of the orchestra is called the conductor.
The Dutch word is dirigent, so director is closer to that. That's probably why.
Yeah. Makes sense. What's cool?
Hell is this?
What the?
It's the stroke of a piston.
Oh wow.
A corner as een bepaald aantal boogdraaien bijvoorbeeld het drijven of schroeven draaien. Oh, right. A turn. So, an angle as a certain amount of degrees. For example, the turning of a screwdriver. So, if every turn that you make with a screwdriver is a slag.
Okay, that's cool.
Can also mean that I love how specifically Dutch this is. A disruption in the circular shape of the what's like the outer ring of the bicycle wheel.
Whoa! Oh my god,
so
that one's
a kink in a wheel.
Wow.
A movement in a game. So every turn in a card game, for example, is a slag.
Every turn in a what?
Card game.
Card game? What's that?
I mean, we just say it's your turn, like it.
Oh, card. Oh, sorry, I thought you said cart.
Card, yeah.
Got you.
And this is what I would associate more with it, like the making a move in chess, where if you remove an opponent's piece, then you are hitting that piece.
Yes, yeah, you're right.
That hit of their piece is called a slag. Because the history of chess is like very militarily, like has some military background. Yeah.
I see. So removing opponents a
piece traditionally represents like a unit in an army.
You're right, like fighting
so
another.
Each one of those moves again is one of these. So a battle, essentially.
Do you play chess?
Yeah, not very well.
Me neither.
In meteorology, so downpour.
Okay. Get slapped by the rain. Drops.
Well, if it's raining cats and dogs, then every one of those makes an impact, and you just name it by the impact. I don't know. I'm just making it up as I go.
That's good. It's good.
A sound as a composite part of the repetitive singing of a singing bird. Especially finches. That makes no sense to me.
Read it again. Let's see if we can figure it out. I want to hear it again. What? This seems so weird.
A sound as a composing part of the repetitive singing of a singing bird. There's a proper term for singing bird, which I can't think of right now, but especially finches.
or in particular finches.
Whoa. Wow.
Yeah. A tough defeat, so a heavy loss, a disaster, or a shock can be a slag. A skill. In that you say, hij heeft de slag te pakken, which is the example that they give here. So he's got a hold of it, or he masters it, is what that means roughly.
Okay. That's so interesting.
To reach an advantage,
Mhm.
hij heeft een slag geslagen. That doesn't translate well, but essentially he's made a strike, is what that would mean.
Literally, I say, but meaning he has the advantage. Like
Yeah, he's made an advantage. He's progressed.
okay, yeah. He did something that caused him to gain an advantage.
He's done something that's advantageous to him.
That's cool.
Oh, there you go. There's your title.
Oh, yay!
But in this context, Hagelslag,
Yeah.
it is just short for beslag. Beslag.
Oh, a shortened version of Hog. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Fairy bread. That's what it's called in English. But actually, when I met Casper, I was like, "Do you eat fairy bread?" And I was talking about Hagelslag, but he didn't. But its name is apparently fairy bread in English. So he's like, "I don't know what that is. Like, I don't eat that. I don't know what that is." But then later on,
fairy bread is, I think, a local thing because it's chocolate sprinkles. Is how I know it. But I mean, I speak British English, so it may also just be British English as opposed to American English. Je ne sais pas.
Wait, that sounds very French.
But hey, did you know there are about 20 different kinds of Hagelslag?
No. What are all the different varieties?
So, chocolates is the one that you're most familiar with.
Mm-hmm.
But even then, they have distinctions of white, milk, and pure. And there's also mix, which is like a combination of milk and white. But there's also chocolate flakes. They call these mites, but they're just like...
Oh.
I don't know exactly what to call them. Anijszaadjes, what does that translate as? Anis.
I don't even know what that is in English. I don't think anyone
It's
knows.
a kind of seed that we probably took from Indonesia. Honestly,
Yeah.
if it's something that we use, and if it is a spice or like a grain or whatever that we use, it's most likely from Indonesia.
Interesting.
Anyway, yeah, it's made of those kinds of seeds with a pink, blue, or white layer of what the hell is that? So like covered seeds, for example, with a sugary layer.
Oh wow! So seeds that turned into sprinkles, but they're like blue or pink.
And they're like crispy.
Oh.
So what you kind of have as like an experience in your mouth, if that makes sense, it's like the very small explosions between your teeth as you're popping all of these individual like seeds.
Okay.
Each one of these little balls is just one seed covered with, well, sugar essentially.
And what is that? The bread that it's on? Is it just toast or?
This is just dry bread. It's
Okay.
beschuit. Beschuit. Do we have a link? Beschuit. So this in particular, that's like a tradition to give those out as a child is born. Like if you have a child, you
It makes sense.
go around
Because
to,
it
like,
makes
your
me
workplace.
think of a baby
handing these out.
shower. Like just the colors,
Yeah.
like that light baby blue is the same we would use for like
Right,
holding.
it's baby blue if you have a
Mhm.
boy,
And
it's
pink
if you have a girl. And for
Wow.
the special days, there's also orange, because orange is our national color, and everything has to be orange just to make...
And that's why your jerseys are orange. I remember orange is your national.
Yes, yeah.
I'm down with orange. I like orange. It's the color.
The reason for orange, by the way, is this man.
Wow, not him having orange in his name.
He used to rule a region in France which is called Orange, to be like there. Prince of Oranje, do we have like the region as well?
Wait. Don't tell me that
Some
the
of our-
fruit was named after him. Like, it's actually named after the guy.
No.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it isn't. They just existed. They coexisted.
Okay.
There you go. It's a little like thing close to Nîmes, Marseille. There we go. So that's like the southeastern French coast. It's southeast France,
Cool.
anyways.
Did you say you were interested in, like, history only of a very particular region, or would you say even, like, all of Europe is interesting?
It kind of
To you.
depends. Like, I'm not particularly interested, for example, what happened in, I don't know, Poland, just to name a country.
Okay.
It's mostly just where my knowledge actually lies is mostly Dutch history and like the general region that we are within. So like, northwestern Europe.
Yeah. It's cool.
That's where my knowledge actually is. If you were to ask me of like a favorite time period, if there is such a thing, then it's very much just industrialization. So that's 19th century mostly.
Okay. It's very cool.
Yeah. He was the one that led our revolt against the Spanish because we were a Spanish dominion for a while. They took away a lot of like the liberties that lower nobles here had. They got pissed about that, and they essentially, under the guise of like religious freedom, they started a revolt against the Spanish overlords. And after about 80 years, 12 of which were a stalemate or were like a ceasefire, they eventually got some recognition out of it. Because if do you know the literal meaning of the name of our country?
No.
It is a region that we are a part of. It is roughly all of this region. We are only this big, right?
Wow.
But all of this is still part of the Lage Landen, as we call them in Dutch, or the Netherlands, as they're called in English. But all of this used to be a Spanish possession. All of it revolted against the Spanish, but only the north, so current-day Netherlands, actually got its independence. Well, not all of the current-day Netherlands, because Limburg, which is like a little bit over there,
So the
they
people
were
of the
an
Netherlands...
Austrian possession for a while.
Oh. Are the people of the Netherlands descended from those Spanish people who were...
No.
Okay.
No, because how a lot of this went is regions are reigned by royals. So dukes, whatever, right?
Yeah.
They don't necessarily have to be kings, they can be lower than nobles. As a family marries into another, so if someone's daughter marries off into another family and they don't have any male heirs that can take on the crown, then the crown transfers with the oldest daughter into another family.
Oh wow.
That is how a lot of the Dutch region in general, so a lot of the Netherlands came into Spanish possession because they first became Burgundian, then the Burgundian crown ceased to exist and became a part of the Spanish crown. Well, it became a part of like the there's nuance there. Like
because of people like intermarrying and stuff, like things get passed on to.
Essentially, the Burgundian line ran House of Men. So their entire possessions, so all of the regions that they governed, were transferred into another royal house.
Okay.
Which happened to be the Spanish house. And over time they revoked a lot of the freedoms that we had in this region because they were fervently Catholic, we were fervently Protestant, Calvinist to be specific. Yeah.
It seems just... I know that's like a huge part of history, like in a lot of places, but it still seems so weird that you can just rule a country, but like the people who you rule are not related to you at all, and even have like a completely different religion, but you're like, oh, it doesn't matter because I own you, so just do what I say.
I'm gonna stop streaming, by the way, because I've just seen a text message that I got like 40 minutes ago, whether I could talk any quieter, which I can't, so I'm just gonna go.
Oh, okay, don't worry. Alright. Thank you so much.
We continue this line some other time.
Yeah, I'll see you around. This sounds great. But, thank you. Bye-bye.
No worries.
Bye. Well, I've been streaming for a long time. I'm probably gonna get off now too, if anyone's around. But yeah, sorry for getting distracted and not spending as much time studying Dutch as I should have, but I was here to have fun anyway, so it's all good. Alright. Bye everybody, and thank you.